Hey everybody, what's going on? What's hot? What's hip? What's happening? What is shaking on your Friday night? Let me tell you about Jesse PS. Oh my God, there's a backstory. It's some of you know it, some of you don't. It's complicated. Let me get something straightened out here, and we'll get into this show. Still got things to put up. Let's do our beginning of a show. Please like, share, subscribe, notification bell, all that good stuff that's free, that serves the algorithm, the almighty algorithm. And then, we have super chats and memberships. You can avail yourself of those if you'd like to. We do have a monetary goal every night. It is any amount of money. And turn on those gifted memberships. It tells in the bottom scroll, which I have just put up. Let's see. What do I got here? People talking to me about stuff before the show. I'm not going to skip over all the playlist stuff. Let's see here. Julian Z's, I just cranked up the oven. Got some tater tots coming in a half an hour. Jealous. Made a bunch of stuff I couldn't pronounce yesterday. So it'll be good to get down to something more. What he said. More jealous if you had an air fryer. He says, no, you don't know what you're talking about. I got electricity things and gas, and then wants some music that I don't listen to. And I recognize one of the bands, and there's one of the songs. So I said, yeah, okay, I'll do that. Julie's saying, form ranks. And then I say to all of you, you know what that means. Gullerinos, Gulley has Gulley Gang, Flock of Sea Gullies, and yes, Pod Awful Cultist. Happy to be here. H2BH as well. It says, I smell horrible today. That's every day, right? And I'm not, because you say that every day. Are you on the sauce right now, or is that later? Jesse who? Jesse PS. Let's see here. Rochi's happy to be here. Smoke Gain says it's time. Let's see. Turkatron's happy to be here. Yeah. Shouting out from the 214. Jared says happy to be here. Tim Jenkinson says it's the real 9/11. People don't read the date backwards. Well, yes, of course. Yes, of course. The way you do it's so wonderful. Yeah. Let's see. Gulley Gang and, of course, Funky Bronco. You smell just fine. All right. So we're awaiting the arrival of Jesse PS. I guess that I could go into the past. For those of you that don't know, because Wild Bill knows, some of the other people way back about, well, the Pod Awful folks could tell me, but it's like, it feels like it's about 5 years ago. And I'm doing my little show in the middle of nowhere in Utah. And some people come into my chat. And I was really nice at first, but then they started, doing stuff. And we got sort of at locked horns. And then that started about 3 years of not a lot of fun doing the show. Apparently, some of my family members were contacted. I know that my employer was contacted. What else? There's a lot. They remember it all. I would if I could go through it. But there was a lot. And they were really good at it, frankly. But all that's in the past. We've kind of mended some fences. I myself probably have lightened up a little bit. And it's just kind of a thing now. Let's see. I'm going to show one of these so I can take it out of my freaking studio here. Yes, from the makers of Pervitine comes the Tom Gulley Show. Oh, by the way, Pod Awful Cultists. If those of you in the room, I see that Smokane is here. Do you notice what's on the background tonight in our custom background? I did that for you. For you. Tim Jenkinson says, you need to get Arteta on the show, Tom. Things aren't going well for us. Hey, I've wanted him out 3 seasons ago. He can't get it done. Every time there's a game that matters, choking. Happy to be here. I'm H2BH as well. H2BH Hard Archivist. I was spent quite a bit of time on the Hard Archivist YouTube page last night, watching some Rufio Phoenix. Slaw. Yeah, I got you some slaw. Burger King foot lettuce. I don't even know what that is. Is that a thing? All right, I can take this one off here now. I'm taking it off here so that if and when Jesse shows up, I won't give him an opportunity to see me in any sort of World War II garb. He's got a thing. He believes that I am obsessed with National Socialism, which is, of course, not, very far from the truth. Loves me some slaw, says Christian Slater. So when Jesse comes on, he will try to hijack the show and take it over. I'd say there's about a 70% chance that will happen. It's Friday. I'm tired. I don't want to fight. And you will see that Jesse's a very interesting person and such. Smoke King says, Jesse love it when Tom talks about N-words, which, of course, I never do. Rochi says, didn't you visit England a lot, Tom? I have been to England, I think, 3 times. I want to say that's right. Not a lot. Tim Jenkins says, you were saying, I do not recall saying that, and I'm quite certain I didn't, because not my favorite candidate in the world. Lassie says, Tom, can you ask Jesse if he has Airbud's number? I don't. I'll give it a shot. I don't think he'll have that number. Ariana May says, happy Friday, everyone. Funky Bronco says, Ariana May, I'm celebrating with a cold one. Super. Rochi says, so 3 times to visit. I don't know what that is, and I don't. No, I didn't visit it. Against my better judgment, I'll let that person stay in my chat room. So if you're gonna take a shot, make it a good one. Rob McGinnis, 54. Long time, Tom. Nice to see you. Nice to see you too, sir. It has been a long time. Reverend is here. Says, Ayo, assemble. They're already assembled on their places with bright, shiny faces. The Reverend Wild Bill remembers the days of what we call the Troubles. Here at the Tom Gulley Show, we refer to that time as the Troubles. Sort of a tip of the cap to the IRA. When did you last visit England? Oh, wow. A long time ago. I want to say 1998. In fact, that's when it was, 1998. Not one of my longer stays, but one of my better stays. It was weird because the World Cup was going on. Therefore, there was no domestic club football, and I couldn't see Arsenal. So, Mr. Beard is here. Look at that. Also, not the most awesome performance by the United States in a World Cup. And the World Cup was in France. So I was around French people. Incidentally, I don't know that we'll get any more, but we had like tornadoes and severe weather through here just a little while ago. Power goes out or something. It's changed a lot since the 90s. Oh, yeah, I'm sure it has. I mean, we've changed a lot since the 90s. Funky Bronco says, Tim Jenkinson, how so? Hey, Funky Bronco, we're not doing a side show in the show. We're not doing that. Well, not on that topic anyway. Tim Jenkinson said, French people are the worst. I couldn't agree more. Extremely rude. And you're always resisting the temptation to go, this is a nice restaurant. You say it's been in your family for 100 years? Let me ask you a question. Where exactly did the German soldiers violate your grandmother while your grandfather served them wine? And aren't you glad you're not speaking German today? You're welcome. You just want to do all of that, but you don't. You just kind of go, okay. You just go, our women shave their armless pits in their legs and yours don't. So we win. Tom, are you excited for the World Cup coming to the USA? I'm not a big soccer guy, but I know you are. That is correct. I am. And I am very excited about it. I was more excited back in 94 when it came because it was so new and everything. And I know I will not attend any games in person here, even though several of them are in the DFW. I think 6 are going to be in DFW, including one of the semifinals. I won't go to any of them, even though I could probably get really, great accommodations. I used to be a sports guy. So I'll just watch it on TV. I see the game better at TV. It's the experience I've already had with all the people, just singing their songs and blowing their vuvuzelas and all that. So, yes, I'm very excited about it. Hard Archivist says, Ich möchte Deutsch sprechen. Ramagita says, love when Tom speaks so frankly. Bravo. Glad I came back today. Hell's that supposed to mean? Like I don't speak, frankly otherwise? Okay, so we're waiting for Jesse PS. And we'll wait a little while longer. And then after that short period, we will abandon waiting for Jesse PS and we'll do a show for you. Because right now I'm just T for 2 vamping it, man. T for 2 and 2 for T. Me for you and you for me. Okay. Tim Jenkins says you've got some good players now, but I don't see the USA coming close to winning. No, I don't either. I think we'll get the home nation bump if we're lucky. I think the new coach is going to do amazing things. I really do. I think we've got the right guy for the job in Poach, but we've got some entitled players. We have players at some major clubs, but they're not regular, everyday, dyed-in-the-wool. Pulisic now has found his place at AC Milan, but we've got some guys like McKinney that are still sort of, and we just need that team to step it up, put your big boy panties on, and we'll see it happens. Hadn't happened so far. Julian Jesus says the Louisiana Purchase meets with your approval, Tom. Yeah, we gypped him. Explain the slaw. I can't. All I know is the Pot Awful cult is into the slaw, and therefore I put the slaw up. They are the Pot Awful cult, extremely philanthropic people, very philanthropic, and they send food and other items to people that they feel could use it. And one of those items that they frequently send is slaw. So DJs, if he shows, I'm setting the OU on how many times Jesse uses the hard R tonight at 4.5. Yeah. Can they just get rid of all the jogging around the soccer field for 90 minutes and get to the penalty kicks? Let me tell you something. An American football game is a 60-minute game that takes 3 hours to play. Okay. During that time, there is only 11 minutes of actual sports competition, actually playing the sport. The ball is snapped. The play goes on for maybe 6 or 7 seconds. Then they get up. go into a circle, get re-instructed to collide into the pituitary case across from them. Okay. Walk over, line up. Somebody shouts at them for 40 seconds, and then sports begins again. Okay. The top 20 scorers in National Football League history were all guys that couldn't make it playing soccer. Is that a good enough explanation? I could go on. Jesse is fashionably late. It's getting less and less fashionable by the minute. Tim Jenkins says Anthony Robinson has been good for Fulham. Yes, I suppose. For the United States, who's going to show up? We never know. If he could learn to cross the ball properly, he would really, that we would enjoy that. Rob McGinnis says, I remember that night when Bout went to your house, but it was a place you used to live. That was funny. I do not remember that. Rob, this is the first I'm learning of that. So thank you. I now have a different view of Bout. All right. American football was made for advertisers. Many people have said that. So you agree with me? No, not at all. Not at all. Let's see. Kim Warfield says, hello, everybody. The wolf is here. I got to call you tomorrow or something, or tonight. What do I think Jesse P.S. is doing? There's no way to tell. Funky Bronco says, Kim Warfield, welcome, wolf. Funky. Okay. So, let's see here. Dak says H2BH, H2BH, Dak. Well, it's 18 minutes into the show, and I really can't keep this going on any longer. So, we'll just do something else. Honestly, that slob behind you is making me hungry. I know. I know. I'm sorry. Let's just, I don't know what I guess I could check one spot here. I shouldn't. This is, I did. German slaw is the best. German slaw sucks. German slaw bites the crank. Let me see. Here's the thing. Because of our past, Jesse and I can't directly contact each other very well because so now I got to go into a place I really don't want to go, which is Discord, which F's up my audio and video, but that's okay. Oh, dear. Let's see here. Sorry, I'm late. Are we going to go through that again? Pause. That's officially worn out. Let's see here. I also like the commissary slaw that comes in the 5-gallon bucket. I bet you do. I bet you do. I bet you like that slaw very much. Yeah. See, did you hear it? It's already messing with well, I don't have any mail. So let me just check something here real quick. Make sure that the right thing's there. Yep, it's the right thing. Okay, I'm just going to assume Jesse's not showing up. And we'll do something else. It's okay. Let's see. Tom, follow Eintracht Frankfurt FC, a goal scorer named Omar Marmouche this season. Bayern Munich, I'm going. The Freaks, Holland, and Lewandowski. Well, Lewandowski's on the back end of his career, but he's really good. He's just on Barcelona. The team he's on. Relax, Tom. Have a smoke. Out of smokes, Dak. Out of smoke. All out. Been following gambling on goal scorers for all Euro leagues. And you're going to want to get a piece of Harry Kane, I think. Okay, so our show with Jesse P.S. is canceled, and I'm going to open up the phone lines. Woo! Tom, while you're waiting for Jesse, well, no, that's over. No, that's over. I'm not waiting for Jesse anymore. I'm going to do something else. Can you please go on another jag about Comedy Shaman? It's an hour show. We're 20 minutes in, so a jag about Comedy Shaman. Well, I'm about to bust. The poor little guy. So confused. So the way he is. The Comedy Shaman on the cutting edge of kratom comedy. I mean, the guy's he's just kind of a mess. But I'm only here for Jesse. Well, then you'll have to leave. Would you like some help? You know, Rochi, sometimes I feel like this isn't the place for you. And right now, this is a little bit funny because some people in the room know what follows when I begin with a statement. You know, Rochi, sometimes I feel like this isn't the place for you. And sometimes I feel like you just want to draw attention to yourself on platforms or forums that other people have worked hard to develop. Now, what I'm going to do, you'll be back. You'll be back. I wouldn't hurry. I really wouldn't hurry. Because right now I have 3 people in the world blocked from this page. There's somebody in here I really should block. I've got them blocked elsewhere, but I'm not gonna. And when I block people, it's just, you're just not bringing anything. You're kind of a I don't know, wasting my time. So what we're going to do, Rochi, is I'm going to save you from both yourself and from me. And you can now become only the fourth person. Because I've seen you elsewhere and you kind of do it all the time. So I'm going to say thank you for coming in tonight and doing all that you do for all of us. But I really do think it's time that we part our ways. And hey, I understand somebody's doing a show about me right now. That's where you should go. And bye-bye. Let's see. Lassie Saul says, you want to talk soccer, international, everything, but I'm not doing that right now. By the way, our phone lines are wide open at 972-994-6822. There we go. He has autism. He can't help it. I have standards. I can't help it. The nice, harsh and the mellow. Does Tom accept collect calls? I do not. I do not. I mean, I don't know if I even can. Nobody's ever had the balls to try it. I suppose I'm on an unlimited plan here, so I don't know what that means. I'm sure they'd find a way to hose me on it somehow. 972-994-6822. And I'm sure Jesse's just been delayed. He's got young children, things going on. It's fine. Oh, he says he's here. Oh, there he is right there. But he's not on. Okay, let's see. I'm a little worried because right now all I have is his logo. I don't see him. So that sometimes in the world of pranksterism on the internet means that I would click on that and it could be a video of something that would get me in trouble, or I'm just a little hesitant. But you know what? It's Friday night. We buried the hatchet. Jesse knows I'm old and I do an hour show. So now he's getting into soft white foods for dinner time. Anyway, I think you guys are going to really enjoy this guy. You will very much enjoy him making me uncomfortable forever, however long this lasts. Last time it was 6 hours. Here he is, noted internet personality and creator of chaos. There he is, Jesse P.S. Welcome, Jesse.
Tom, I'm so sorry I'm late. And the reason I don't care, I was thinking it was 8 p.m. your time. So I'm just completely not ready at all. I just fucked up entirely. This is entirely my fault. I'm so sorry.
So you want me to just do another show or just wait for you, or what do you want to do?
No, I mean, I'm here. I'm here now. I literally, can I be honest with you?
I wish you would.
I'm sick. I've been sick for like a week now. You know, you ever do this thing where you have a bunch of children and a wife? Oh, I guess not. You ever do this? You ever do this thing where you have a kid and you take him to a fall festival and he plays around in a bunch of corn with a bunch of other diseased little mutants, and you go, "Oh, I'm gonna get sick." This like every single. This is what happens when you got a kid. You go every single thing he does. You go, "Oh, I'm gonna die now," because of. I'm going to get some sort of super coronavirus now because he decided it was fun to play in corn kernels. So, or, a ball pit at a Chuck E. Cheese. So I've been sick for a week. Sure enough, like 3 days later, I got sick. But mysteriously, nobody else did in my whole family. Like my kid who was playing around in corn didn't get sick. My wife didn't get, I don't even know how this happens, but basically, I'm sort of a bellwether of how bad a disease is. I'm like a canary in a coal mine in my family.
Patient zero.
Patients, yeah. And also I don't know if you've heard about this disease in the 80s called grids, but I was patient zero for that one as well.
That's a rough way to go.
Well, I'm not dead. I didn't go.
I know. It's still a rough way to go.
But I hope you can hear my voice. I'm like sick as a dog. So I was, my schedule is so odd compared to yours. And then on top of that, I was sick. I swear I thought it was 8 p.m. Like, what are you? Your central time, right?
Well, I am, but I sent you a thing that said 8 p.m.
I know. I just completely. You know why I fucked it up though?
Why?
You told me when you came on my show the other day for my big election special. Remember that?
I do.
That was a great appearance, by the way. I had so much fun. Okay, you told me you would be done with your show at 9 Eastern, and then you weren't done until 10 Eastern. Okay?
Well, I went long that night.
So I didn't realize. I thought that, Tom must have just messed up and he meant 9 his time. I'm not kidding. This is really what happened. So
we probably belabored it. You're here now.
Can we also talk about the weather, by the way?
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm sick. I'm dying, but I'm here now. I'm sorry I took so long. You got these other guys. They're trying to do a show about you right now, which I'm not proud of that happening. I think that's probably my fault.
Really? Why?
Well, I'll tell you why. Can we? You don't want to say their name, do you?
Oh, no, everybody here knows who they are, and they put it in the chat before the show, and it was on the screen at the start of the show, and I answered the question and everything else. And in fact, I think it was at the end of last night's show, I played audio from your appearance.
Well, that's it. So this BYB podcast, which I believe somebody told me that it stands for
Backyard Boys.
The Bad Yuck Boys. That's what somebody told me. These guys had me on their show, and my appearance was a disaster, not for me, because I don't care, but for them, because I was just critiquing their show and telling them they sucked the whole time. And then I think it's my fault because then you said, I loved it. That was great. I loved that you shit on those guys. They are garbage. I hate the man in the wheelchair. I wish that I hope his top half also ends up in a wheelchair.
I didn't say that.
Well, he should say that because he calls himself quad father, but he's not quadriplegic. He's only paraplegic. I don't even think he's paraplegic, actually. He seems to be able to kind of stand up and shit too. And he says his dick works. Like if you're paraplegic, doesn't your dick stop work? I don't know. Anyway.
I've heard he likes to take pictures of it and send it to people. Ariana May says it's true about the kids. I don't think she's speaking about your kids though. Well, yeah, maybe it is your fault. I don't know. I know that last night somebody told me there was a show. They thought that I was going to be a guest, and they went, "Oh, it's going to be live," and I didn't know anything about it, and I went, "Yeah, whatever."
Yeah,
they
well,
they want. I'm not particularly worried about that level of wit.
You and I were discussing this last night, and we're both saying, you're a self-aware guy, Tom, and that's what makes you different.
Yeah.
That's what makes you different than most goons. Goons, I use as a term of endearment here.
Right.
But what makes you different is that you're self-aware. Most of them are like horribly, wildly not self-aware. And that's why you and I can be friends. And so you even said last night, we're saying, like, what are they going to talk? Like, Tom's an old fella, no offense. He's an old fella who sits around, yelling at a cloud for a show. Like, that's his. Let me tell you about the thing that you are 20 years too young to remember. And so we were joking, saying, like, what are they going to talk about? They're just going to play your stream where you talk about, I don't know, Pervitin for the 50 millionth time, and should be the Backdoor Boys. Yeah. Well, that's what they called me back in the 80s. I was patient zero of the Backdoor Boys. But anyway, so I think, we were discussing this. We're like, what could they possibly cover to like even bother making fun of you? There's not really a lot left on the plate at this point. I think I've, picked every crumb, and it's all kind of gone at this point. And I realized that I think what they're going to do is probably play your appearance on my show from the election special. Now I'm going to be honest with you. I've got a tab open here just to see.
No, you don't have to.
What I want to do is, if they do start playing any of my show, I'm going to private it so they have no content. So I'm not even done pranking these guys. I already went on their show one time and did it for like 3 hours or something. I'm not done with these kids by a long shot.
Yeah.
I am. If I see one frame of my show on their show, that thing's going private. And it's nothing really against them or even to save you. It's just funny. But I don't think you need my help here or anything. But
there are people, you're one of them. If I found out they were doing a show about me, I might not watch it live, but I'd get around to it. That one, say and do whatever you want.
It really, this is like finding out that, I don't know, a mouse is doing a show about you, that a tit mouse has found all your worst secrets, which probably involves, your tits. But there's not really much to worry about with these guys. They can barely string a sentence together. None of them are even paying attention.
Yeah. He's got a big bag of nothing when you actually talk to him. And he's not real witty. Apparently, he books guests. He does things there. He's got a panel, everything, whatever. God bless him. Go do your thing. I have a thing I do in life where, if you do something really stupid, life affecting, rest of your life, I consider that when I'm listening to anything else you say.
Yeah.
And he's, he won the grand prize. So, take if you think Godfather is awesome, keep thinking he's awesome.
Nobody thinks that. I didn't know anything about. I mean, I don't think he's a bad guy. I talk to him every once in a while, but He's just a really, 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 really bad show host. Like he's terrible.
Well,
To even call him that is a compliment.
he's a guy that likes to engage in a lot of making stuff up. And it's always stuff, a guy drives through Utah. I heard he lived with the Mormons. He's just somebody that I would just very quickly just go, yeah.
You know what the real problem is, Tom? These guys, the Tom Gulley's Dabbleverse, okay,
Yeah.
which is what you call it. I learned about this dabble. Does your audience know what the Dabbleverse is? Do they know what we're talking about?
They're very well acquainted with the dabble.
Yeah, of course they are, because it's your dabble. This is crazy. Like, to Tom's audience, Tom owns this thing. It's crazy, but he technically really does. And so I found I don't know anything about this Dabbleverse, despite my deep, deep love for you, Tom. I don't know jack or shit about it.
Yeah.
And when it comes to Tom Gulley's Dabbleverse, Tom Gulley is, as far as I'm aware, the only guy in it who is a radio man, who is a host of something, who has had broadcast, like true broadcast experience. Every single part of the Tom Gulley's Dabbleverse, it's all these guys who are fans of the Tom Gulley Dabbleverse deciding to do a show because they're like, it shouldn't be possible. It shouldn't exist. How is it possible that there are fans of a thing that had no hosts, and that they are all now the hosts of the thing that they are fans of? And it's this bizarre, incestuous pile of lumbering flesh, that shambling flesh that is just constant and just making that, there's a lot of that going on. And all of these guys are just they're just a guy. And I'm not doing I hate that thing when like a stand-up comedian calls non-comedians civilians.
Oh yeah.
You ever heard them do that? That's like so.
Oh yeah. I used to do comedy. So that's the term, civilian.
Yeah, but the problem with that is you know what it takes to be a stand-up comedian? One open mic. Now you are legally a stand-up comedian. There is you don't get a certificate. There's nothing to it. Now obviously part of it is time and experience and things like that as well. And I guess to be a professional one, you have to be paid to do it.
Yeah.
But so in that same way, in that same vein, all of these guys hosting these shows, they don't have any of that. And I know we are on StreamYard right now doing this, but you do that because you don't know how technology works. This is what works for you. You understand it, but you are a professional radio man. All these other guys, they have been empowered by this StreamYard application that we're using. And StreamYard is basically the open mic of the internet, of streaming, of podcasting, of broadcasting online. And so we are the Gulleyverse, the Tom Gulley Dabbleverse is populated by all these wannabes who are nothing but open micers. And it is this bizarre, horrifying world. And I'm, whether we're talking about this Quadfather character in his podcast or not, they're all like that, except for you and then the one guy that they named the Dabbleverse after. What's his name? John. Stuttering John. So Stuttering John was on the real radio, right? He was on Howard Stern.
He was. I mean, there's a number of people who've actually been on the real radio. If you consider Aaron Imholt to be part of the Dabbleverse, he has obviously. And then there's Shuley was with Howard Stern News. I don't know. There's been a bunch of hosts, but there's some people. Bob Levy was on Howard Stern.
What's crazy is Aaron is the next after you is the next most senior member. Okay, because the other guys weren't they just they're sidekicks, they had names like Turd and Poop Head and stuff, and they're just they're forced to eat pee-pee on cameras. So wasn't that all their jobs? They're not actually hosts.
some of them, but not all of them. But
Okay.
you know, I think Quadfather early on. I one of the first Discords I went into, he was in one and just started. Oh, Tom Gulley, good blah, 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 and his stuff, and I just went, "Hey, man." Basically, I probably said some things to him that stuck with him for a long time that he didn't like, and so he's held on to that. And I've just gone, "Hey, you know what? You're nothing to me. I don't pay attention to you. You've never said or done anything good, bad, indifferent. You're gray on beige. You're odorless. You're tasteless. You're just this." So anyway, that's where that is.
Yeah. He makes white noise go to sleep.
Yeah.
Can we try a funny thing though for this episode? Because I saw, again, I'm monitoring the situation as we go.
This show is in such desperate need of a funny thing.
Because I'm on it? That's probably true.
No, because I'm on it. Because
So here's what I want to do.
Not that getting sick from corn talk wasn't a grabber.
All right, here's what I want to do. I happen to see that somebody who's also in this chat ran over to theirs and was like, Jesse is talking shit about you on Tom Gulley's show.
Yeah.
So there's a distinct now, and they'll give this away too, but that's all right. There's a distinct possibility that once they're done rambling on their, like they like to do, they think you're supposed to do like a cold open and do all the other topics and then get into your main topic. So they're probably doing that right now. So I'm thinking they might tune into us right now because this is a much more interesting show than whatever the fuck's going on over there. Despite the fact they've got a man on the camera right now, one man in a wheelchair and another man in a ski mask. You would think that sounds like a recipe for a good time.
Well, and sometimes they have a man in a cow costume.
Wow. Okay.
Granny wears a cow costume.
Oh, fun. Granny.
Did you see what I did for you there?
No, I didn't. I missed it. What happened?
You don't see
coleslaw. Yeah, I totally did not notice that. Very good.
So we can do that. We can do that thing. What was the funny thing we're doing?
Well, let's do this. So I'll monitor the situation. You don't have to worry about it. I'll just click over every once in a while. And if I see that they've started covering us, I'm going to use a safe word. And this is for the audience's knowledge here. If you hear me say that safe word, Tom Gulley and I are going to go dead fucking silent. Tom's going to sit there and take a drag of his cig and just enjoy himself. I'm just going to be a cartoon head. We're going to give them nothing while they're tuning into us. Okay. Now, I don't know if they're going to do this. This is a maybe thing, but we need a safe word, Tom. So I figure we could probably use whatever you use during sex. What is it?
Oh, this has caused a lot of problems in the past. I should have chose better. My safe word is harder.
Okay. So if I go harder, then we have to both instantly clam up. All right.
Okay.
All right. Hang on. Let me remember that. Hard. I'm tattooing that on my skin. All right. And yeah. Okay. So yeah, they're still in their cold open thing. They're looking at this latest steel toe news. They're looking at Aaron M. Holt's ex-wife's
forehead
Twitter or so. Yeah. Well, you can't miss it. That's now a Minnesota landmark.
But haven't they been on for 45 minutes?
These guys, yeah, they take forever. Yeah. Welcome to my fucking nightmare, dude. I was on with them. And how late was I to the show? Like 15 minutes or so?
It's 23, but nobody's really paying attention.
And so you probably had to sit there and vamp and fill, and I apologize.
Yeah, I was ready just to move on with another thing and said,
I know how terrible that is, right? Yeah. I was on their show. I was there early, frankly. I was on time, and they vamped for like an hour and a half, and I'm on the show, and I kept saying to them, like, what do I have to sit here through your, like, fine if you want to do these bits, right? If you want to, if you've got planned shit, but don't make your guest sit there for that. Like, bring them on later.
Yeah.
Even though I'm the planned guy, I'm in the thumbnail. This is what they do. So yeah, they've got a whole thumbnail. It's just you all over it. And now they're sitting there doing anything but frankly, there is a part of me that believes that maybe they are scared to get to the coverage. They know something might happen because Tom Gulley is a cursed man that can haunt you in a way where I don't think these guys will, but if you were to incur his ire, then you would have to, for the rest of your life, be looking over your shoulder, you know?
Well, it is possible to get me to hold a grudge, I suppose. Um,
Yeah.
so if I don't know if you want to get into our history or not, because a lot of people in my neck of the woods don't really know it. I guess they
Whatever
do.
you
They
want.
listen to those long things. But another thing I thought would I be really interested because I was so impressed at how you were willing to help the BYB people with your advice about their show and your review of their show. After and it was an hour and a half where you just finally broke and said, you have not said one engaging thing since this program began. Not one. And it was true. So
Most of my antagonistic takes are just like actually constructive criticism, but I'm autistic and I can't help it. I say it in a way where there's like no tact to it, I guess. I really am not capable. It's not a choice I'm making. I'm not capable of it.
yeah,
Discovered Tommy PS is very funny. I just noticed that too.
it's,
I'm sick, man.
I'm
I'm
sorry.
really
If you need to go, I don't
no,
want
I'm not complaining. I would not be here if I couldn't be here. So I'm here.
okay. All right. Yeah, I don't know what I've worked really hard today to work up some interest or some care. I haven't seen the thumbnail you're referring to. I haven't searched it out. I'm just like, yeah, I've seen what they've done with other people. And it's just something I'm not interested in. I'm not saying it's wrong to be interested in it. It just doesn't interest me.
Yeah.
Yeah. Is Jessica vampire? No idea what that means. None whatsoever. So yeah, if you were making some upgrades to the show, what would you do?
To this show?
Yeah.
All right. Number one, the second you're using StreamYard, it just looks cheap.
Well, I used to use OBS.
Yeah.
But I think I was just messing around with StreamYard one day and it was much easier to
I
get
know.
the super chat set up and all that stuff. So.
I know it is, StreamYard is the Apple of streaming. It works. You're locked in though. You're locked in and it looks a certain way. With Apple, you got Apple. Everybody who knows how technology works is looking at you like you're retarded.
You have Apple and
I do too.
You can edit StreamYard. There's things you can do.
I know. I see you've got your logo up and stuff. Although you have to pay for that, right?
No, well, you do have to pay for the logo, but I mean, for instance, I don't know what this is going to do, but see that you can.
Yeah, I know.
But it's not crazy adaptable. The background that we have here is not, I don't have the ability to change it. I guess I'd have to go up a level. What else is the thing? But StreamYard does a bunch of really stupid crap. I mean, dumb as hell.
Oh, yeah.
Like, for instance, the background that I have is a JPEG. But I can't show any pictures unless I convert my JPEGs to something else. It won't.
What?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Things like, this is for your viewers. The Betty Page Tom Gulley, that had to be converted to a JPEG. The Scarlet Witch Tom Gulley had to be converted into a JPEG.
Oh my God.
So did the Frank Sinatra Tom Gulley, the Plane, Trains, and Automobiles Tom Gulley, the Columbo Tom Gulley, and the Randall McMurphy Tom Gulley. But yeah, it's the biggest pain in the ass in the world because it would be so nice to just rip and roll. And okay, I got my JPEG. I'll resize it. Boom, I'm on my way. No, gotta convert it to PDF or PNG or whatever you want. So yeah,
that's crazy. Yeah,
I agree with you that StreamYard's
It just
It's like Play School. It's like if you had a Play School video recorder when those were still around. Did it work? Yeah. Was it indestructible? Yeah. It just wasn't that good.
right. You are beyond it. It's fine if you're just starting out, if you're just again, it's the open mic of streaming. If you are new, it makes it easy to do it. It does. But
But maybe
when you look at every stream that uses StreamYard, they all look like a StreamYard stream.
they do.
And to me, it then looks like you are affiliated with anyone else using it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like the same branding almost. Even when you don't have the StreamYard branding, it's almost the same branding and it looks cheap. That's my
Well,
first
they
recommendation.
really StreamYard needs to get their act together because it's glitchy. There's a bunch of really, as a customer, bad stuff that they do.
You want to know the funniest bad thing about StreamYard? Number one, change to podcast. Get rid of Jesse's hot. What does that say?
Oh, sorry. Number one, what's that? Oh, sorry. Number one change to podcast. Get rid of Jesse's hot topic vibe and red lighting. He's
Hot
talking about your podcast, probably.
What does that mean? Hot topic? How is that a hot
I don't
topic?
know. I think I know who Ray is. I think you know who Ray is. So
I don't know who that is.
isn't that the guy that's Wanda's involved with?
No, because he likes Pod Awful.
Okay. Strib says hot mama. The most edited man on the internet. I don't know whether that's you or me.
I don't either.
A lot of people H2BH. So
I think that's you because of all the pictures of you as a lady.
maybe one of these days on this show, I'm going to show all the Frankenstein pictures. I forgot to do it on Halloween. But there's a bunch of stuff I didn't know existed, that you guys bestowed the world. You should have been there the day I stumbled on that Reddit. That was a great day.
Let's not advertise it because we can't get rid of that now. So let's not advertise that. So here's an interesting thing about StreamYard. Me and my guys, we are fascinated with something we call tricknology, which is, of course, the tech used to prank people, the little gaps in code that allow us through to digitally litter the internet with our nonsense and, cause a little mayhem. And we discovered that StreamYard. So if people don't know out there, the way you join a StreamYard is you have the link to someone's particular StreamYard instance, right? StreamYard.com/something.
And incidentally, sending the link to you today was another moment of great trepidation.
Yeah, of course, because then that person can then share that with anybody, right? And then you're open. Now, I think maybe you can password protect them. I'm not sure, but here's what's crazy is if you're one of these shows that opens up the panel, the floor to anybody, which we love going to YouTube, sorting by live, searching by StreamYard, and finding random ones that we can just join and then messing with them. And depending on their reaction to us messing with them will, determine how severe the messing goes.
Well, the punishment, yes. It's a very distinct, it's almost like an episode of Star Trek. It's like, well, Captain, if we walk too very slowly, nothing will happen. If we run, they will kill us. It's a real, people that just go with it, there's no problems. The more you object, the more pig crap you get on you.
Well, Zelda doesn't want me to reveal this tricknology, but right now there's nothing you can do about it, which is what makes what I'm about to say so awesome. So on StreamYard, you get that link, right? Until it's changed, you can now access the back room. Now, it doesn't put you right on stream, which is smart of them, but you can get back on the show. And it turns out just showing up in the back room is enough to throw somebody off. In fact, I was an invited guest on this program, and you still freaked out when I showed up in the back room just because I didn't have a camera on.
Well, I didn't freak out, but it's just
a little bit. But
I was just like, well, that's because you would
I'm not going to do anything bad.
you would prefer to see the person.
I get it.
And
I would come on camera. I know this is a disappointment. I would come on camera, but
it
I
really
am
is.
so
What did you
sick.
think? Did you see the thumbnail I did for this program?
I saw it. Yeah, I asked for you to use the blackface one though.
Yeah,
But
I ran that through that YouTube function that will tell you if something's evil, and it said you shouldn't show that.
whenever somebody asks me what picture should they use for the thumbnail, I either send them one of me wearing a Biore skin mask that looks like blackface, or this like really horrible, like horrifying photo I did of my face. And whenever I send them that Biore mask one, we'll call it, they always end up using the picture you used. There's so I don't know what it is. Like that is, I guess, the polar opposite of that photo. Is the
Well,
one
no,
that
there's not that many really good proper resolution pictures. Most of them are screen grabs that exist sort of in the world, and
there used to be, but then I get banned from the internet over and over again. So.
yeah. Well, let's see here. So first thing, get rid of StreamYard.
Yeah. Well, I forgot to tell you the tricknology. Let me tell you this tricknology because you'll be interested in this.
Well,
So
I bet.
Here's the thing. So you get that link, right? And then you can show up in the back room.
Sure.
Now, if you open that link in as many instances, as many tabs as you can, you are now allowed in there for every instance that you've opened, even if they ban you. You're already in. As long as you opened the tab before you got banned, before you got blocked, before you got kicked, you can now re-enter the room. And there's no way to know that. There's no way to stop that. We discovered that by complete accident. I've discovered that on my computer or in my browser, it allows about 16 tabs of StreamYard to open up before it stops funcking. And so I will open that many up every single time.
I've seen people have to. Somebody comes in, they go out. So basically they're kicking them out, and then those people are automatically re-entering.
You just come right back in, and then you come back in with the name "I cannot be banned," and they can see you on camera, like pointing and laughing at them, and they just lose their minds over it. It becomes their job now to kick you out over and over again.
Well, there are things you can do. I know one of them, which is, and I'll just tell you since you told me yours, I am allowed at the rate that I'm buying this product, I am allowed 10, let's just say objects in my studio. That can be video, it can be pictures, whatever. So if you are concerned about someone else getting the link, what you would do is put 9 objects in. The person you're having on now has a slot, but nobody else can get in.
Okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah, nobody else. So you have found something known as reverse tricknology, which is that's our Achilles heel.
Well,
but it's very rare that somebody knows any of these tricks.
That's only going to work because companies are greedy. You know, if they weren't such jerks and limiting me to 10 things, which over a show, that's not very many. You have to keep reloading them in. Then you guys could go crazy. And I think at the next level, which is 100 a month, I think they have an unlimited amount. So, ironically, the better package you get, the more susceptible you are.
Yeah, that's cool. Well, anyway, that's a very fun thing. If you're out there and you are watching these streams, you hate Tom Gulley's Dabbleverse, not Tom Gulley, Tom Gulley's Dabbleverse. You hate these guys. They're all using StreamYard. You can use this tricknology against them. You can ruin their day. It's very funny, very fun to do. It's just a little piece of a little sliver of brightness and a dark future of internet. And that's what it's all about, man, for me. But yeah, number one,
okay,
get rid of StreamYard. That's number one for sure.
My friend of God, I've known him since 1981, the Wolf, says $2. Thank you, Wolf. I'm calling you tonight or tomorrow. The Wolf, I think, is going to be in a members only interview with us.
Oh no, Tom. I'm sorry to interrupt, but I just checked in with BYB. You had just mentioned that Reddit. He's looking at the Reddit.
That's okay.
Okay.
I don't care.
All right.
Sorry. Nothing on that Reddit is even remotely.
I mean, this is a guy just doing Pod Awful, though. We made that Reddit. Every post on there is from Pod Awful, so he's just
there's nothing
stealing content. Basically,
there's nothing on that Reddit that is even remotely as embarrassing as he kind of is now. I mean, that's perfect for him because he's the guy that was drawing pictures of the teacher and showing them to people like that.
You know what? Can I do this? My tricknologists out there, if you're watching, can you guys go post on the r/the Tom Gulley show? Yeah, r/the Tom Gulley show. Can you just post pictures of pornography, please, to ruin BYB's show? Just really fill it up with as much pornography as you can right now.
And please don't put wheelchair pornography falling out of trees.
I don't know if that exists. I feel like Tom knows that for a reason when he says that so confidently.
I beg of you, do not go into your AI bog and do that. God, that would be bad. I don't know if you're familiar with the movie Dr. Strangelove.
Oh, yeah, of course.
The Sterling Hayden character that talks about denying his essence to women. Yeah. Well, the Wolf is denying all of us his essence right now.
That's awesome, man.
Melton's on. I love it when people in the chat say, I got something else to do. So what's the next thing I should do to the show?
Okay. Let me.
By the way, I always assume that people that don't like me have already found that. It's like you just found this out.
The Reddit
or anything, it's like whatever. It's out there. I don't care if a bunch of people drew cartoons of me. And I'll say it again, love the Frankenstein stuff. The other stuff, well, maybe not so much. But StreamYarders, oh God.
I would say the next move you could. Now, here's the thing. I think after you went away for a while and you came back.
Yeah, CBS didn't want to let me. Well, Entercom.
You came back, and when you came back, you sort of did a refresh, a rebrand, a little bit. And to be honest, I dig it. I think you did a great job. You already have done a lot of the things. I would have told you a lot more back in the past when we first found you, but when you came back, you were refreshed, renewed, and you came on and you started doing topics, which would have been one of the things I said. Every episode you got a topic, and I love that you found your lane of like, it's old man boomer shit, which obviously is what you would have talked about anyway, but you're just like openly accepting that. Now, how you get other boomers to find this, I don't know, but I think what it might take, what it might require is for you to, and this is my tip number 2. Okay. Tip number 2, start lying. All right.
Make stuff up.
Now, what I mean by that is, are you familiar with a practice known as clickbait?
Yes.
Okay. So clickbait involves a person lying to you on the internet.
Yeah.
What they do is they make their title and their thumbnail a lie about what you're about to watch.
Well, or they do this. Julian Caesar had a good example.
What? Oh, yeah. Oh, yes, exactly. Yes, exactly. Leaving it open-ended like that.
Yeah, it's like, you won't believe what this woman did to this bodybuilder.
If you're sitting there consuming YouTube videos pretty often, the percentage of them that had a title that lured you in by not telling you what it's even about, if you were to go back and read that and then figure out what you actually watched after you fucking saw those, you would be pissed at yourself for how much of your fucking time was wasted by
What
this shit.
about there's always one in the thumbnail. There's this chick with just major, and
Ample.
she's not in the video.
Yeah, well, yeah, that she rarely is, but
Yeah.
that trick is not been used in some time for the most part. I think YouTube kind of cracked down on that because that was a big thing back in the day.
Yeah.
But now it's these open-ended it's like, wait a second, what are they talking about? It's literally just I want to know what the answer to the sentence is, not even question.
Yeah.
Sentence. Like, it's not, they just don't end the sentence. So you click on the video and then they fool you into staying there. And so it's not even just the thumbnail, it's not even just the title. It's
Yeah.
the first 5 seconds of the video is a lie that gets you to stick around. And you so rarely watch something because it's a topic you are interested in online. Instead, you watch it because it is something that you don't even know what the topic is. It's a mystery that you're trying to uncover. And people need to, this is more of a tip for everyone else. You need to deprogram yourself from this. It is a disgusting world that we live in where this has happened to everybody's brains. I catch myself doing it still too, and I'm a professional. I'm aware of this stuff, and I will every once in a while click it, and I'll go, "Why am I watching this?"
You know what I do?
catch myself.
I go into the comments section because sometimes the actual thing I wanted to know is in there. But if it's just clickbait, somebody very first comment, clickbait, don't waste your time, whatever, you can avoid it that way. But I think you're right. I mean, I do a lot of boomery, but I do older than boomer. I mean, I go way back. I mean, seriously,
I'm way more older than that.
the Great Molasses Flood was back in the early 1900s. It wasn't even, and the Chicago Fire obviously was in 1871. So obviously, what I'm trying to do, and I'm not denying what you say, but I'm also trying to cover these topics in a way that are sort of evergreen if somebody wants to stumble upon it, if they're writing a school paper, whatever. But I would hope that I have this belief, so did Marshall McLuhan, that our society lives in like a 30-year rear view mirror. So in the 80s, the most popular show was about the 50s, and
Right.
was happy to. And I think that
it's 20 years because that was a 70s show. Yeah, 50s and 70s.
Yeah, 20s, whatever. It's a rear view mirror. That's the point.
Yeah.
I think that at some point, just like there was tons of movies about the 50s when I was in high school and stuff. It was 50s, everything, and I think there may be some nostalgia in some of the more boomery things that I'm talking about. And believe it or not, I also enjoy doing it because I learn things about some of this stuff.
Right.
And I dig that always.
Well, nostalgia bait is also huge on YouTube. It's in fact a cancer that is crippling our minds. I believe it. I truly do believe that nostalgia is a mental illness, and we do live in a stuck culture where we love the internet, we love being on the internet, but we don't produce anything new because of the internet. And so every single thing that is created on the internet, like the vast majority of things created on the internet, are created about something from 20, 30, 40, 50 years ago.
Well, and
it's all reactions to old things from a time more tactile.
Well, it's pretty obvious to me that the people that clip stuff frequently are more successful than the people who did the original work.
Yeah.
In other words, the people appropriating what other people have actually created, they're really creating nothing. They're just an echo of what the other person created. Yeah, they're doing real well.
Back in our day, they used to say that everyone's a critic, and then YouTube was invented and it became true. And so I'm guilty of this. Obviously, I'm literally sitting here giving you tips on how to do a podcast. But
as a guy who could never get a job at a radio station. I'm talking the smallest one where he lives overnights, weekends. Wouldn't happen. And now he is critiquing me. And
Right.
so, yeah, I mean, that's the thing is
Literally every single person on earth now, because of the internet, is an actual critic, to the point where when you go to look up a review, or when you go to look to see how a movie is doing, like an actual movie, not an internet movie, a real film, what do? You check Rotten Tomatoes or Metacritic, which is just a bunch of people.
yeah.
Everyone is literally a critic now. And those are like the biggest ways. Obviously, there are still critics, and those two things aggregate their scores, but they also do the audience score, and the audience score is the one you now pay attention to.
Well,
And
I just, you guys were really good, and I helped because I was on the air live every day, but you guys were really good about getting personal. Like most of the, I've been this way for a long time, and you can call it arrogance or whatever you want, but there's people in my life that or try to be in my life that it's like, you can't get near me. You do not deserve to be near me. There's no professional anything else. You know, when I was working at Cartoon Network, do you think Quadfather could have even gotten in the building? No. It's in. So when I get that criticism, I immediately go, well, that's inconsequential because you don't matter. You just don't matter. But everybody out there is a critic, and it's like, what happened to, you had to be either good at being a critic or good about the thing you're criticizing and know something about it. Now it's just like, oh, I'm just going to bitch about something like I'm an expert. And it's like, well, then if you're going to do that, then I'm not worried because that doesn't matter to me.
well, as a critic, you have to be one of two things, and preferably both of them, but you don't have to be, which is you have to either be a tastemaker or likable. You have to have tastes that are so unique and specific that they interest people, or you have to be agreeable, not in a way where you're just saying what people want to hear, but in a way where they're convinced of what you're saying because of the way you say it. And if you were to use movie critics as the most, I think, obvious and culturally relevant example of like professional critics, you got a guy like Roger Ebert, who was not likable. People did not like him. They do now in like retrospect, because he died and lost his jaw, and he looked like half of a Muppet for the remaining years of his life. Yeah, there's a lot of that going on.
He went to all those movie premieres with his, God bless his wife, but he had the half a face, and then he finally went Bazooka Joe on
it. Yeah. But his opinions were not always, obviously, but they were, he was so adamant about his opinions that he became a tastemaker about them. And, of course, he was softened by his partner, Siskel, who I don't know that he was even likable really either. In fact, I would say he was more unlikable.
Way more.
But I feel like he tended to agree with the audience more often. And so it came across as likable. He never worked by himself, not because he died of cancer, by the way, but like there would have never.
Isn't that weird?
Yeah.
There's something to that coconut oil.
It really tells you something about what being a critic does to you. But
popcorn remaining stationary.
I am sitting here sick right now. The internet does give you cancer. But I don't think Siskel would have ever been anything by himself. And I don't know if Ebert would have taken off as big as he did without Siskel, because he sort of tamped him down a little bit. That the two thumbs up system, getting it from both of them, is what made that work. But Ebert, when Siskel died, he became even more of a tastemaker, really, and people started liking him more than, and maybe he even just figured out that without his partner, he's kind of, you know, irascible. Is that a word?
It is a word. It
Am I
is a
using
word.
it correctly? I don't
One
even
of
know
my
what that
one of
means.
my favorite things about Roger Ebert, and this is something to keep in mind because his website is still extremely influential, very popular. It's just he doesn't work there anymore. He was the writer on one of the most awful movies ever. It's actually fun to watch, but it is terrible. And it was legendarily terrible. And that's Beyond the Valley of the Dolls. He wrote that.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, with Z-Man, the cross-dresser that kills everybody at the end of the movie, cuts all their heads off and stuff.
Yeah.
That he wrote that masterpiece, and so it's like every time he would talk about something, I'm like, well, wait, you did one over here, and it's really
Right.
bad.
But
Really?
the internet age equivalent of that is have you ever heard of a channel called Red Letter Media?
Mm-hmm.
So these guys, I mean, at the very least, the main guy, Mike Stoklasa, he and his partner Jay, they're the Siskel and Ebert today, right? Which is crazy because their opinions are like not like they're bad nonsense, but they're fun to watch. They're likable. They're not tastemakers. They're likable. They're kind of the opposite of Siskel and Ebert in that way. However, they also made a movie called Space Cop, and now part of the joke of the movie is that it's bad. They made a bad on purpose movie, but these are guys that do a show where they watch bad B movies and make fun of them. And they say all the time, you can't really make a bad movie on purpose. It just looks bad. When you're in on the joke, there is no joke
Yeah.
to the movie. And they did that. And it's bad. Like it's really bad. It's like not even funny in the parts where it's trying to be just plain funny, not ironic funny. It stinks. And so of course it's like very funny when the professional critic guys, then do the thing. Like how many filmmakers out there must have said at some point, "Oh yeah, why don't you go and make a movie?" And then when they do it, it kind of sucks.
Well,
But
my buddy Chris Gore, he made a movie. It's called My Big Fat Independent Movie.
mhm.
Kind of inspired. There was some nice moments, but it was like, well, this isn't that good. And the other thing about it is I am addicted. I mean addicted to these reaction videos. Where people in their 20s watch The Last Angry Man, or they just sort of react to any movie.
You know what?
What?
I was going to bring that up. I'm so glad you know what I'm talking about here, and you brought that up. I'll let you continue, but remind me to come back to that.
Well, the real reason that I like them has less to do with wanting to see the reaction, because there's really only a couple moments in a movie that I give a damn, just even morbid curiosity what they're going to do. I watch it to get a 1/3 as long viewing of whatever movie it is.
Right.
I don't really watch it to see.
Damn, that sucks. And my wife does the same thing, and it makes me so mad. I am so pissed. She will sit there and watch it like a video of an AI. It's like an AI voice, but the AI voice is also somehow autistic, and it just tells you the plot of a movie. It's like you didn't watch she thinks she watched the movie after watching that. You didn't. You didn't experience it.
Well, here's another thing that's driving me nuts right now are these AI generated stories with stock photography and stock footage.
Mm.
It's the least engaging thing in the world. You might start watching it because you're interested in that topic. A lot of them are true crime, and you're just like, a man was walking down the street when he saw a woman in distress. He walked to her and saw she had been cut. The stabs were deep, and it's stock photography or footage of a guy running down a mountain road, and there's a woman on the ground, and it's just like, God, this this has got all the ingredients, but this is the worst cake that has ever been baked. And it's just everywhere now. And I hate that. I wish if it was entertaining, I wouldn't hate it. But the fact that it sucks so bad, and these people just cranking in the views and everything else. So they're not going to stop.
Well, so you're aware of have you seen the genre of YouTube video where it's my favorite one, I did a whole episode about this. My favorite one is like it's a young black guy and he's listening to old white guy music for the first time.
That's their shocking clickbait thing. That's their clickbait is I'm a black guy and I'm going to listen to a whole bunch of 70s Pure Prairie League or Eagles.
And that shit works so good. Like fucking old white dudes love that stuff. And they all do. It's not just young black dudes doing it, but when it is, the young black dude could literally do nothing but he could say no words. He could put zero effort in. He just needs to play one Steely Dan song and make a stank face during it. He just goes, ooh, ooh. And fucking old dudes eat that shit up because they can't believe it. An old fella, who grew up in a different time, in a different time. That's what my dad always says. It was a different time.
Yeah.
That explains why it was okay to be racist.
Yeah.
And I agree with him. But when you grew up in a different time, you can't even fathom that these, young toe tapping, low pants wearing, do rag rocking, jibber jabbering,
world star yelling.
You can't. That's old now.
I know.
Even that reference. You can't fathom that they would like the same music as you. Now, meanwhile, of course, like, hip hop, rap music has been sampling that shit.
Yeah,
since the beginning, but and taking inspiration from it heavily from the beginning. But
I'm not picky that way. There's one show I watch with a daughter, her mother, and the grandmother.
Yeah.
I think it really does depend on the personality of the person watching it. But I like, there's millions of the music reaction. I call them reaction videos. So does YouTube. Movies and a lot of them are sports, and you're exactly right. A couple, young black guys watching Larry Bird footage, I didn't know Larry had handles. Look at it, man. Yeah.
Damn, but he got the fundamentals.
Yeah, look at him. He's playing a game with his mind. He's 2 steps ahead. And Larry was the truth. Oh man, he was the truth. Larry Bird trash talking base. You tell me, homeboy come up to him and say, I'm gonna shoot right here in your face. Come on, man. That a bad white boy. All that.
He said he gonna shoot the ball.
He had said to the whole bench.
Now you can't do this, by the way. You can't be one of those guys and do a black guy voice. Well, these are antithetical concepts. You have to. The funniest part is you have to act like it's a totally colorblind thing, and the reason you're watching it has nothing to do with the fact that it's a young black guy or anything. Like there's something about it.
It by definition doesn't have to be colorblind. Larry was famously quote unquote colorblind, but not really, because
I'm color retarded.
There's a couple of instances where, like, Charles Barkley said Larry was cursing, going up and down the court, and he asked him what was wrong. He goes, "You guys are disrespecting me." How are we disrespecting you, Larry? Man, you put a white guy on me. That's disrespectful. A white guy. So, anyway.
Well, I was going to say, I was literally going to suggest as my number 3 that you do a series. Part of your clickbait, part of your lying is you do a series of videos, and you still do what you do here, but you just do a series, or maybe it's just some episodes of your show. It's you in the thumbnail making a stank face. And when I say stank face, that sounds bad, but when black people do it, it means it's good.
That's a blues term.
Yeah.
In fact, I think there's a website called Stank Face
Yeah.
because BB King would famously get, and he has that face like he just
Right.
like
When a black for those who don't know, when a black person thoroughly enjoys music to a point where they can feel it inside their hollow bones, which allow them to run faster. They and also fly. They when they really, really feel it, they make this face like they're smelling some of the nastiest duty, like an open sewer is nearby. If
yeah.
you put your face in a thumbnail making stank face, and it's in front of oh my god, I could Photoshop this together right now. I'm picturing your face over top of the Nas out. What's that famous Nas record? Like just some fucking 90s hip hop, the most famous shit of all time. And the irony here is I feel like all the people who make these videos are lying about having never heard the songs. It always seems like a lie. There's like this one lady who's a vocal coach. She's like a singer, a professional singer and vocal coach, and she gets millions of views. And it's all just based on her lying, saying, I've never heard Metallica before. It's like, yes, you have. You've never heard Enter Sandman. Come the fuck on, lady. Yeah, she's
Well,
white. She's white too. So it's like there's no excuse. There's no way you've never heard it. But anyway, you and in front of Jay-Z's The Blueprint or something, making a stink face. I'm telling you, I feel like that would work. I feel like people would tune in, and then in the middle of it, you just start telling them about fucking Pervitin or whatever.
yeah.
That would rule.
I was trying to find some stink face I could put on the screen to give everybody an idea, but there's a wrestler. There's actually a wrestler named Stinkface. So it's all wrestling pictures.
Stank. It's stank face. That's the problem. Put stank.
Well, I put both of them in.
Well, here, all we need to do, put your face right next to Illmatic by Nas, and I'm telling you, that's a move. That's a real, that's something you need to do.
Is that one of those songs that all the kids like?
Because they're, all the fucking 50-year-old kids, but I don't know how to get the boomers in for you. So I can't, that's what I want to suggest, but I don't know how to do it. So I don't want to give that as one of the tips. So I'm thinking, how can you get maybe not necessarily a younger crowd, but just a different crowd of people checking you out? And see, the nice thing about you is you've got your old man folksy wisdom and charm and your Trivial Pursuit knowledge of 50-year-old topics. And that can be, and you are an irascible figure in some ways, but that can be a charming thing in the right light. And I think what you need is the right light. And I think you reacting positively in a fake way to this terrible music that you would never like in real life, I think would be a way to fool them into thinking that the rest of your steez is fairly charming as well.
Well, yeah.
You do have to trick them. It is a lie and it is a trick. You do have to do that.
I always kind of, and I'm not saying you're wrong or that I'm right, but I always thought I want to show that people that are interested in information, learning things are going to like smart people that are, interested in knowing Abraham Lincoln's assassination was really planned as a kidnapping. Booth was within 10 feet of him 4 times leading up to the actual assassination. The only reason he killed him was that the war ended. Otherwise, he was going to kidnap him and demand ransom of the release of Southern soldiers. Stuff like that. And I don't care how old the people are, because I'll be honest with you, I don't know how to get the boomers. I think I think my thought was I will draw people by the subject matter, the topic, and whatever age they are.
You know what? That doesn't work. Even for topics that are trending, that doesn't work. Everybody thinks it's the topic, and it used to be. at a certain point, like back when I started podcasting, I did not have topics for the show. And it was just whatever. It was just a talk. And then with the general theme of it being that I'm, sort of making fun of podcasts. And then sometime in like, I want to say 2014 or so, 2013, 2014, somewhere in there, I decided like, you know what? There needs to be like one main subject for the episode. And that worked for a while. And it even worked with topics where it's like nobody knows what this thing is. But now it can't just be a topic. It has to be thing I know. Okay. And so you are right to think that the normal human way of thinking is I would like to know more about thing I don't know, but no. People want to know about thing they do know. They want to hear you talk about thing they already know, person they already know, and they don't want to click on anything new.
And I know I get a lot of those people when I do a certain topic. A guy that knows a lot about it will be in the room going, actually, but yeah, that's
the other
thing is the person. You're very right to key into the personality. I watch a lot of things. There's a million of those sovereign citizen video review things.
Yeah, I love that.
I go with the guy that I like. There's a dude named Lush Life, and he's just sort of a straight shooter, and he kind of reviews wild videos of any kind, police stops, car crash, whatever. And I like him, so I'm going to watch his version of those clips that are on 3,000 shows.
Yeah, that used to be when it first started taking off, that the people only clicked on things they already know. That used to be the thing that made a difference, was the personality doing it. And if you were the personality that somebody liked, even that doesn't matter anymore, because now it's got to be the personality you already know. And being a brand new guy, this is like, you'll notice this a lot if you really pay attention, is now when a new personality, when somebody takes off, they just started. There is no more. I mean, I'm not saying there's none. Obviously, you'll be able to think of an example. I'm saying the vast majority now of people who take off are people who just started, and not necessarily because they're young or something either. They just come out of nowhere instantly. Their videos just boom, are major stank face, and it's no longer the thing of, well, actually, I was doing it for 10 years and then finally took off. You only just started noticing. That used to be the tale as old as time. But now it is like, no, it's literal instant success or nothing. And and I think the reason that happens is there's still a mystique to those people to some degree, where not knowing one thing, but having enough well-produced stuff kind of allows them to have that runway. It's this odd formulation. It's this odd societal ill going on in people's minds that causes all of this. But I do think that with the other problem is, you said earlier, you'll watch a guy tell you the plot of a movie because then it takes less time to get the plot. But some of the topics you talk about, it takes more time to watch you talk about them than it does to read the Wikipedia article about it. So it's got to be that perfect little sweet spot of is this info I can't really get somewhere quicker, and also is this thing I already know, and also does this seem like the format in which I want to most quickly find out about it.
Well,
is
it entertaining? Is it keeping me? But
that's the smallest issue in all of it. I've seen enough shit to know that entertaining is not really even part of the fact.
But there's a difference between those AIs I was talking about and even the most rudimentary. I wrote something down or found it somewhere, read it into a microphone, and actually went to the great lengths of getting the real crime pictures, which would take 13 seconds or something, I think there is a difference there, but I don't know if it's that major anymore. And I agree with you 100%. There is no rhyme or no reason to the instant success of people. It may, in small part, have to do with production, at least to get people started. But that's the magic of anything that's viral. It makes me funny when my bosses go, "We want to do something viral," and it's like, don't you realize that viral? I mean, you can be in that neighborhood, but viral is, what's the word of serendipity. It's just serendipity. It's what day did it come out? Was there somebody that liked it that's got some followers? Who knows? It's kind of like this spread of
You're right. You're right.
spread of rheumatic fever. It's just like, well, it just happened. We don't know how it took off, but the whole town's sick.
I agree with that. There is, that little X factor thing is definitely still a part of it too. But it's really sick. But if you're already doing stuff, you do have to sort of plan. You do have to, if you care, then you do have to think about this kind of stuff and try different things to try to make it work and keep away. Figure out. It's not about following trends either. It's about figuring out the way people's brains work when it comes to this shit. I've come to a lot of the conclusions I'm telling you, a few years back when it was less true, by the way. Ahead of the curve, kind of peeking ahead and seeing where things are going. I realized all this stuff. And that's when I decided to give up and I don't care anymore. But, I could afford doing that then. And then of course I lost my YouTube channel and then lost 15 more of them. And so that is becoming harder and harder to not care about.
Well,
it's not that hard, to be honest. It's way easier than it should be. But at a certain the next time I lose my YouTube channel, I'm probably going to have to figure some stuff out.
Well, so what you're saying is, first of all, it's pretty much hopeless for me.
No,
I
wouldn't even give you this stuff. I wouldn't even tell you this stuff if I thought it was hopeless.
Okay, so but the the thing that I have seen here, we all know that when you first get monetized or something, you get a nice start, but then that flags off, and then you get to sort of where you're going to be, and it grows as you grow and all that. But I don't have a big audience, and I don't have tons of views. However, I can see where, and correct me if I'm wrong, you do not need 3.7 million people.
No.
You need 15 to 20,000 people. And
you can live a comfortable middle class lifestyle off of such a low number of people that it would infuriate most people to figure it out. And I get this all the time. People think I have a trust fund and shit. And back in 2015, when I started doing my show full time, well, before then, because this was the lead up to me doing that. I said to myself, there's this book where they say that all any artist needs is 1,000 true fans. Just like it's who is it? I can't remember.
I don't know. I've heard that before though.
I feel like he's a black dude. I can't remember his name though. But he this guy argues that that's all you need, 1,000 true fans. And it would seem like that, in a time of great inflation and economic uncertainty and stuff, that number would have to change. But it doesn't. It somehow that has just held true eternally. That 1,000 fans number. And so back in like 2014 or so, I started thinking like, all right, I'm done doing other stuff. I've put so much time into my show. That's my thing now. I've decided. And I never set out to do, certainly not a podcast, not broadcasting, not even really to be a comedian. Even though I'd been doing comedy at that point for, 15 years or whatever. But I originally was going to, work my way into being an artist, like a cartoonist or something like that, or a graphic designer.
Mhm.
And one day I realized like I'm putting way too much time into this other thing to still even consider pursuing that other dream. That I have the 1,000 hours in. And so what I need is the 1,000 true it's 1,000 true fans. And it was Lil Devante. Yeah, I love his works. He's actually wrote the medium is the message as well. But
No.
but the point is, if you, so that was my goal. I literally set out to make 1,000 people and that doesn't mean they all have to pay either, which is the
No.
craziest part. Because the fact of the matter is that, like, if you're lucky, about 10% of anyone who's interested in what you do will pay for what you do, especially on the internet. It's probably even less on the internet because people expect things for free online.
No, on the internet, it's like 2.5% or something like that.
It's like, but there's another mental illness out there where you just think that everything should be free online. Everybody, it's so funny because everyone online is so mad at socialism, but everybody's a socialist on the internet. I deserve this for free. I should be allowed to steal. It's like the same guy who gets mad at the looters for looting is pirating movies and shit,
Yeah.
And I do understand the argue, and by the way, I'm guilty of this sometimes. I understand the argument when somebody's like, well, I would never pay for this anyway, so they're not losing money. Like I would just not see it rather than pay for it.
Right.
It's like, okay, but you are seeing it.
But, yeah,
You are doing it. If you lived in a world with no internet, then you just wouldn't be seeing it. And I wonder if maybe your tune would change. But that was my goal, was 1,000 people who are interested in what I'm doing. And I hit that and exceeded it. And the moment I'm telling you, I didn't know that was true, but the moment that was like clearly true and clearly happening was the moment I was able to just do this full time.
Yeah. Well, the problem, I'll just be honest, the problem with this show is I have maybe an hour to spend on it before I do the actual show every day.
Yeah.
And that's not good enough. I mean,
Well,
you do a tremendous amount of work on yours. Now, if I had 8 hours a day,
right,
would the show be 8 times better? Well, I think we all know that's not.
Yeah, not a chance.
But it would be better.
Well, that was part like, by the way, I'm talking about like setting a goal and achieving. That was like the last time I ever did that. So it was enough of a struggle that it's like I'll probably have to do that again here soon, and I probably should have been doing that this entire time. That's something that like successful people are always doing, and the reason I succeeded was because I did it. And then little goals here and there, sure, but I have never once sat there and went, "Here's the goal. Here's what I need to do to achieve it," and then gone for it in like a major way since then. People probably assume like if I'm having all these thoughts about what do people like and stuff that I'm trying to achieve, but no, I just think these things anyway, and then I don't act on them because I'm a critic, and so I don't have to because that's the fucking illness here. But
you've achieved some goals. I have to imagine that
only that one.
And has it been 5 years?
5 years since what?
Since we passed like 2 ships in the night, that fateful day in March of whatever year it was. February.
4, I want to say maybe.
I've been here in Dallas for one of the people will tell us, but
I think it was 4. I think it was 2020.
I think you're right.
Yeah.
So, but won't it be anyway? So I have to imagine at one point or another, you said, "Hey, well, you did. You declared a world war on me." So at some point, you had to say, "Hey, let's make Tom Gulley's sphincter not open for 3 months." and
Yeah, but that's not a goal.
and you achieve that goal.
No, that's just a show though, Tom. The World War. It's just fun. That's just filling up the time with content. And it just happened to be something that was happening that was exciting. But no, that's not what I'm talking about.
You
I'm
know,
talking about like really, really setting aside. And you're saying you only had if you don't have the 8 hours in a day to do it.
I have about a half an hour.
Right. So when I set out to do this, I said, I got to quit my job. That was step number one.
Yeah.
And I was young and I had no ability to do this though. So I had the youth factor. I did not have the money factor at all. I was broke doing this.
But
And
also, you did not have a mortgage. You didn't have
but I had a New
kids.
York City rent, which is more.
Oh, geez.
So it was way
Yeah.
more. It was more with nothing at the end of it.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I was living in New York City in some other guy's apartment, like subleasing
Subletting. Yeah. Yeah.
an apartment, and so this was make or break. I had to do it, or else I'm dead. That was literally it, and no safety net. There was no guarantee mom and dad were going to let me back in fucking 10 years down the line or anything like this. It's not the world I live in, despite what people think. And by the way, I wouldn't have done that. Like I'm not low enough down that I'd go begging for it either.
Yeah.
I'm the kind of guy who's, will find a way. I'll find a way to make it work with the least effort possible, but I will do it. And so yeah, my step number one was quitting my stupid, shitty job that was like murdering my brain. And step number two, though, was getting a different job that took less time and paid too much for what it was, and which is like a nearly impossible thing. But I just happened to be roommates with a guy that was doing extra background work in movies and TV. And so he just like showed me the ropes for that. That shit sucks, by the way. And it takes up a lot of time.
And you don't get paid that much, but it's steady if you know what you're doing.
You can just keep doing it, and you can that way you can choose your hours, and then that way I had a little bit more time to work on other stuff. And then that became so monotonous and terrible that I then just really threw my nose to the grindstone, really just tried every fucking thing. And I will say this, it just happened to line up with an era that it was maybe a little bit easier for me to do the thing that I was trying to do. I don't know that you could do that with a podcast or YouTube now, what I did. Or at least I couldn't. But it happened to all kind of work out, and it happened to, and I stopped having to have a real job or even the fake job of being an extra in TV shows at 4,000 YouTube subscribers, which is not 1,000 true fans by like 4,000 YouTube subscribers. It means nothing because YouTube subscribers is a meaningless number. People will click subscribe and they don't give a shit. They'll never watch you again. And other people will watch you all the time and never click subscribe.
Yeah.
It's a totally meaningless number.
My subscribers, it's like they flatline. It's like it's where it's been for months right this minute, not getting any bigger. But my podcast, the podcast I did, it did okay, and I kept doing it. And I noticed that the podcast market was becoming just insanely flooded. Like and I imagine this live streaming thing is somewhat similar right now. Because
it has been for a while now. I mean, that's part of the problem with StreamYard. StreamYard is allowing anyone to. It's allowing the stank faces to do it.
Yeah. And I see people like Sniper Wolf, and I'm like, well, I mean, there's one aspect there that makes me go, if I had boobs, I'd have a mansion. But even the way she speaks and the formula, I can't believe that. And all the faces and the preening, just the preening, it is so it's just so moronic. And good God, she's
You know what's crazy about her?
millionaire.
You know what's insane about her is her entire thing is stolen from a much
Yes,
more unknown
she took it and
YouTuber
ran and kept that chick under her feet. Here's another thing.
to the most insane degree I've ever seen, ever.
The exact haircut, the exact lipstick, the exact
Sh
eyebrow.
She bought the same dress as this is what's the actual girl's name? Azzyland or something.
Yeah.
This girl is just doing her thing. She had a fairly good following, nothing millions or anything, I don't think at the time, but she did this tour of her house wearing this red dress. This Sniper Wolf girl not only did this a tour of her house, but made her house look the same as the other girl, and then bought the same red dress to do the video in and got millions off of it. And this is the thing no one will understand. Everybody wants to fucking roll their eyes when I talk about this shit. But there are people at the top that just straight up stole from people that you've never heard of. And no one will ever believe it because you've never heard of those people.
And
And it's wild.
well, and she's got so much clout with YouTube and everything else now. They're just, I tell you, look, if you look at, and I know you already know all this stuff. She had armed robbery. She had all this criminal past, and then kind of a hot girl. She's dolled herself up since she got the money, but she's with this oafish behemoth who just happened to be really good at all the computer and social media and production stuff. He basically created her on Twitch, where she was live stream game playing, and she wasn't playing the games, someone else was. Then he took her and he created her whole persona. He created her entire sort of look in terms of the way that those shows are produced. And he kind of created her. And the contract that they have between them kind of says, I made you, and if we part ways, you owe me a lot of money because of that. But she is a total contrivance, 100% contrivance.
Absolute pimp.
Yeah, and then there was that guy that kept calling her out. Oh God, his videos on her, that she then had somebody go by his house. Or no, it was her. She videotaped his house. There was a big fracas over that. YouTube says, well, we're not going to let her make money on that kind of stuff. Well, she just threw it onto her clip channel and she made money there. So
yeah, I got banned while that was going on from one of my YouTube channels. And so I said to them, here's a creator who has how come it's a two-tiered system here where this million subscriber creator is allowed to wildly break your, and they're like, well, we've taken action. I talked to somebody at YouTube and they said, we've taken action against that creator and they're not able to, we have actually punished them. I'm like, they're uploading stuff to a second channel, which by the way, according to your rules is
circumvention of technology.
Circumvention. And so how are they allowed to do that? And they're like, it's not about them. You're in trouble. I was like, okay, come on, man.
Yeah. I love how they also, the dude that was hammering her, he was a lesser, but I mean, I think he still had 1 million subs. It's just, she has what, 25 million or some insane number like that. Yeah. Anyway, they made him, it's like they blamed the victim. They're both fault. Both parties are somewhat at fault. And it's like, are you saying he's at fault for having review videos of her? That doesn't seem, are you going to take down all the review videos you've got? But it was pretty obvious. I mean, here's the thing. That 30%, man, I'm pretty salty about it. And I know that at the rate that she's making money, it's not 30%. But YouTube takes a big ass chunk. And somebody like that, of course they're going to protect her.
Yeah, that's always the case. They always it's a completely two-tiered system, and that's the case on every platform. That's even smaller platforms, even especially if you're making them money.
Yeah.
Which, like, that's the funniest part about with the YouTube one is like people assume it's a money thing with YouTube that these creators are bringing, but really the creators aren't bringing them that much money. When it comes to like pure just the ad sales on their videos and whatever.
Super
It's
chats,
it's not well, it's not even all just that. They
memberships.
YouTube and Google make their money, but more importantly, their power over information gathering.
Yeah.
Data is their currency. And so when you're ever confused about anything that YouTube or Google are doing, you just need to think about that. And so in reality, this is sick. But so YouTube had this big hubbub a few years back about like number one, catering to pedophiles, and like
Yeah.
they had to do this whole thing where they, now you have to label every video as is this made for kids, and they've got a different system if your video is made for kids where you're not allowed to comment and all this stuff. But here's the problem with that: you're not allowed to comment. If you're not allowed to interact with, is if there's less tools with stuff for kids, they are gathering less data on it. And so the real secret here is all of these top YouTube guys, especially the ones they protect, guess who their audience really is? Even ones that seem like their audience would be skew a little older, most of them have extremely young audiences. And because they seem like they skew older, they mark that their videos are skewed not for children. And so those children are now allowed to comment on and interact with and all that kind of stuff. And just like big tobacco, big data wants them young, wants to get them in on the ground floor, get them addicted. Big social media wants you addicted young. So they need that data. So in reality, it's not even about the money. That's the scariest part. It's not about the money. It's about being able to track your child when it comes to those people. So the people who there can be you've everybody can think of some huge creator that got screwed over by YouTube that had millions of subscribers, and even their position did not save them. There's always one or two of those guys. And think for if you can name one of those people in your head, just ask yourself, does it seem like they might have secretly had a child audience? And if the answer is no, you know why YouTube did not save them. Nobody talks about this. Nobody seems to be aware of it, but that is what's really happening is, big data trying to get them while they're young, trying to get those big tobacco numbers.
All you have to do.
Not you, Tom Gulley, though, because you started smoking when you were 55 years old.
I
So
know, like an idiot. All you have to do, and I don't know what it is on a inferior piece of junk Windows computer, a PC, but on a Mac, all you have to do is open up Google Chrome, then open up your activity monitor, play a video, do anything you want, and look at the amount of memory and everything. And that's because it is eating data at an absolutely voluminous rate, or setting up whatever computer properties that it needs to gather data when you interact with someone. The commercial cost of your data. People say, oh, Facebook's free, so you shouldn't be complaining. Well, guess what? I'm already paying them, and I'm paying them in data to get the average cost to just acquire somebody's name, email address, and what's the third one? It's not even phone number. It's another benign thing. You need 3 basic pieces of data. Could be zip code, could be whatever the third piece is. If you have those 3 pieces, the metadata is such that now they can find out exactly who you are. They don't need your address. They'll find it from those 3 pieces of information. It's the whole floodgates open once you get those 3, whatever they are. That's worth money. It's worth a lot of money. Companies pay about $50 a head to get new data lists, and those aren't even guaranteed people that are going to want to do business with them. $50. That's kind of salty. You know what I mean?
well, I Google prints money. They don't need. It's not about money.
Well, I'm just bitching about the fact that as a creator, you would like to get closer to doing what you did and either working less or not at all and devoted all your time to that. Jesus, when I got a partner that's taking a third off the top.
Yeah.
Uh,
Well, here's how you know it's not about money with them, by the way, because any normal company would go, okay, here's a way we can make some money. How about this? You are allowed to do more. Maybe the rules are less strict because we're not running ads on your videos, but you just pay a monthly subscription to use the site. And by the way, that would be like a better business model too, because think of how much data they're having to store and back up and serve the bandwidth and everything. So if you're paying them for the privilege of using the website, that would be great for them if it was about money. And they don't do that because it ain't about money.
yeah.
And they have to keep the advertisers happy, but then who are these advertisers that are really mad about this stuff? You've seen ads on videos that are terrible. They're serving these ads blindly. Nobody knows on the internet where their ads are showing up despite paying whatever ridiculous amounts they are. None of it's about money.
They
Not one.
know, but you'll never know.
If they had a subscription based system where you could pay to use it, that would turn off some people, and some people wouldn't use the site thinking they had to do that. Even if they didn't make that a requirement, they would think there would be a certain number of people that would just not use the platform whatsoever as a result. And so they're not going to do anything like that ever because they need every single person.
I
that
got to
they
be honest. I rarely watch anything but YouTube now.
Yeah.
I occasionally will turn the TV on for a game or something. Once in a while, I've got 500 movies here. I'll put one in. I'm on YouTube all the time. My father is 86 years old. He doesn't watch anything but YouTube, pretty much. Most of the people and the numbers for both viewership, but the really staggering number is how many hours of new content are downloaded or uploaded, to YouTube per second. It's a crazy number. It's like 50,000 hours per second.
Yeah.
You couldn't keep up with it, and it's insane. But that's where it's going.
And the average person doesn't understand the cost of that. Like the cost of providing that for free,
yeah,
as YouTube does.
yeah.
The cost of that is immense. Your head in your head, it is immeasurable. You could not do the calculation on it, which and these guys are blasting holes into mountains to create data centers to serve this shit to you, which is an expense that must be ungodly itself. So it can't be about money. They've got money. They've got super villain volcano layer money. They're getting it from other places, and
They're getting it from Google Ads search.
no, they're getting
Search
it from
ads, Google search ads. Google search ads, they're all behind. Why? You're right. It's not the money. It's the data.
They're selling you. When something is free online, that means you are the product. When you don't have to pay for its use, you are the thing being bought and sold.
Well, and also they're taking money for ads, but the money's not, it's a Trojan horse. They want the data that those ads are going to generate. In other words, people are going to openly search for something. It's proactive. It's not like Facebook ads, where if you like hiking boots, well, okay, they're going to show you sweaters and warm pants and all this other stuff, and they're going to put it in your feed there. And maybe you've never hiked in your life. You just like the way the boots look. You have an affinity for it, but you're not proactively seeking it out. Google search ads, you're proactively seeking out. You're saying, hey, I want to find out about this one thing. And when you do that, they grab that data, and it's it's like those things that feed fish on their own. The fish can feed themselves. It's like, oh yeah, put the ad out there. Let's see what comes in.
But
And
the funny part is I think with ads, they don't even work. I don't think I think the vast majority of advertisement does not work and never has. Like
well,
there's no I don't know if there's any study on this whatsoever,
there
but
there are.
I truly don't believe that for most people that advertisements ever work. For the amount of ads you consume with your eyes and ears, on a daily basis,
Thousands and thousands every day.
I the number of hits that they get off of you, meaning you actually bought something because you saw the ad, even if it was just, one in a pile of having had that idea put in your brain. I'm counting that too. I feel like the hits are so low that advertising dollars should be, it's nearly free at that point. Like, I don't think they function. And I think Google must know this.
Well,
There's no possible way that they wouldn't have the data to know if the
well,
ads even function or not. And of course, they're never going to say that because they do make some money off of it. But again, they're mostly just selling your data,
well,
and that's
there's
where their money's coming.
those ads are data stimulators. Now, it's from a business standpoint, you don't care how many clicks and hits and all that. You care about conversions and the cost of acquisition.
Harder. Okay, he clicked away.
Ah,
Um,
beautiful.
how deeper is he into this stream?
He's 2 hours in.
It took him this long to finally get to you. They've been forcing him to watch wheelchair guy videos the whole episode. And people keep saying Tom Gulley made you run away and all this stuff, and he was like having to deal with that, and that he's scared of Pod Awful. Um,
Yeah.
so he just clicked away. He's now just looking at your YouTube channel. Let's see if he's gonna click on anything here. Okay, yeah, he stopped it actually. I don't know if he even saw us go silent, but it was a fun bit. It was a
Yeah.
fun bit, and, yeah, he's just looking he's actually too afraid to hear what we might say live knowing that we might see it. No audio from Jesse. Yeah, true. True, no audio from either of us.
Well, it worked in here, I guess. But yeah, it's the Google ads, cost of acquisition. It's like, how much does it cost us to get a sale? And that function is really, how good are you at targeting, A/B testing your messaging, and a lot of other things that way, because it does not make sense unless you really super optimize how you're reaching people and the message that you're giving them to buy. But the Google ads are the only real ads that I've ever been able to track properly to sales. Facebook gives you tremendous awareness, but it's not very pertinent to making a sale. The other thing about it is this, that advertising, I've always felt, cannot really make you buy anything. All it can do is create a favorable predisposition. That's it. It's, if you see that thing and you've seen the ad and you like the ad, maybe you will be more inclined to purchase it. Advertising cannot make you buy something that you do not need. You do that. But Yeah, advertising's yeah. Don't get me started. If I could go
Well,
back, I wouldn't have gone into advertising at all.
I mean, I think it's a fair thing. I wonder if, I was thinking about this. Does Google have its own advertising agency? Like, do they make ads for companies?
Yes, yes, they do.
They do? Because I
Yeah.
was gonna say if they don't do that, then that's a terrifying thing at this point. But I don't know. I just truly do believe that most of Google's the vast majority of their income, the thing that lets them blast a hole in a mountain comes from dark, dark money. Scary underground fucking, dark web dealings of your data, selling it to literally terrorists and like knowingly doing that too, not like, oh, they're getting tricked into it, knowingly selling it off to the worst, absolute,
Well,
horrifying people and highest bidders.
if you had that data, who wouldn't you sell it to?
Yeah, well, exactly. Yeah,
Yeah,
especially if you're that company. But
it's just numbers. It's just people's behavior online. It's not like you're selling state secrets. You
like
know,
Google probably hates data breaches. When people's pass or like when some website has a bad fucking SQL or some shit and all your emails and stuff get out there because then that's shit they can't sell. Now it's out there for free.
yeah.
I bet that's like panic day at the real part of Google headquarters, the secret part that only certain people are allowed access into. They're probably having a full-on nuclear meltdown mode in there where red, sirens are going off and the red lights are flashing. It's like, fuck, 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 guys. We got to, all right, make something happen where everybody has to make a new Gmail account today. Um, that's probably the most terrifying thing they ever experienced.
No, not the most terrifying thing.
Yeah. Well, it's certainly not Queen Nassim.
No, the lady capping herself out in the square might have been more scary. Remember that?
Yeah, Queen Nassim.
Yeah, yeah,
You're talking about the lady who shot at 3 people, missed, and then killed herself?
yeah.
Yeah, I wish that fucking shit scared them. Nope. I'm not gonna say what I feel about that situation because it'll harm your channel,
Yeah.
but, and it'll also send me to jail again.
Well, also, it was a result of them changing their compensation policy. That's what drove her batty.
It was a result of all of their policies, and she was right. And you do look into what she said in her videos if they haven't been completely memory hold. She, especially at the time, she was very, very right about those things. And she's not the only. She's just the one who had the gas money. That's it. Who had the time. She's the type of, she was the person who set a goal and tried to enact it. And unfortunately, women have bad aim. But
Well,
one day, some enterprising young man will get the gas money, and things might go a little different. Is all I'm saying. I'm not saying it should, but I'm saying look out. By the way, a very similar thing happened at Facebook one time. Nobody talks about this. Nobody seems to be aware of it. I don't even remember the person who did it.
Yeah.
But a guy showed up to the Facebook headquarters, and Mark Zuckerberg was like, he got to Mark Zuckerberg's office. He got that far. He was on the floor where Zuckerberg's office was. Zuckerberg wasn't there at the time. In fact, I guess no one was, because I think this is another like essentially bloodless shooting.
Yeah.
But the crazy thing is about try all these companies, these like big tech companies, they want to have the cool office.
Open form,
Oh yeah. So it was a big open, warehouse loft style office with just glass partitions. So you could see so Zuckerberg's office was in this glass partition thing, and he shot out all the glass and shit, but there was nobody there. But he got that far. Like that's interesting shit. I'm assuming these incidents probably made them up their security, and maybe that would be harder to happen now. But that's not the lesson they should have learned from it. You want to do preventative
Yeah.
measures, not secure, not a defense. The best offense is a good
Defense. Yeah.
defense in this scenario where hey, stop doing the evil shit. Stop doing the shit that makes a person go, "What the fuck am I supposed to do? I guess I've only got one option."
Yeah. Well,
That's the problem part, and they never learn that. Unfortunately, no one's taught them that lesson. But
well,
one day, somebody
yeah. Well, it's tough because apparently the guy got 17 likes on the shooting from no-
he's
from
lucky to get
face,
that.
from Facebook employees.
Yeah,
So
he'd be
yeah,
lucky to
it's
get that.
so
He would have done a better job just trying to poke them, but he couldn't find where the button was anymore.
yeah, it's like, I was messing around with my Facebook account the other day, and I don't know how I got to the poke section, and I was looking at all these. And I'm like, I'm glad I never ever poked anybody back, and like I never ever did. It's like so and so poked you. It's like if it was real life, you just go stop that, and you move on with your day. So, is there anything else I can do to improve this show?
No, otherwise it's perfect. Just bring me on more often. That'd be helpful.
Anytime you want, man. I don't care. Mr. Weed was streaming it, but he died with the other 4 people left. Yeah. So, well, I'm hoping that they have a heck of a show. I think it's really stupid for a show like theirs that clearly took them 2 and I don't know how long to get to me. I'm not a big draw. Why wouldn't you, even if you were going to do things about me, why wouldn't you make some other topic the main thing that is likely to get? Yeah. It's because that's going to be the funny part. Well, Tom Gulley only gets like 10 views a show. Yes, and you've decided to feature me on one of your programs.
When he finally went to look at us live, we had more viewers than he did, so it looked kind of pathetic, you know.
Wow.
And I forgot to, tell people about this because I was dead and asleep. So, it probably could have been more had I built this up a little. I do apologize. That's kind of sucks of me for not hyping this
It
up a
doesn't.
bit
It
more,
doesn't. It absolutely doesn't matter.
but we do have more people watching than quad. You know what though? Do you think if you gave him the StreamYard link to this show, do
Mhm.
you think he would have the balls to show up?
Oh, I know he would show up.
Really?
Oh,
I
yeah.
don't think he would.
He might not if you were here.
That's why. Oh, I'm saying this show when
Oh, okay.
just
Right
here
now.
right now.
No, he would not. Because the last time, see, now when he comes, see, he follows me places. And I just like the other night, on your Discord, he came in and I was just didn't say anything, didn't do anything. And he didn't say anything to me. I was on a show that he came on. God, I can't for the life of me remember what it was. And I asked him a question and had a little conversation with him, but he's still butthurt from the very first time I ever spoke to him. So,
Yeah.
but I doubt he wants any of this smoke. And I know he doesn't want any of yours. He's not a real quick thinker. He's not very knowledgeable.
He's also not a quick runner.
No, not a great scaler of mountain walls.
Well, unfortunately, there is this sort of effect that happens every once in a while where I, make fun of a guy, embarrass him, in mostly unintentionally, by the way,
Yeah.
or like I unintentionally, absolutely embarrass a guy to his very core,
Like,
and then the rest of his life is spent just trying to become pod awful as a result. This has happened a few times, and I do think that part of his coverage of you tonight is because of me, and I think that is why he barely did it. I think you. By the way, just to be clear, Tom invited me on this program a few days back before we knew that this show
Oh
the
yeah.
Quadfather is doing was going. So I'm not. This is completely coincidental. I'm on here. It's complete coincidence, and I do think my presence here has sort of soured his taste of trying to do his own Tom Gulley takedown.
You did 19 shows on me.
Is it that many?
There's 19 shows that have me as part of the tag. So you at least mention me or something. So he's got no real material to work with, but he would love to have the audience that you have, to have your followers who are really cool, 99% of them, and really awesome. He would, and have obviously participated in a lot of the things that you've done to have fun and or torture people on the internet. And he would love to have one fucking minion, and he doesn't.
Well, I mean, I don't dislike Quadfather or nothing, but I'm begging him not to go the mill hip route where he's just trying to do pod off. I know I gave him a bunch of advice on how to do a podcast, so maybe that's my fault. But please, for the love of God, just find your own guys, make fun of your own things. Because in a 2-hour long stream that he's now been doing, he talked about you, the guy in the thumbnail, for maybe 8 minutes, and I'm being generous.
Well, Adam Goldstein is even worse. That's very true.
Oh yeah,
he's can't handle the Gulley smoke. Technically, Tom invented Gulley bombing. It's
another piece of tricknology. Yes.
Just so
doesn't work anymore. By the way, because of our efforts on YouTube, they broke Gulley bombing. They've like revamped everything.
Truthfully, if I didn't directly encounter him or mention of him, I would never think about him again. And I don't say that like I'm this grand, glorious thing, but there's just nothing there.
Can we try to get him in here and hear what his thought was about it? Because I haven't actually listened to any of his shows.
About what?
Whatever. I want to know what in the 8 minutes he bothered attempting to even speak about you. I want to know what his thing, like, what's his holdup? He's trying to call you a lol cow, and it's like, okay, then where's the milk?
But am I a lol cow?
I don't think so. No,
I don't either. But I don't really know what. I mean, probably don't know that. That's just someone that is 100% to be made ridicule of.
Well, somebody in his chat, because when I went over to see if he was talking about you, I happened to notice somebody in his chat said a lol cow is somebody who causes their own problems. Excuse me. And the basic definition of a lol cow is someone that can easily be made to react. And that's you milking. That's why they're a cow. You're milking them for content.
Okay.
So you can. This is the strange thing is like a lot of the people who follow lol cow say you're not supposed to mess with them, but then how do you milk them? That doesn't make any sense. There's always somebody who's got to be messing with them, and so it's somebody who has some trolls, and they always react, and they always give the funny, over the top reaction. That's like the most generous version.
Very
Caravello. Yes, for sure. And so you have been that, but and I do believe part of the equation is being not self-aware. You are self-aware enough that you stopped being that. So I don't consider you to be a lolcat. I do consider you a goon because you're somebody I talk about and to on the show, and that's just what that is. But goons are both, friend and foe of my show, so that's not a big deal. But I don't consider you to be a lolcat, and that's why I'd die to know what he thought. What in 8 minutes? What did he? Oh, he's got a Reddit that Pod Awful made back when there was something to talk about, fucking 4 years ago, and then he briefly looked at us live, then got scared because I was on here, and then looked at your live page, like just your list of live videos. He had some sort of remarks for that amount of time, and then now he's on to other things again, I guess. So
See, I just don't have any he's thirsty.
can
So
I
he
give him
wants
the link?
even oh no. I don't want to talk.
Oh
We're
man,
having such a nice time here.
I would kill to know what he has to say.
I don't really care to know.
I just want to see if he would even show up. I really don't think he would, but
I just don't want to get any of that slap fight with those guys. It's
Can we take some calls?
My experience has been is when you ignore them and you make it impossible for them to interact with you, it drives them crazier.
Well, yeah, I mean, yes. Yeah, 100%.
And he's not going to bring anything here that would benefit me or
see, I wouldn't recommend you doing it without me here, but I'm the buff. I'm allowed to do this sort of stuff. I don't know why.
We should do it on your show then.
But somehow I'm allowed. Oh, he's ending his show now. His show is over. His show's fucking over now. He didn't talk about you at all, basically. It's insane.
Well, and then see that's all
like a montage video of people in wheelchairs falling down and set it to yakety sax or some shit that we can just sit here and look at for a minute. Something. I don't know.
The Benny Hill music.
Yeah.
I just I don't know. That's an out maybe for him to say, well, in the end, I didn't really do anything. It's like, oh, no, I don't care what you do. Do 100 shows. Do none.
Well, I am interested to see if he's going to try to like act like it was 4D chess and go, I knew that Pod Awful was going to be, because that's not true. He didn't know that I was going to be on. So
not till 2 o'clock today.
Yeah. And he was already planning to do his show about you at that point. So I just do want to hear what his cope would be about that, but I guess I can just listen back. Can we take a few calls though?
Oh, would you like to take calls?
I would love to take calls. If people
I just can't wait for certain words that
no, nobody do that.
Damn it.
Yeah, if we can. Guys, the number to beat, put this into your speed dial. All right, 972-994-6822 is the number to call if you'd like to get in on the action here at the Tom Gulley Show. Wow. With guest Pod Awful. Me, I'm Pod.
And I'm awful.
Yeah.
He's Pod and I'm awful. Anyway, let's see here. I do have phone lines are open, 972-994-6822. Get in right now, and you can speak to well-known internet personality Jesse P.S.
This is your only chance to talk to me, your best friend, Jesse. I'm very hard to reach on the internet. I don't talk to anybody. I'm sort of a guy who keeps to himself. And so if you would like, this might be your only opportunity to ever speak to me and Tom Gulley.
Yeah. We're two guys that think people should be able to bring Kool-Aid to put it in the drinking. Do you remember Jim and John or whatever those guys were?
I have no idea.
They did overnights over the whole country, and they were the lamest people. And all their promos were, we're two guys who think bikinis ought to be see-through. They were just awful, the most awful form of radio.
I agree with those two guys. They got some good ideas, actually. I would like to see the ladies' private parts through her bikini. In fact, how about outlaw the bikini entirely? That way I could see their tits and their fucking hoo-has and all that shit. That'd be great. So these guys sound like they're on the ball. If you'd like to talk to us about a lady's tits and her hoo-ha, give us a call at 911.
The Vayaya. We'd like your ladies' thoughts on Vayaya.
I don't know. I just thought it'd be a fun little treat to get people to call.
I did too, but let me just double make sure this thing's
people
working.
Might not even be paying attention to this.
Made me log in differently. Let's see.
Guys, give us a call, 972-994-6822. If Tom can figure out how Skype works, we will take your call.
Well, no, Skype always makes these weird updates.
Yeah. So.
No, we're working. I just did a sample call, so it's working. Nobody's calling in, and
the two easiest guys to ever reach just anytime. Yeah, probably nobody's gonna call in.
Well, people get worried about calling in, and they're fearful of it for some reason. The only reason I'm even doing a live streaming show was the thought was that there would be a lot of call-ins, and I think you would recognize that when I was still in Utah, I did get a lot of calls. Now, I'm not talking about the ones from you guys. I'm talking about I got calls from just people, and then when you guys came along, those shows were just ding, 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 hello, and word, and word.
Remember when we would fax you and you would sit there and count the number of times I lost my YouTube channel?
Yeah, I didn't know that was a fax, but
That's what those beeps were. We were just sending faxes to your phone.
Okay. I remember some other faxes that were sent.
Oh, well, that wasn't me. That was somebody else. That wasn't me. But
those images later appeared on your website.
Okay, I made the images. I didn't fax.
I know. I
didn't tell anyone.
And the great part was that the person who did it used one of those free fax services that turns your fax into an email.
Yeah.
So I didn't even have to leave the house. If you must know the truth of it, and this is the God's honest truth, I turned my resignation into the school district the day before you guys sent all that stuff.
Really? What the fuck?
Well, I knew I was going to come back to Dallas. I was done in Utah. So imagine you're the business manager of that whole school system, and then the technology director, my boss, and a guy resigns from a school system. And the very next day, you get all this information from a fax. It might look like somebody was.
Oh my God, that was the most terrible.
Yeah. And believe me, when they called and said we received some faxes, my stomach dropped.
Oh my God.
Down to the center of the earth. And then the technology director, who actually had a lot on the ball, she went, don't worry about it. We've already looked into this. We already know about Jesse.
They were all technically like true statements. They were worded a little funky, but they were technically true statements.
Actually, I agree with you, except for one of them I remember was like, well, it's like if we're going to be technical and bone me in the ass, then I'm going to be technical back. And this one here, technically, and of course, you know how pedantic I am, but it doesn't really matter. They were cool about it. And but it was, and this all happened on a day that it might have been one of our professional development days or something. It was a day that I wasn't even out of bed yet. And so it was like 9 a.m. So when you have to get up and be at school at 7 to let if you get a chance to sleep in, you'll do it. And so I'm still in bed, and she's calling with all this stuff because she could monitor her faxes from her home. And so that was quite a first thing in the morning. And congratulations, because seriously, for about 30 seconds, I was like, oh my God, now I'm gonna have to go.
Hey, work, I'm leaving town. I just happen to be skipping town. I'm never coming back. Don't worry about anything you ever see from me. Bye.
Yeah. Well, thank you. See, then I thought, now I'm gonna have the greasy, sweaty, uncomfortable, constantly thinking everything you say is sounding like a really poorly made excuse. Like, you're not going to believe this, but there's this guy. I think he lives in New York, maybe Richmond, Virginia. I don't know. But his stock and trade is picking on poor, interested people like me and doing just this thing. He's got thousands of followers, and them looking at me with their Mormon faces going, uh-huh.
Yeah, it sounds like you're just
tell us about the guy again. What's he look like?
Is he
Okay.
in the room with us right now?
What's he look like? Okay, he's got really long straight hair like Carly Simon back in the day. He wears John Lennon glasses. He's got a goatee. Says he's 6'6", but his IMDb says he's 5'9".
6'7", and I didn't make that IMDb. Somebody did that as a joke to say I'm 5'9".
Okay, so
I don't have a legitimate. I would never make an IMDb for myself. Just to be clear.
yeah. So anyway, long story short of it is, it was like a 30, 45 seconds of terror, but after that there was zero terror.
Scott says the number's not working, and I know he is actually trying to call in. So,
but I just called it.
I know. That's what I said to him. I
Scott's
said he
calling
just
from Australia.
yeah, but he's using Skype, and so it's and I know he knows how to work it. He's done it for years. So, can we give? Can I give Scott the stream? He won't do anything. Can I give him the StreamYard? He wants to call in, but it's not working for him.
Scott, you want me to give Scott the stream?
I can give it to him if you want, but
no. The most insidious probably has been waiting, and
he's not going to do anything.
See, here's the thing. I really want to do it, but
the Clam King.
I'm thinking of Scott's 1 second of going, oh, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have done that. And then the years of me having to endure his laughter in the Discord.
Yeah, I mean, I'm doing the same thing right now. I'm laughing at a thing that shouldn't have happened to you.
Well, I'm trying to think of a way I can get his information and I can call him.
And Turkatron says nobody is. I think the number's not working, man. I think these guys would have tried to call in.
Or maybe some of them are calling on numbers that were blocked in the past.
Wait, what is it? Wait, hang on. I was reading that last chat. I just watched the Co-Horrible for the first time where the girl Bridget drove from California to audition for co-host. I will force that episode into any conversation I can. It's incredible. Best boy, do you know that I dated that girl? I was with her for months. That was insane. Yeah, come on. Let's let Scott in. Scott's not going to do anything bad, man. I promise. Scott, don't do anything bad at all, please. I'm serious.
I am sorry, but it's working for my number, so I know it works.
Can you allow? Because the only real bad thing he could do is something visual. Can you do it where it's just you on screen and then we can't see him, and then that way he can't fuck around? There's a way to do that with StreamYard.
I know there's a way to do it, but see, I have to put him on screen first to do that.
I don't think so. I think you can set it where it's just you, because people do this to us all the time. I think you can just put you up there and then still have him in audio on the show.
I just have Scott's voice in my head going, well, come on, mate. You should have known better than to put me on your live stream. I mean,
okay, so he gave you his Skype, I think. There, can you call him?
What is that? I'll give it a shot. Let me
Yeah,
give it a shot. Let's see. What's that? Scott Porta Potty. Scott Jason.
Oh no.
Let me see.
I wouldn't do that to you, Tom. I would never do anything.
Of course, we're mates. We watch the
Tom.
We watch the footy.
Oh, Tom, come on, man.
That's a really good imitation. I would also say, you could always have him talk to me from your Discord if you have your computer set up properly.
Oh, yeah. Well, that would be like so many fucking different levels of nonsense, though. When in reality, the problem is that your Skype's just not working.
Do you use what's it called here? Dang on it. Loopback.
No.
Okay, I'm going to try this. We'll see what happens here.
My mixer has a built-in function that allows USB through. So that's how I
Let's see if we can get him.
Yeah, nobody seems.
It says he's online.
But he is. I know he is. See, so something's going on with your Skype, man. I'm not messing around.
Well, I searched for that name.
Can I give him the link? He's not. I promise you, he won't do anything. I promise you. Do you know how many times I've had to sit there and watch Scott call in to a StreamYard to quote unquote prank them, and all he does is talk to them for 5 hours like a normal guy. Like that's his idea of a prank, is to sit there and just be himself on camera. He thinks that's the prank. So
hold on a second here. Let me see if I can get him, because I'm guaranteeing you
I
this
would love to talk to you on here.
He talks to me like okay.
He loves talking. He loves talking over you for sure.
It says here, oh God, he talks over everybody. It's just, here's the thing, Jesse. I am really not wanting my show to turn into a mini series on the history of Australia.
Yeah, he's not going to do that.
I mean,
he's not going to do it. If you don't bring it up, it won't come up.
I
don't want to hear about it either. I've got enough Australia in my life already.
Be talking about air and everything. As the oxygen you're breathing right now originated near Kookaburra. And, I'm just not. I'm not. That particular handle, it says he's not on.
Well, he's definitely on. So something weird's going on here, man. He's definitely on.
I suppose I could give mine out. Everybody's got the number anyway, right?
Yeah, it's the numbers, the same thing. But that's the problem. It's the same thing.
Well,
your number,
look, this is turning into, gosh, the only solution is bring him on.
I promise you that's not, because somebody else tried to call too and they couldn't get through. Who was it?
It was Turkatron, and I'm saying they were probably blocked in the Great Purge of 2020.
Well, that might be the issue. Scott was probably blocked then. That might actually be it, Scott.
Please. There we go. Now he's got it.
Nothing to worry.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah,
there we are. Hey, Tom.
Scott was originated in Australia.
Nightmare. I'll tell you.
What?
You want my camera on as well? You want to see my beautiful face?
I'd rather not.
Okay. I'm going to turn my camera on.
We can't see it.
I can see it.
Tom can see me.
That's what's important.
Wow, you're a lot heavier than I thought you were.
That's not true, Tom.
That's why I'm not coming on camera.
You can have some of the coleslaw.
Tom, I can't believe that you wouldn't give me the StreamYard link. This takes our friendship a few steps back. I thought we were a lot further along than this, but there's not much trust between us, I guess.
Wow.
I'm waiting for you to say something I disagree with.
I mean, did you know that Tasmania in Australia has the cleanest air in the world?
I knew it. What's the over-under on this? That was you actually under.
You asked for that, Tom. You asked for it. Go on.
You brought up air, and I had to give you some facts.
Yeah. Okay, what was your favorite part of all that went on during what we call the Troubles?
Look, you know what? I never really had much of a problem with you. I thought you were a good sport through most of it. I certainly wasn't a huge part of the Gulley bombing. I definitely like to watch you get angry and get frustrated at us, keep calling in. That was a big part for me. But we talked about it earlier. I mean, we had form with people like you. There was that other radio guy, Mike Allen. He never really made it onto the show. He wasn't really he wasn't really as successful as a goon. But we ran him off the internet. I mean, that was relatively successful. He went places,
Yeah, he went somewhere. This guy named Mike Allen, who is a radio, supposed. Was he really on the radio, Scott? I can't remember.
I don't know.
Mike Allen
used
is. He's a guy
used to,
that would do high school football games on the weekend.
Yes.
That's right.
And
Yeah, he wrote.
he fancied himself a radio man for sure. And
Do you remember when we got Mike Allen to turn his entire house into a studio? In one room, he had like a live band. In another room, he had his friends, and he had to keep crossing between different rooms in his house.
He had to like throw out furniture just to make this happen, and then it only lasted for like a month of him doing his show.
Because we teased him so much about the production value of his show.
Yeah. And then he kept saying, I'm not going anywhere. And then he literally, not only did he leave the internet, but then he moved into an RV and went everywhere. Like, the guy has never gone more anywhere than that. It's crazy. That was his signature line. I'm not going anywhere. And then he had to say it in the back of an RV he was living in.
Didn't Mike Allen reach out to you?
It's my own show now.
Didn't Mike Allen reach out to you, Tom?
Oh, yes, he did reach out to me. Yes, he did.
Yeah, I knew that.
I didn't really respond to him too much, but somebody, it was either you or Smoke King, called me up, and we had a long discussion. And at one point in time, the thing I remember about the conversation was that they said something about if you had to, would you steal to feed your family? And I said no. I said, not even bread, loaf of bread, something that's not too bad. And I started, and then they said something that made me mad, and I kept calling them bread stealer.
Yeah, I think that was me. I remember because you were going on about us being convicts and stuff like that. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. It's a classic trope.
It's a bread stealer.
We haven't really lived that one down here in Australia.
Yeah.
Well, I love forcing Scott onto other people. Something about it.
Get along great. We had like a long discussion last night, like well into past my bedtime.
I bet you fucking did.
Politics and all kinds of stuff. Don't really, I remember one time where you were supposed to like go out with your ex-girlfriend. You're not with her anymore, and you said that no, I've got something I've really got to do with her. I've got stuff planned with her. And we kept talking. And I remember telling Jesse, I said, Jesse, I guarantee you I can make this guy stay on for like 12 hours. And I kept you watching Supercars with me. We played.
The issue was that we were supposed to do something in the morning.
Oh,
she did not want me staying up. And she kept coming in, and I kept going, 1 minute. We kept talking, and when I say kept talking, when I say we
pretending to talk to somebody, we still don't know that she exists.
When I say talking, I mean me agreeing with Scott when he tells me something about Australia that nobody would ever care about.
Because I know you love the history, Tom.
Yeah, I do.
You're a man of culture.
I do.
Yeah.
Did you guys know Australia does not have any car manufacturing capability? I know.
Yeah.
I know. I see the room count dropping. You're all leaving to go tell your friends and relatives.
No, the room count's going up, man. This is, everyone. It's like 2 p.m. here in the afternoon, prime time on Saturday afternoon. People are kicking back in their lounges, popping open a brewski. Everyone's getting ready.
Hell yeah, brother.
For a long chat.
Scott and I get along very well. I always like it when Scott's in the chat.
And you wouldn't even let me have your StreamYard link.
See, this is what I'm talking about, Tom. Is like Scott's quote unquote trolling is literally just talking normal for him. It's like there's something just about him that feels like you're being pranked.
No, he knows how insidiously annoying he can be. Yeah. And so he just figures if he stays on the line long enough, he doesn't have to do anything but be himself.
But I know so many people who try to make that work. I know so many people who do that, and it doesn't. It does work when most people. I don't think that's an effective method, but with Scott, it is for some reason. Like our friend Chewy, who I'm sure you've spoken to, Tom. Chewy.
Yeah.
He loves going on these StreamYards or whatever.
Sorry to interrupt you, Jesse. I just want to address the chat. Aku, it is true that it is mandatory for us to vote, and we will get fined $20 for every time we don't vote. Continue, Jesse. Sorry.
No one gives a
If you
shit at
guys
all.
could do me a favor and don't put anything about Australia in the chat, that would be.
But the thing with Chewy is he'll sit there, he'll talk to somebody for 4 hours as if he's like getting them, and then like nothing happens in that 4 hours. It's not that he's bad at it either. It's just sometimes he just randomly elects to just talk to a person for 4 hours, and it kind of goes nowhere. But then
This is his wife.
Scott can talk to a guy for like 20 minutes. He's literally just having a conversation with them, and then they get so mad for no reason. It's something to behold. I love inflicting. I like inflicting Scott on the world. It's a fun little.
Well, I sent Scott a picture of my previous Jaguar. And I didn't really think much of it because it's out in public in the open. I'm not showing him anything that and just a passerby couldn't see. But
that's such a bad
the car has a registration sticker on it about the size of a coaster. And I don't know what he does over there, but he was like, "Yeah, he went on, no registration was on the front of the car, and I'm like, Jesus Christ, man!" And so now I'm just that's the kind of stuff that I think the average person probably never has to go through an experience in their life where they're leaving their house and they're looking at their fucking clothes, going, "Is there a logo on here? Is there anything?" I have a pen in my pocket that the flipper on the pen is the company logo.
Tom, you got to realize you post a picture of your car to us. You let us see that. You don't have to have the registration in frame. We're geolocating the gas station you're sitting out in front of like instantly. It's instant. We know every single thing about where the photo's taken.
The most autistic man found Michael Wright. Do you remember Michael Wright? Tom, I'm not sure if you
no.
It's that Australian guy that makes the siren sounds and it looks like an egg. But in any case, Smokey knew that he lived in Australia and he took a photo in front of his doorstep, and in the reflection of his glasses you could see the front railing. So Smokey autistically went down every street in the rough vicinity that he knew he was and looked for railing that matched that picture in his glasses. And subsequently we have visited this man's house. I flew across the continent, and we put mail in every letterbox around his house with him opening his asshole and showing his asshole to the camera. And so every single one of his neighbors has now seen that.
That's how I found Mersh's most recent place too. By the way, it was Mersh posted one video of his cat looking out the window, and I took that one frame of the video where you could make out the fence outside, and I found him by matching the fence by just going down Google Street View and finding every fucking place he might be near. I also used it. Part of my method for finding him was triangulating how close he was to a liquor store, and also either a gas station or something. Oh, the Circle K where he found the cats. That's how I fucking found it.
Just hearing the word Circle K, because it's Circle K is not in your nicer parts of the country. It's like Florida and Louisiana.
Strange things are afoot at the Circle K.
Circle K. I mean, not that any of those places are awesome, but actually some of them Quick Trip and some of them are getting pretty good. But Circle K just has like the smell of urine on the outside of it, and there's always a couple of crack whores inside.
That's not even natural. They just spray that outside,
debating
all the people in.
They're always trying to haggle for like a 40.
I went to a buddy's wedding recently, and I won't say where it was, but it was in an area that had a pretty.
Yourself in, that'll be enough.
What'd you say?
Just post a photo of yourself.
Yeah, I'll show you my registration number. No, I mean it wasn't anywhere near where I live. I live on the fucking moon, but I'm not going to dox my buddy. Anyway, I went to his wedding and I drove past a Circle K, and I hadn't seen a Circle K in so long. I drove past it, and I needed gas. I was about to run out of gas, and I went, not stopping there. No chance. It was the most horrifying place I've ever seen. It looked haunted. It's like the gas station you stop at on the way to the cabin where you're going to be murdered in the woods. You know, the last fucking stop. There's an old redneck inside who liberally uses the N-word and tells you to not go down that road. Like,
you're not from around these parts.
yeah, hey, you seem to be sort of a different type of fella.
You kids don't go back to the old Peterson house.
Have you heard the
Make sure you
legend
check out
of,
my snake collection on your way out.
have you heard the legend of Metal Stinson? You're like, what? What does that even mean?
You better be careful driving down. Got your head cut off with a machete road.
Yeah. Yeah. Circle K. I mean, this place had cobwebs. I'm not kidding. Like, there was like a giant cobweb just hanging from the roof of it onto the gas pumps. Nobody's going there. I'm not sure the place was even manned at that point. It was open. It was functioning. I could see the screens on the pumps were on, but it didn't seem like anyone was home inside the building or anything. It was terrifying. The concrete outside was all cracked, and oh my God, you couldn't pay me to stop at that place. I was willing to run out of gas before going there.
Yeah.
Have you ever like hit a truck stop or something somewhere? And much of the situation you're talking about, usually for me, this happened when I was younger. I was traveling cross country or a long car trip, 8-10 hours or more. And you really gotta go. I mean, it's an emergency. You're on the road. If you have an accident, it's really, and either they give you that key that's attached to a tire rim so you don't run away with it. And
I don't understand this. I don't understand this at all. Just piss next to your car. Just pull over.
Not talking piss, my man.
Oh,
nah.
Dude, you can hold a shit for like 3-4 days.
Not me. Not if I'm eating on the road. But anyway, you open the door of the place. I mean, you got to go so bad. And just the look, say nothing of the wall of smell that hits you, actually scares the crap back up into your body. You don't have to go anymore. In fact, you think, I don't ever want to go again. Jump in your car, on your way.
Honestly, this is not a problem I have. I never need to stop or use a bathroom on a road trip.
Yeah. Dude, I spent 2 months in Vietnam recently. Oh, sorry, 2 weeks in Vietnam recently. I didn't go to the toilet once. Not once. The whole time I was there. Yeah.
Well, I mean, you went to the toilet inside a Vietnamese lady.
Sure, yeah, that's it. But yeah, you don't have to shit if you don't want to. That's just a common.
You don't have to shit if you don't want to. You can leave your ass behind.
That's exactly the safety shit. Scott, could you tell us, is there a new lady in your life? And if so, what tactics did you use to get this woman's attention?
What tactics did I use?
Scare tactics.
I mean, let's say I'm not going to see someone who may work in the food service / hospitality industry might be wearing a certain type of choker. And maybe trepidation. She works here. She's nice to everybody. How did you manage to get her attention without being creepy guy that whips his thing out in a porta potty?
Okay, well, I mean, I don't want to be the creepy guy, but I am the creepy guy, so I've got to be extra conscious of what I am doing and what I say to people. But I was pretty confident going into this, so it wasn't just on a whim. But I wrote my number down on the newspaper in the cafe with my name next to it, and just on a whim thinking that maybe she'd.
It just happened to be written next to a missing notice of a child.
Yeah, there was like a missing child headline and stuff like that. I just wrote my number and my name right next to it.
Yeah, right above.
Well, your name was already there. Weirdly, it was
Right.
printed there.
Yeah,
If you want to see the child again, call this number.
right above the article, barista killer strikes again. Yeah, some of us were talking, and it sounds like a good story. It really does, and I hope it is, and I hope you're all both very happy for many years.
I hope your ear is clean.
But a newspaper?
I mean, what was?
I mean,
write it on
how
a
far
napkin
in
or something?
Australia do you have to? Because I can hear you say, well, if I wanted to get a newspaper, I'd have to go 75 miles out there. It's just north of Adelaide.
Oh, that is a misconception, Tom. I live in the heart of a metropolis.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying in this day and age, newspaper.
Oh no, newspapers are very, very frequent. We have Rupert Murdoch. He owns all the newspapers, and we are forced to read them.
Well, he also the TV stations and a lot of internet too.
Yeah,
but right now,
right.
I am a reader and a writer, and I couldn't tell you where I could get a newspaper. And I live in a real city.
They just deliver them to you, man. You can just ask for them, and they send them to you.
Well, you can, but who wants it every day? The news every day. If all the news was of equal quality every day, then I would. But some days it's nothing important. Other days, new president.
I think the problem is,
AKA nothing important.
Much like our sort of a tabloid news, a la Current Affair or Today Tonight, our newspapers are not on the same caliber as what you guys are doing. We famously have newspapers that all they do is just try to make the stupidest pun or the most silliest news. So there's not really much of substance in there.
We have this show here for that in this country. Okay, here you go. Jesse, what's Scott's most awesome achievement in sort of the psyops of the pot awful cult? And then I want Scott to tell me what he thinks of it.
The DIY ops. It's got to be one of the shark pranks. I'm not sure which one, but Scott and I sort of started this series of episodes called Shark Prank, where I guess I don't know, Scott, which one hits you the most? Like the first one is still the favorite in my heart.
Yeah, first one was definitely probably, I don't know, the tea cozies. He was good, but I think the second one was probably the most successful. The second one
that's definitely probably, but could you describe what actually happened for those?
Yeah, I'll explain. First of all, you need to know that Shark Prank is what we did was we convinced a guy he was going to be on Shark Tank. And this is a dude who had a Kickstarter for a fake product thing where it's like one of those stupid things where it's like, how boomers all think magnets just do magic stuff, and so they'll just throw a magnet inside of fucking anything, and they'll have a bracelet with a magnet in it. It's like that'll make your wrist feel better. So this guy had invented putting neodymium magnets inside of like a beer koozie, basically, and that was supposed to do something to your water, some shit. And so we told him he's going to be on Shark Tank, but it's a new version of Shark Tank where it happens over the internet and you don't see the famous sharks. Like it's the most obvious fucking fake shit ever. And then myself, Scott, and Maddox, the internet's Maddox, all pretended to be the sharks, and
we were all certain celebrities,
right? So I was the guy who invented boxed water. I just made up some name for that guy because I didn't know who that actually was. And then Scott was what's the guy's name?
Branson.
Richard Branson. Scott was Richard Branson.
Yeah.
And then Maddox was Jeff Bezos from Amazon, which is like, there's no way that these guys would ever do this show. And yeah, we did a full fucking episode where this guy thinks he is on the internet Shark Tank, and just got him to do ridiculous shit. Got him to spill water all over himself and all this stuff. I mean, it was cruel. It was just cruel, but it was so funny.
Oh, somebody.
We ended up. I mean, without spoiling, I mean the ending, but we basically do a deal with this guy, and then we all sort of work together, and we decide that we're going to name the new product. What was it?
Hot wet.
Prime wet virgin boxes or something. Yeah, I think
prime wet virgin boxes. We got him to agree to rename his product Prime Wet Virgin Boxes because Amazon Prime, Jeff Bezos, Virgin, Richard Branson, and then me, the boxed water guy, boxes.
So Scott, do I actually need to be looking at you right now?
Yeah.
No, I mean, is it possible that I could just hear you? Because you take up a lot of bandwidth, and that makes my picture slower. And I'm the star of the show.
Now I want to upgrade my quality.
You know,
but I go up even higher.
Oh God.
Well, no, I can downgrade the quality.
Skype gives you so many issues, Tom. You gotta stop using Skype.
Well, no, it gives me no issues when it's audio only and people are capable of calling the phone.
I remember back in the day though when people would call in on Skype, your camera would start fucking up. I remember that.
Well, I had a different. That's beautiful. God, thank you. That's so cute.
What? I can't see it. What is it?
It's a little smiley face that's telling me a secret, or I don't know.
Tom, let Scott in the StreamYard here, and then everything's copacetic.
For Christ's sakes! See, this is just another layer.
He's not going to do anything. He's not.
Go ahead.
Scott, if you do anything bad, Scott, I'm not joking. I'll fucking kick you. Don't do anything bad, please.
Scott, if you do anything bad, that's Pot Awful Cult code for Scott. If you do anything bad, it'll be really funny.
Look, I can do funny things without making people upset.
Well, he's sending you the link, so I'm taking you off of the thing here.
But yeah, Scott did a very, very funny Richard Branson prank on this guy, and the guy believed it the whole way through. And then we found out like 2 years later or more that he had like gone on the news and announced he's going on Shark Tank. Which was crazy.
Remember, I said one of the ways to keep people out of the thing was to have it all loaded up.
Yeah,
I'm just kidding. I made space for him. All right, ladies and gentlemen, here he is live.
The Clam King,
Adelaide, New Zealand. It's gonna piss him off really bad. Scott.
Hey,
what a handsome little fat guy.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't he heavier than you?
Tom said you're way fatter than he thought you were going to.
I said heavier.
I don't know how fat you thought I was.
Stand up. Let's take a look at you. No, don't suck in. Don't suck in.
He sucked in. Oh, look at that.
You are sucking in a little. You're sucking in a little. I can tell.
I'm like a fucking barrel. A barrel on a couple of twigs.
You're weird because you have no muscles, but you are barrel chested compared. Like you are fat, but your chest is still bigger than your tummy, which is odd. There's a lot of weird stuff going on there.
Well, I was just trying to get a kind of a picture of just how terrified his daughter was last night when he threatened to kill the dog.
I didn't threaten to kill it. You're making it sound way worse than what I did. I said to her, because she let the dog eat the chicken, if it dies, it's her fault.
That makes sense. That's true.
Yeah. And then he made her sleep under the bed and whispered, "We're all going to die alone and afraid," over and over and over again from the top of the bed.
That's true.
Yeah.
She always sleeps under his bed, though. Some weird ritual they have.
Scott's got a really great self-help
Hair
book
to
for
hair.
parents that are trying to raise kids properly. It's called Mommy Cries Because You Drink. Oh, so God, mommy drinks because you cry. Sorry.
I liked it better the other way around.
If he takes his shirt off, will we see propeller scars?
Probably.
What does that mean? Oh, Scott, but you liked the second shark prank better. What happened in that one?
Definitely. Well, I mean, there was a bit there for me personally that nobody else got to see. I mean, people knew it happened behind the scenes, but I tricked. So there was this guy from Florida, Vietnamese guy from Florida that was absolutely convinced that he was going to make a movie. It was called Secrets Kept.
Yeah, his name was Ching Chang Chong.
Ching Chang Chong, famously. That was his full legal name. And
that was just the name you.
That was the name his parents gave him.
His name, he would say, "I am Ching Chang Chong, and I'm going to make a movie called Secrets Kept."
Right. He still makes YouTube videos of it. This was one of the people that we did not run off the internet. But in any case, we didn't prank on the Shark Prank show. We didn't prank him. We pranked a lady that was convinced that she was going to produce his show for him on his Facebook group. Her name was Deandra, famously a purple hair black lady. And so I tricked her.
Ability or money to produce anything.
Correct.
Just a random woman.
Just a random black lady that thinks that I'm her ticket to success. And so I befriended this black lady to the point that she was like cheating on her boyfriend with me in chat and stuff like that, sending me all kinds of lewd photos and everything like that. Like she would record herself in the bathtub for me. Yeah, it was all kinds of stuff. And
because you were going to make her rich.
Because I was going to make her rich, and I was still with my ex-girlfriend at the time. I'm sorry.
Phlegm was invented by Australians.
Well,
they're asking Chad if she was hot. No,
she was a purple. I mean, she was hot as a black, malnourished, purple hair, stolen valor black lady could be.
She wasn't hideous, but she was not hot by any means.
No, that's right. She wasn't fat. I mean, if that's the standard that you have. But anyway, yeah. So the Shark Prank show was her basically, and it was her pitching, her history and how her mum was rape murdered, and how we were going to make her rich.
Yeah, that's
how her mom was rape murdered, and how she was in the.
Only you guys turned it into one verb.
No, she
rape murdered.
That's what she described. I mean, that's
oh, okay, all right.
Yeah, he was raped to death.
Rape murdered.
Yeah, rape murdered, and she was she was in the military, and then I think she was like at the highest distinction level or something like that. She was stealing valor as well.
Yeah.
And then we did a deal with her. We presented her with a check, which I can't really remember why she got a check for the movie, but I think hours before Jesse thought it would be really funny to I think it was $7 million or something. And Jesse thought it would be really funny to present her with a novelty check. And I'm like, where the fuck am I going to get a novelty check? And so I printed on my home printer a layout. I worked out how to span a print over 7 pages and used sticky tape, sticky tape, just tape all the pages together. And if you hold this thing up, you can clearly see it's 8 pages all taped together. It's the stupidest thing ever.
In the first, it's important to note, in the first Shark Prank, the guy never saw any of us. Right, but in this one, she could see Scott the entire time. I don't know if I let her see me or not. I doubt it, because I can't. I can't feel myself because I look like I'm in a
right. So I was wearing a business top and a business coat. I had a pretty good sort of background. It looked like I was a businessman. Somebody also pointed out that we also got her to cut out Ching Chang Chong from the deal, so that she was the. That's a famous thing that we've done a few times through Shark Prank. That was a good one.
Well, first of all, so you tiled it, basically, is what you're saying.
I did, yeah. I
Second of all-
paginated it or something.
Second of all, sticky tape.
Just tape.
That's what we call like Scotch tape, right?
Yeah, it's just tape.
Yeah, Scotch tape.
I'm just wondering why people from Australia would call it that. What varieties of tape do you use that are not sticky?
Electrical tape.
That's sticky. What are you
Which is
talking about?
sticky.
Yeah, but that's not the same kind of tape.
You're supposed to say VHS tape or cassette tape, Scott.
Which
Yeah,
also
yeah,
are
that's
just
the-
pretty much extinct. at this
Tape
point.
worms. I don't think tape worms are sticky.
They're a little sticky.
A little bit sticky, yeah.
It's your gut.
See, because electrical at least it's just like a functional designation. Sticky is just a character.
Plumber's tape. Yeah. Plumber's
Which is
crack.
also-
Plumber's tape.
You know, it's also sticky.
All right. Well, you know what, Tom,
Tom,
Mr. Yeah.
you know how mad you would be if you knew what they call a heart?
What do you call a heart?
Like the shape of the heart, like a
Yeah.
decorative.
Oh, so it's a love heart.
Oh,
A
Jesus
love heart.
Christ.
They say love heart every time. It's insane.
That's like when I got to Texas, they have a dish here they serve called fried chicken.
Yeah.
It's like that's just fried chicken.
Well, it's chicken
fried
fried.
Right, but you know, I don't know.
What about if you just wanted fried chicken?
It's just like water, ice, water. Well,
Oh,
it
wait,
is two different kinds of preparation. They do it two different ways, but it just seems repetitive.
Wait, real
Who
quick.
wants to
Scott,
know what's a hate heart look like? I mean, whatever's in here, that's a hate
Yeah,
heart.
fans
Yeah.
of hate. Real quick, Scott, though, you got to tell
Yeah.
Tom about what happens at the end of the Deandra shark prank because
Okay. Yeah.
that's my favorite part. Yeah, that probably is the best one, actually.
It is the best one. So we get her to so this
now
was
she's
actually
a millionaire.
filmed. Yeah, she's now a millionaire, but this was also filmed on the same day that or it was live the same day that the Super Bowl was on. And so she was at a friend's house in like a big block of apartments, and she couldn't be inside the house because everyone was drinking and partying and watching the Super Bowl. So this entire thing was filmed with her in the hallway of her apartment block. Like I think we were on for like an hour and a half or something like that. The whole thing was filmed with her in her apartment block, just in the hallway, in the lobby, essentially. And when she finds out that she's won, $7 million, I present her with the check. I'm also not wearing pants the whole time, so I stand up to present her with the check, and I'm just clearly there in my underwear. Throughout I've been presenting like I'm masturbating throughout the whole thing.
Something that carried over to the shark prank after that one as well.
Right, yeah.
Please tell me you were wearing Speedos or tighty whities.
No, I went for my brightest pair of boxes. I went for bright red boxes, and because we'd been sitting down for about an hour, and I think it was quite warm, they were sort of riding up, and so I think when you watch it, you can clearly see me sort of like picking underwear out of like crevices.
And Scott's
as I
one of
stand
them.
up.
Scott's one of them heavy guys with bird legs too. So it's
Oh
like,
boy.
Lots of thigh
really,
gap.
this really white thigh, but like very little of it. It's very disturbing looking.
So we asked her to go and tell all her friends about it, and so she subsequently goes back into the party and tells them that she's won $7 million, and there's a lot of looks of confusion and stuff like
no
that.
one believes her. They're like, shut up. They're like, shut up, Deandra.
Well,
you
they're
dumbass
normal
bitch."
people.
Yeah, well, they
Yeah.
know she's an idiot. So they're
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
whatever, Deandra, you dumbass bitch. But that wasn't the reaction we wanted.
So we had to go, well, go to another door. Just go to another random door in the apartment block. And she does, as the very obedient lady that she is, she does go to another apartment block and just starts banging on the door. And this lady doesn't answer the door at first. She has to just talk through the door because she doesn't trust her. I imagine it's not a great neighborhood. This lady's sort of just talking at her through the door.
A little old black woman.
Mrs. Cosby, remember we called her?
Well,
she looked
so
exactly.
she finally opens the door and she looks exactly like Bill Cosby. Like her face, she has Bill Cosby's face. It's an old woman, but she looks like Bill Cosby.
And so I'm talking to Deandra to keep the thing going, and Jesse just immediately goes into Bill Cosby quotes, and he's talking to the audience. He's just making fun of the whole situation. It's not even a part of.
But the woman has no clue. Like Deandra's like, I'm a millionaire. and this woman doesn't even know her. She's like, oh, what? Okay, that's good.
No. Remember, she goes, I believe it when I see it.
Yeah, I believe it when I see it.
God.
That
was good fun.
You good?
But I mean, the third shark prank was
with Brynberg.
That was brutal. That one, there's a part of me that kind of likes that one the most, but also Scott was so mean in the third one that I had to get up and walk away from my own show.
I think I was going through some personal stuff and really just took it out on that lady, that poor lady that had her dad die, and I convinced her that she was the responsible for
committed suicide.
Yeah.
Yeah, we made a woman believe that she was auditioning for a big movie, and the movie was Secrets Kept.
It tied back.
Yeah,
a love story so tender or whatever. It couldn't be.
Love story is so true that not even death can defeat it.
Well, how did you? Please tell me somehow it's related to the woman who read Rufio's speech.
That's her. Yes,
that is her. That is Brynberg. Yeah.
Brynberg. And then Bryn, we also made her audition for a play or a movie about Sandy. Like it was clearly a take on Sandy Hook, but we called it Sandy Brook.
And so it was the parent's statement that had been read out to the reporters, I guess, or something like that.
Yeah.
And so I gave that to her verbatim to read out, except for I just changed the words to Candy Brook, and she did it. She did a great job.
She read it. She did not do a good job. She's a terrible actress.
She's been in like real shows. It's crazy.
Yeah, she has. And
man,
oh man, she's reading you talking about reading Daniel Rohrbach's dad's statement at the very press conference after the whole thing happened. Which
Tom, you remember Brynberg though, because she's another one that contacted you, isn't she? Like you've actually spoken to her.
Oh yeah,
that's so funny.
Yeah,
it's so funny when the Legion of Goon tries to make itself happen.
It was interesting to me. She was very interesting to me because Mike Allen had a very clear understanding of who he was dealing with and what you guys were up to. She did not. She was coming to me for answers, and I'm like, I don't know where they are. I don't know how to stop them. What the, I was like, I feel for you, but I can't help you. I can't help myself.
She came to us, actually. We didn't even reach out to her. So the story behind that was basically after Shark Prank 2, like directly in the hours after the prank, I basically, so we never revealed to Deandra that what was going on was a hoax.
Yeah, we never tell anybody that it's a prank.
Yeah, so she hung up the call thinking that she had $7 million and everything was good. So she tells Ching Chong Chang, hey, I've found financing for this movie. Like I've done my job. And so I reach out to Ching Chong Chang, who I hadn't spoken to up until this point, basically saying that I was the IT manager or something for one of the people. I probably shouldn't be saying this is the actual crimes that were committed, but I was the IT technician or something or other. Yeah. But the IT manager for the show or whatever, and I need the login details for the Facebook group that he was in charge of, which had 40,000 odd members at this time. This was back when people used Facebook. I don't even think they have 40,000 members anymore. But 40,000 members, And sure enough, he gave me the full login details to his own personal Facebook that
God.
allowed me to get access to his Facebook and take
Yeah,
control over this
we
group.
stole his entire shit from him.
Yeah.
It's
And
just,
I remember it distinctively because they even had controls in place. Like, you know, when like you log in from somewhere and it doesn't know whether you're legit or not, even though you have the password details. It did that, but it had like a thing where it was asking me, "Is like, can you tell me who your friends are?" And I'm like, I don't know. And this guy had so many friends, it was like near impossible. But I basically like had another account of his open. It was basically looking through his friends groups to be able to manipulate this login thing. And I got in. I got in and got access to his account. Changed his password, changed his auto reply because he had obviously millions of people that were messaging him constantly and stuff like that. And Brindberg was one of the people in this group that thought that he was really making a movie. And that's how we got in contact with her.
Your story is such an incredible story, and it is believable. The only sort of unbelievable thing is when you said, so then I had to call Ching Chang Chong.
I mean, that's what the guy's name was.
It just sounds like it just sounds. But I'll tell you that when I was watching, was it the Red Rooms or one of the retrospective? I can't remember, but the one where she reads the Rufio Fionnix sort of soliloquy.
Yeah.
When that happened in that part of the movie, I'm watching it and I'm like, and it took a couple seconds. I'm like, wow, this chick's really into reading this thing. It's really, oh my God, that's the thing he's been, and like when it hit me that was, oh shit, that's the speech from Rufio. It was like a ton of bricks.
Yeah.
Just to see someone else emotively doing that was the funniest thing ever. And for those of you watching, the Red Rooms, what is it? Gorgarl? What's the one?
That's the entire Rufio saga. If we go through that entire thing, we'll be here for days.
No, I'm not saying go through. I'm telling people that watch the show.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
To check out anything with Rufio Fionnix, certainly go to podawful.pizza. Because that's where Jesse would prefer to go. There's free stuff there, but you know, you can enter the Pod Awful cult if indeed you get a response email from the sign up process, which I've been trying for 3 months and haven't. So
it's going to spam. You got to whitelist.
No, it's not. And I did whitelist it. So do all that stuff. He's online too at what's your thing now? Is it H2BH Pod Awful or?
Yeah, you can find my YouTube at awful.tube.
Yeah. So anyway, all that stuff, but the Rufio stuff, man, oh man, it's in the Red Rooms. I don't even necessarily know it's my favorite, but it is the most elaborate. Tom,
did you see it that when we took Brindberg doing the Rufio monologue, she was in front of a blue screen, so I blue screened her in to Rufio's actual bedroom.
Yes, that's
the video starts with the Rufio sitting there, and then he gets up and walks out, and then she just walks in and starts doing his monologue.
Yeah, it was at a point in the movie too where it's like, who's she? I haven't seen her in the movie yet, and then she starts doing that, and God, it was just awesome. Personally, I think the all of the Rufio stuff is just. Is he your biggest ever lol cow?
He's the fan favorite.
I think he's the most successful because he just encompasses a ton of what makes
Rufio. Rufio is a living, the living embodiment of everything I find funny about a guy.
Yeah.
Like
it's his age, how old he is, like so many things.
When I first saw, nobody got it when we discovered Rufio. Somebody sent Lund, I think it was this guy called Lund, sent me the Rufio video because we had pranked this other guy who was also very similar to Rufio, named Eric Martin. And
he wasn't as confident though.
He wasn't as confident. And Rufio was friends with this guy. And so Rufio didn't like that people were shitting on his friend Eric and made this video that he called a thought log, which that alone told me everything I needed to know. Second, he called a video on the internet a thought log. I'm like, I need everything about this man in my life. And I can't put it into words. I really can't. But Rufio is this thing that I have been obsessed with since I was a kid. This type of guy that I've known since I was a kid. And it's not unique to me or my show either. I've seen other people have this fascination too. It's the mall ninja, I think, is the most the biggest part of it. The guy, you know what it is? He is a real life Napoleon Dynamite.
Yeah.
It reminds me of sort of like the idea of like Jay and Silent Bob, like the guys that hang out the front and, you know, talk shit all the time. Like that's him. He embodies that person.
He's a real life
playing it. Yeah.
He's a real life version of that, but he's not putting it on. He is. Yeah. He is. There are guys that like try to be that guy. He's not trying. He is. He is born this guy. And then he's an onion. And every time you peel back a layer, there's a new insane one that you never saw where he's like, I'm a witch too, by the way. I'm also a vampire, a witch. And
the other thing that has made him so successful is he is incredibly gullible. He's incredibly easy to trick. I mean, not anymore. I think we've juiced it a lot. But you know, one of the famous ones that when the Rufio saga sort of first started was again, back at the days of Facebook being so much more prolific, we started a Facebook chat where we said this Facebook chat is purely about Rufio. I can't even remember what we called it, but it was basically just this chat where we all
Phoenix fan forum.
Yeah, the Phoenix fan forum. That's right. And I think at that time I had like a fake account that was some lady, and so I think I like messaged him out like one day out of the blue and basically just to see what would happen. And I think I just posted on my Facebook page that I was dating Rufio. We never even really talked much.
Well, I
changed my status.
Scott, you remember what that was? Is we used to do a thing where we called Facebook date rape or something like that, where it's like, you used to be I don't know if maybe you still can, but you used to be able to just add that you're in a relationship with someone without their approval. So we used to do this to people all the time. I would get in an argument with a guy and then add his girlfriend as my relationship. Or something, or like just random women and stuff just to piss them off, or anybody. You could just do this to anybody. So I think that's probably where that started.
And I think that's how the whole relationship started. But then it didn't really go anywhere. Like I didn't do anything with him, but I think there was a point where I just got bored and I couldn't be bothered talking to him anymore.
Which happens every time he's catfished.
If you don't like the Rufio Phoenix stuff, you really need to examine your walk of path.
Yes,
you really do. I mean,
that was the initial love of Rufio. Is he has these turns of phrase, these Phoenixisms, these Rufioisms, where you've just never heard a guy talk like this before.
Well, he reminds me of a kid, and I imagine there's kids like this everywhere in my neighborhood that, like in the 6th, maybe a little bit in 7th grade, is still wearing a cape, and he has this very ornate system of beliefs and kind of a Walter Mitty, looking at himself like he's above everybody else, and is just, sort of wandering through life, righting wrongs and, making justice happen. And he runs down.
I mean, the dude is a father to a kid that he doesn't take care of.
The thing about Rufio is he's that kid that was allowed to grow up with no intervention, no anything. And he seems to be in a situation where occasionally life will reach up and smack him on the rear end, but for the most part, he's still that kid. There's nothing reining that in at all. And so he's
autistic. He's autistic, and he was coddled as a baby,
and
as a child.
This psychosis is just going to continue to make it more and more and more and more and more elaborate. So this last thing where he said, I can't even remember the word salad of description that he used. I am an active lifestyle cyberpunk goth. I engage, and there was like 5 descriptors, real big ones, before, and there was 4 different categories he put himself in. Remember, we were looking at it last night, and I'm just going, oh my God. I am a recreational fantasy psyop master. I mean, just
Rasta adherent cop goth. Goth.
Rasta. That's right. That's right. Yeah, he's oh, by the way, I went back and looked, and I am S level. You guys did make me S level.
Yeah,
there we go.
For sure. You're right next to Rufio.
Yeah. But there was a lot of debate about not.
It was hot. It was hotly contended whether or not you were an S level goon or an A level goon, but it was always definitely one of those two.
Well, you had me at A, but you didn't care if I was S. And here's my only. So a lot of people would think that my ego wouldn't have let me even in who's the biggest fuck up contest be anything but first. No, it was more like all the fucking shit I've taken from these people. Yeah, I better be on that top goddamn list.
Minnie Manson was upset because we didn't even rank her.
I think that was the entire bit. We went through the work of ranking every single goon just so we didn't have to rank Minnie Manson.
Minnie Manson so badly did not want to be a goon, so badly didn't want to be up there, and then when we didn't do it, it pissed her off even more.
Didn't Minnie Manson call you during it or something?
Yeah, had a complete breakdown, a mental freak out because we weren't going to rank her.
Have you guys seen anything of Minnie Manson since the burning of the ants on the back porch?
I don't really check in with Minnie Manson anymore.
Right.
I told Minnie Manson she's got to fuck off for a while. But there is a big Minnie Manson episode that needs to come out. We've just been sitting on footage from so long ago of Minnie Manson joining the Freemasons. And it's a great episode waiting to happen. It's just one where it's like the Red Rooms. I'm gonna have to edit it and make it a movie, basically. So
I actually conversed with Minnie Manson that night. We were all in the Discord.
Like a conduit to the goons, aren't you?
Yeah, I got well, no, everybody in the room was freaking out.
Are there any goons you haven't talked to?
Well, there's one that everybody keeps saying they want me to talk to. His name's Abracadabra or Ali Kababa or
Ali Jamal.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay, yeah, he's a very lesser. I mean, he's barely.
Now, Diaper Ventilator, I finally got to talk to last night. It was, I'm glad everybody else enjoyed it, but he didn't strike me as being that bad, other than just sort of out there with the interrupting and stuff. But you guys would have to tell me if there's anybody that I haven't spoken with.
Have you ever talked to Mersh?
I have not.
Wow, that's crazy.
And
that's crazy, to be honest.
I actually reached out to Mersh at one point during the Troubles. And
Legion of Goon.
Absolutely no. He's almost uncontactable. Or at least he was at the time.
He can be hard to get a hold of
because
he thinks he's going to be pranked. So.
Well, and that's probably it too. That I was the whole time I was thinking that,
yeah,
and I was
worried that you're going to drop off a pallet of cement on his.
Well,
yeah, just a ton.
I had cement mix.
No, an entire pallet of.
Sorry, you're confused. Yeah, Minnie Manson got a cement mixer. Mersh got 1 ton of cement delivered to his house.
Actual cement or
a literal 1 ton pallet of cement. Yeah.
I don't know that we're talking the same language here, because cement,
the stuff that turns into it.
Yeah, the premix.
That's what. Yeah,
quickcrete or some shit.
Saccrete or quickcrete.
I'll secrete in your mouth in a second.
What? Why? Why even say something like that?
I saw the porta potty picture. I'm not worried.
Wow.
No,
Oh.
I won't
Wow,
even know.
Scott's got a small penis, and we've all seen it. That's crazy. Tom
That's
Gulley's
right.
seen your fucking
Small,
penis. Dude.
small but delicious. Yeah.
Scott, did you ever think Tom Gulley would have seen your penis?
Look, if it wasn't then, I was going to make sure it was another time.
A boy can dream. Ali Jamal is not really a goon.
Technically, he is.
I met Burgers. I don't know. I don't know really who the.
How do you feel about your place in the Legion
I'll
of
be right
Goon?
back.
Oh, okay. How do you feel about your place in the Legion of Goon? Because you contacted all the guys and you spoke to Katie Lynn Donahue, which is the absolute arbiter.
Did I?
Yeah.
I do not recall.
She messaged you. You guys had a conversation at some point.
Well, first of all, I'd like to thank Scott for turning off his video and then apparently crashing a table over in the background.
Sounds like he's dealing with a kid or something.
I don't recall ever speaking to her. Now, am I in the Legion of Goon?
I think legally, yes. Whether or not I don't know if you've been paying your dues or not, but
I paid my dues in full a long time ago.
Okay, then you're a member. I think it's a lifetime membership.
Really. I don't have a problem with that. I
Um,
mean, if they were smart, all the rest of the goons would name me their leader.
It is just so funny how every time a goon gets contacted by another goon, like they try to form this, alliance against Pod Awful, and it is so crazy how easily you all line up with actual Batman villains to make this possible, like rogues gallery characters. Do you know who yours is, Tom?
I'm sorry?
Do you know who your Batman rogues gallery character is?
Who?
You're Solomon Grundy.
Yeah, we had a discussion about that. I guess at the end of the day, I don't mind, but I'm a big Batman aficionado, and there's got to be somebody better than him.
No, because he's basically Frankenstein. I mean, listen, Batman has had a tussle with actual Frankenstein before, but that's so esoteric that it seems silly to pick that one. But
I'd have to really sit and think about that. So
Katie Lynn Donahue is Two-Face, and obviously Santa Cruz Joker is Joker. Comedy Shaman is the Riddler, by the way. We finally have a Riddler. Yeah, but I think Solomon Grundy's I like Solomon Grundy.
Well, one of my chief objections is that that's just not one of your marquee Batman DC villains. He's Solomon Grundy's way sort of.
He's one of those that's kind of an everybody villain. But he is part of the Legion of Doom as well. So it definitely.
Well, and you're right. He does show up in everybody's stuff.
He's everyone's rogues
gallery. Did that with the
which makes sense because you're Tom Gulley's Dabbleverse.
Yeah.
Wow. It really does work.
I don't have it.
What do you think? Scott, what do you think? Tom Gulley in the Legion of Goon, he's Solomon Grundy?
Yeah, it makes sense. I mean, he looks kind of like a Grundy.
He's Gulley, Grundy. There's a lot of overlap.
And another reason that I kind of don't mind that, did you guys watch the series Gotham? Because Gotham actually had Solomon Grundy in it.
Did it? I never saw it.
Oh, yeah.
I was in it, I think. I was
so like in the Gotham verse or storyline, Solomon Grundy, when he was alive, was a bodyguard for like the Penguin and stuff. And he ended up hooking up with that smoking hot chick that was, did you ever see Cloverfield?
Yeah.
The black chick that was girlfriend of the brother that got killed on the bridge.
Right.
Yeah. He hooks up with her all the time before he gets dumped in the swamp, killed and dumped in the swamp. So it's like, yeah, I guess when I was alive, I was hitting that. Yeah, okay.
You're fine with the part where you get to fuck a black lady before you die and are reborn a monster man?
He already is the monster man. He already fucked the lady.
That particular one, yes.
And Scott, what was that domestic dispute you turned the camera off for that we could hear the entire time?
That was one of my children being returned back to my domicile.
There you go. Gulley's Legion of Goon. Yeah.
It's really more Caitlin Donahue's Legion of Goon.
I like how Scott always talks before he hits. That's very, very fair.
That's it. You know, you got to give him a little bit of warning.
Do you?
Yeah, we've actually gone through the pedantry of masonry terms of concrete before, Scott. I mean, Tom. So
Yeah, I know. I recall. That's why I was trying to get us back on the whole. That's not finished cement. That's
concrete, but yeah.
Well, you guys kept saying cement.
No, we said concrete.
No,
it's concrete. That's
don't make me back it up.
Please back it up.
Back it up, bitch.
You better back it up. You better back it up. You ever seen
always call concrete?
Have you ever seen that viral video?
Security guard where they tell him to back it up.
Yeah, it's a security guard keeps telling this ratchet chick who's way up on him. It's like you can tell.
You can't say ratchet.
Hardcore inner city CVS or something, and she's just in his face, and he's walking her out. You better back it up. You better back it up. I'm telling you, you better back it up. And he finally gets her just outside the doors, pushes her. She takes one step and he hits her with the taser. And it's one of those really great taser hits where they go completely stiff. Pow, right on her face.
Yeah.
Very viral. She's planking onto her face. But he keeps it. You better back it up. You better back it up. I'm telling you.
I always hit my dick with the taser before a lovely night with the ladies. Make sure it's nice and stiff. Yeah.
You must be a good shot.
And dead.
Hogan says, I believe the difference in concrete and cement is concrete has gravel, cement is fair. That's what I'm getting at here. Aku. Aku, you and I know Positive Patriot says nice. And yet another in a litany of monosyllabic postings on our chat room.
Yeah, it was concrete because it had the gravel.
Hey, Tom, you're going to make me a mod in your chat room?
I don't think so.
You know what? If I could give one more piece of advice for doing your podcast, I would say hire Scott as your co-host.
Oh, the word hire was involved. Definitely not.
When I say hire,
you're not going
unpaid, completely unpaid, obviously.
I'd do a show with you, Tom. I'd mostly not talk. I'd just let you just travel on, and then
I want Scott to be my co-host, but he won't do it for free. So,
no.
When's Australia Day?
26th of January.
Dude, I'm free.
Okay, we'll do an Australia Day stream.
We should do it the day before. We both know you're going to be 52 sheets to the wind on Australia.
I don't drink.
It will be the day before for you. So.
Yeah. Everyone's going to need to have their sausages and plain bread ready.
Day before is my wife's birthday.
Is it?
Mm-hmm.
That's the same date of birth as my daughter.
Yeah. There's a lot of coincidences like that in your life, Scott, that you should really start examining when you really.
I don't want to peel away the skin too much on that.
You actually find something very, very horrifying, a truth that you are not prepared for.
My friend from Perth has a
He's going to fly over to Adelaide to appear on the stream.
I'm sorry?
I got a couch. If she wants to, stay.
He's married, but her
and her husband can both sleep on the couch. I don't give a shit.
Her husband is he's a monster.
I said I don't care. I'm not trying to sleep with the bitch.
I know. I'm not trying to get him lodging in Adelaide. I'm not trying to get him lodging in Adelaide. We all know anyone in Australia. You want to go to Adelaide, they're going to go, fuck that. I'll stay in bed. So she has a giant bash on Australia Day and there's much drinking. And so I thought perhaps you had some sort of revelry plan. I don't know.
You ought to fly out for Australia Day and hang out.
Yeah, because I am definitely, before I die, going to get on a plane for 500 hours. one
It would
way.
be less.
It doesn't
it's
take
less than
500 hours
24.
anymore, man. Since the
It-
last time you visited.
It'd be like 20.
Yeah.
I'm not doing that.
Come on, man. I got a couch. I got a couch right there. You can sleep on the couch. You'd probably
what
be
is
able
it
to
with
fit.
you and the couch, man?
He's got a couch right there. Look at
right there, right there.
Christ.
Or do you want to sleep inside the 3D printer?
His why do I have to stay with him? I can buy a hotel room.
You have to stay with me. That is the rule. Everything's going to be booked out on Australia Day, man.
I am going to buy a Daihatsu jet dry. What's the name of that damn thing again?
The car that
I'm gonna sleep in it.
Yeah.
I'm gonna fill the back of the pickup bed with a loaf of bread.
Can I stay on your dog bed, Scott?
Sure.
Does your dog have
I've
a
got
bed?
yeah, she's got a kennel.
Or is
She's
it
got
just like a dirty towel that you make it lay?
and just wrap it up wrap the dog up in a towel and just chuck it out there. No, she's got a little bed outside and a little kennel thing raised off the ground. Keep her cool in the summer.
I don't think they have this, but I would take a boat cruise over there.
Yeah, absolutely. What do you mean? They have cruises? They do have cruises, yeah.
Yeah, but I think you probably would have to take connecting cruises or something.
That would take a lot longer than 20 hours.
I know, but there'd be a bed and walk around. You'd be at home on the water. You could do the things that you're not in a chair for 20 hours.
You can just be on the plane for 20 hours and then you're there.
What's the furthest you've traveled, Tom?
I've been to Australia.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. I've been to the Arctic Circle. Obviously, I've been to Japan and where else? Not that much in South America. I've been all over Europe.
The Japanese hired Tom to pull the sleds in Antarctica.
No, I was up there at a place called Rankin. And it was just the Inuit, but
Rankin.
Those tread.
I said Antarctica. That's the South Pole.
Yeah.
Oh no, it's the
one
I went to is
explored.
It's Rankin Inlet or something like that. It's not the full. It's got a name after it. Rankin
Bass. They made Thundercats.
Yes, they did. They also made A Year Without a Santa Claus.
Yeah.
Let's see here. But anyway, all we did was there. It is Rankin Inlet.
So we're going to do an Australia Day stream, are we, Tom?
Sure.
All right.
Not that every stream that you're on isn't an Australia Day stream.
Man, I'm just trying to export our beautiful culture one stream at a time.
So yeah, it's Rankin Inlet is where I was. I don't know technically. Maybe that's not the Arctic Circle.
What's the best place you've ever traveled to, Tom?
Well, Jesse, I don't know about you, but it's my bed here at home. I really like after a long.
Yeah, that is the best place I've traveled to as well.
It's Tom's bed.
Yeah, I don't know. I really like living in Toronto, and there's other cities.
Like it anymore.
So you've basically been to India.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, this was in 1996, so it wasn't quite as bad then. But
bad. So you say India is bad, and Indian people are shitting up Toronto. Okay, well, understood.
Would you consider yourself a racist, Tom?
Not when I'm in a room with you. I think probably.
I mean, do you feel like you're more supreme over other races?
No, I have no racism in me at all. I feel superior to other people, regardless of their race, on a really vast basis. Not everyone, but a lot of people.
You're a Tom supremacist.
It has nothing to do with race. I'm a brain supremacist. I have never been able to suffer fools, and I never will probably be.
Right, but when you travel to a continent and you see hundreds of thousands of people that seemingly can't put, together two pipes to create a functioning toilet system, obviously you think this general people are below me.
Mm-hmm. That makes sense.
No, because the people that built the pipes aren't class defining, nor are they the class. So I have to say those people are dumb, but it has nothing to do with the.
But not a single one of them could put those two pipes together.
Are we talking about a whole country, or what are we talking about? Because I don't think they
I'm-
line everybody up and go try to put that together.
I think that's exactly what they should be doing, just to find the one guy that knows how to do plumbing.
I definitely think they should be lining them up.
Please. No, I don't think I'm racist.
Me neither.
Yeah. I think you don't think you're racist, but I think everyone is inherently racist.
Well, that's Scott talk.
No, that's
I think you think you're the way that you think you are, but I think in reality, the way you are is different. And you just don't know it, but I do. It's very insane.
yeah.
By the way,
So you don't think like
brown
African people running around in the dirt, eating bugs are not below you.
depends on their intelligence level.
It's low.
But if you just run around in the dirt and eat bugs, you're not below me.
Okay, well then I guess I might be above you.
That's fine. That's fine.
I believe your compassion for stupid people makes you below me.
I don't have any compassion for them.
Right. I think that's what he's saying.
I don't have anything for them. But if you just want to go around and roll around the dirty bugs, have at it.
I love stupid people.
What's that supposed to mean?
I fucking love stupid people.
Okay.
Dude, you've made a career off it.
I mean, they're awesome. They're funny.
Audience and product.
I love Down syndrome people. They're great.
Why is it called Down?
That was the name of the guy who did the research on it.
I just thought maybe it would.
You're up with syndrome. You're into up syndrome. You want to
Sideways.
positive spin on it.
I think for that category, it would be catty corner syndrome.
I like anybody who's real dumb, including me.
I do some dumb things.
We're friends, you and me, Tom.
Are we?
Yep.
I think we're friendly.
I'm friends with everybody online.
Yeah. I think we're friendly. We could be friends.
If we follow each other, if we talk online, we're friends.
Okay. This isn't just part of the great friendship simulator project currently going on the Discord.
That used to be called Friendship Simulator. That was actually the name of it before, and then it changed.
It used to be called Piranha Tank.
Well, yeah. Well, Piranha, I've been meaning to rename stuff in there for a while, but point is, I mean, look, the whole internet, podcast, the entire experiment here is a friendship simulator. You don't go out, you don't see people no more. I'm not saying you, I'm saying a lot of people. They go online for their jollies, and that's where their friends are. Well, I want people to know I am your friend.
Jollies.
I am, I know I've said some harsh things, especially recently, about some people that were seemingly having sort of a parasocial relationship with me. Well, you know what? I started thinking about that. I felt bad because it isn't parasocial. We have a real social relation. I talk to everybody.
Sure.
So I'm friends with, I'm in love with a lot of you guys, and the internet's best. The internet's boyfriend. They call me the internet's boyfriend.
Tom, would it make it easier for a 20-hour flight if I was just talking to you the entire flight? Because it sort of occurs to me that you basically are happy to sit in a chair for 20 hours if I'm talking to you.
Right.
But the idea of a flight 20 hours by yourself is the problem.
I think the only time on a flight like that I would want to talk to you is if the plane was crashing. because then it would make my life
Oh,
seem
that's
like
beautiful.
Then you get to turn to him and go, "Hey, let's have sex real quick before this thing goes down."
No,
That's beautiful. I'm the last person you
No.
want to talk to.
no.
I would've thought
Actually,
maybe your
if the plane's going to
sister
hit
or
the
something.
ground in, like, say, a minute, if you were talking to me, it would seem like a fucking day.
Yeah,
And I would really
you
want those
enjoy
last
it.
moments to last as long as they could.
And you would want that to be me that was enjoying
Tom, if
those
we were
last
in a
moments
ship
as well.
going down scenario or nuclear wars, we're about to die. I mean,
Yeah.
we're minutes away. Would you have sex with me if I wanted to?
Absolutely not.
What? We're about to die. Come on.
Hey, why are you going to the store for milk when you got a cow at home? You got a wife.
I'll let you take a
You
turn.
shoulda-
I'll let
You should have.
I'm
You
saying
should
you and
have
I.
out of your system before you got on a plane.
What if we are, we just happen to be in a room together. They announce, oh, there's a nuclear weapon headed right to our location. Let me take one little trip to Tomtown.
No thanks.
What about the other? I'll give you a shot.
We were talking. Bob Levy and I were talking day Thursday about that movie. What's the Hank's Castaway? And he's like, "What if you were out there and you're there for 2 or 3 years, and then all of a sudden some other guy comes up, he's smaller than you, maybe he's a certain way, and you're like, look, we're never getting off of here." And I'm like, yeah, but then years later, people would be asking you, where were you the last 7 years? Well, I was out there on accidentally fucked a guy island. Oh shit, fuck. And then they have to actually name it accidentally fuck the guy island, like 36 longitude, 66 latitude.
I did. I recently, a couple months ago or so, we were talking about in Discord how, like there's no undiscovered land anymore, right? Like we know where everything is.
Yeah.
You can't conquer anything really now. So then I started thinking about it. I started going like, well, I wonder if you could, like, is there an island that we could just take it over? Like me and a bunch of yahoos I get together off of the internet, my friends, could we reasonably, because we all have access to guns. Could we reasonably find some place, and what could they fucking do about it? And we found a few different candidates, and there's one. Fuck, I don't remember the name of it, but I remember it had like a very funny, like kind of.
Are you talking about that one tribe that like India keeps everyone away from, so they're very rarely seen, and then one
I think we get owned by them.
I wish you would go there with some guns because they got it coming. They've been like stranded boats and shit go up on their shore, and they just come out and machete everybody.
Right, exactly. We would never win. That's like an Ewok situation.
No. You can sit out in the boat 50 yards offshore and just pick them up.
I bet you they've got traps ready to go. No, I'm not risking that one. I'll tell you, the one that I found, I think it was just down in the middle of the fucking Southern Atlantic Ocean or something.
That these people are all inbred. They haven't left the island for ages. You think they're really, and the only thing people can catch is themselves.
But then we don't get anything. Look, it's a fucking uncontacted tribe. It's like
I just want them all dead. Okay.
Look, why not take over a place that's already got stuff and infrastructure?
Yeah, I don't want to be building
Obviously,
things.
what you're saying makes sense. It just doesn't satisfy my.
There's a place I can't remember the name of it, but it's like It's like Happiness Island. It'd be like the funniest place to take over, and most of the island is completely uninhabited, and then there's one little carve out where like a bunch of, I don't know if it was like Dutch or something, but some random European group moved there, and it's like 30 of them basically, and they've been living on that island for years now. They're all inbred. They've got buildings, they've got electricity, they've got infrastructure, and the most important part is they do not have guns. And there's nobody protecting. I think it's partially owned by another country, so presumably that country would be mad if you did this, but I don't think they'd bother doing anything about it. And once all 30 of them are wiped out, it's like, what are you even coming to save? So I truly believe we could, if we just got 40 guys together, everyone's got a gun, we win. And
I'm
we
with
could,
you.
We could also just say that we were the 30 people that were originally here when they
yeah,
turned
well,
up.
that I said that. It's like,
Yeah.
who's going to tell them otherwise? Like, you
Yeah.
can't prove it.
Please
Yeah,
count me
we-
in. I'd love to do this. With the right guns, is probably only going to take 20.
I've always wanted to kill an entire island of people.
Well,
Yeah.
and that's why I
They
want to
don't
kill the people on that other island, because they're they really people. They've never had a Big Mac. They probably never wiped their ass with real toilet paper. They've just been there on that island, inbreeding. Well, of course they're going to hate anybody that shows up. You know?
Oh, I found it. I found the place. So it's it's the southern Atlantic Ocean. Between the tip of Africa and the tip of South America, basically.
What's it called?
Now I mixed up the name. So there's an island nearby that's called Inaccessible Island, which is very funny. And so I looked at that. I was like, oh, that'd be funny to take over Inaccessible Island because there's no one living there. But I guess
we
it's
change
probably,
it to NHS. Like
I'm
just
guessing
I-
there's a reason it's called that,
Mm.
But then right next to that is an island that's called, I don't know, Tristan da Cunha or something. But there's a little section of it. This might be a volcano, actually, which might be a bad idea. But there's a little section of it right at the top corner called Edinburgh of the Seven Seas. So I guess it was Scottish people. I don't know. But yeah, it's like maybe 80 guys living
It
there.
says this is actually, Tristan da Cunha is actually a collection of islands.
Well, this is one big one here. It looks like a volcano. I think it might be a volcano.
Well, it says it's got Queen Mary's Peak on it and Rookery Point,
Yeah.
Stony Hill Point, all
Yeah.
that.
So right the top, the like northern
That Guff
West-
Island is famous for something. It's either lemmings or a certain kind of bird. I can't remember what it's famous for.
But okay, Tom, let me ask you this. Okay, imagine that we're both in a glass cube, right? Okay, we're both in a glass cube with an open top.
people
And
in
you're
glass
wearing we're both in a glass cube, and there's an open top, and you're wearing just a t-shirt and some slacks, what you might normally wear, and I'm wearing nothing at all. Would you throw your clothes into my cube so that I could get dressed and you wouldn't have to look at me naked? Or would you rather stay clothed and look at me naked?
Great question.
That I don't even say that again. You lost me. I'm not probably going to be involved with throwing clothes to people and shit. That's like your thing.
No, okay, we're both in a cube, a glass
same cube.
No, we're in two
We're
separate
each
cubes.
in our own cube.
Correct. We can't see anything else
Professional
except
writer.
for each
Okay,
other.
go ahead.
Yeah, and we can't see anything else except each other.
All right.
You've got clothes on. I do not have clothes on. Would you throw your clothes out of your cube and into my cube to allow me to get dressed so you don't have to look at me naked? Or would you rather stay clothed and look at me naked?
Number one.
Could he just
Number
throw you
one.
a big t-shirt?
Number
No.
one. Number
I
one.
refuse to put it on unless you
Number
said
one.
me over everything.
I'm not undressing in front of you. You're already naked. That's your problem. Number two.
It's your problem. I'm
Number
fine being
two.
naked.
What I saw in the porta potty, it's almost like you're smooth down there. It's not like really I'm looking at a naked man because there's no
Okay.
junk.
So you would like to look at me naked?
No, I would like to close my eyes. Your deal in the other cube. By the way, how do we get these fucking cubes? And why do all your
We're in glass
have
cubes.
such a
What I didn't tell you. Okay, what I didn't tell you, Tom.
Hey, now,
I didn't
hold
tell
on.
you there's
I'm
a
talking
third
to my
cube.
show. I got
with a young child that is also naked.
gonna have to mute you for a second. So why do all of your stories have such a massive homoerotic basis in them? You know, it's like you and I are both hanging off the side of the mountain, and you're hanging off my dick, and I'm hanging off yours. Now, Okay, go ahead. Sorry, I didn't want to mute you, but I had a good bit. There you go.
It was only erotic to you.
What I failed to mention was there is a third cube with a young child that is also naked.
Yeah.
Now,
all I failed to mention is I was struck blind moments before.
Are you going to clothe that child, or are you going to expose yourself to that child and make me watch this whole thing happen?
What I'm going to do very proactively is I am going to assert the Kobayashi Maru escape from this goddamn designed to paint me into a corner I don't want to be in scenario. You know what the Kobayashi Maru is, don't you?
Look, I know that these cubes are inescapable.
You said they were open at the top when we
I
started.
designed them and then put myself in there with a naked child.
Because I already
it's a classic Saw situation. You know, the first movie Saw where the guy that did it is in the middle.
They were open at the top, and
Tom, you're getting jigsawed here, man.
And the reason that I was paying attention when you said they were open at the top, because I was like, you didn't describe it very well at first, and I thought we were both in the same cube. And I'm like, man, if he lets rip in here, and I'm sealed up in a glass box, that's not going to be cool.
No, they're both open. All three cubes are open at the top.
There's
currently a young child crying in the other cube.
You gotta let me talk once more. Jesse, you know what the Kobayashi Maru is, don't you?
Yeah, it's the Starfleet Academy training simulator that Captain Kirk famously somehow beat, even though it's supposed to be unbeatable.
Unwinnable situation.
Yeah.
So I'm asserting the Kobayashi Maru here to you guys. You can come up with these super homoerotic
well, it's not erotic to us.
And then it's not erotic. It's just homo. Is that what you're saying? So you start with
just to be clear, you're going to expose yourself to the child.
It's like Legos. You just keep adding shit to it until I didn't get the answer I wanted. That now, imagine that the child is made of actual human penises. He's some sort of Frankenstein.
Now you get it.
It's sort of a head cheese.
I like that. It's a human penis child. Go ahead.
Sort of a head cheese. Anyway. Whatever.
I can't believe you're going to expose yourself to children.
I'm not.
Well, you're not going to.
I didn't put myself.
You want to see the child naked.
I didn't put myself in a glass cube. And
what happens
now see, this is. I didn't put myself in the glass cage, and you seem to have knowledge of all of the next steps and things and stuff. So
because I designed the cube.
Well, then you're the one with the motherfucking problem if you put naked kids in glass boxes. Or Tom could rip the bottom of his shirt to make a blindfold. Good call, Aki. Or a noose. Myself. Hey.
What about this? A Saw.
Who doesn't want a little David Carradine before they go out? Take your T-shirt, make a noose.
What about a Saw movie, but it's just for black people? And the guy's called Nigsaw.
I don't like that kind of stuff because there's words that we as white people.
I'm not joking, Tom. I completely forgot we're on your channel. I was looking at Discord. I'm not joking. I was just somebody messaged me on Discord, and I was not thinking about the.
It's okay. See, because there's words.
I'm allowed to say it. I'm black.
I know.
So would the situation
please, Scott,
the situation be about
never a deal where I actually want to talk longer than
stamps or something like that? Like if you don't,
God damn it. There's words that we can't say as white people. Like I can't say the N word.
Yeah.
And then same is true for black people. Black people can't say the word ask. All right, Scott, please. I only wanted to say, whoops, I unmuted you.
Just because I'm not on camera, just so your audience understands, I'm a black man. I'm allowed to say stuff like that.
Go ahead, Scott, please.
All right. So the situation for the word that Jesse said that I won't say because I'm not a black man would be sort of like a food stamp, situation where he has to cash the food stamp within a certain amount of time, but he can't get past the black guy in the door, and he's like, hey, "Go ahead, you good, you good."
Oh wait,
And he just
let me ask you this real quick. What if could he pay the guy to move away?
No, he doesn't
In
have any
food,
cash.
promise him a food stamp.
I technically don't think there's even such a thing as food stamps anymore. They're on card.
EBT card, yeah, but you can sell that. I mean,
Oh,
trust me, we do.
You can.
Me and the fellas, we do that sometimes.
Yeah.
So.
What the hell? Sometimes people type things in my room, and I just like, what the fuck does that?
Talking about my dad, I think.
Yeah. I think Aku's a real big racist, to be honest.
Yeah,
I don't know what that Chinese character means.
Pretending to be fucking Chinese on the internet.
Yeah.
He told us one time, Aku is a guy that rebuilds automobiles, does tons of body work.
Well, I know a guy named Yakub who made white people.
Okay. It's Japanese.
He's big.
Look at that. The guy that lives out in
whatever
in the Pacific Rim area, he can't tell the difference between Japanese.
Chinese, Japanese, dirty knees.
Yeah.
I prefer to call it Chinese.
Chickadee China, the Chinese chicken.
The first episode of Kung Fu, David Carradine walks across the desert in a western town, and one of the guys in the bar goes, "Looks like he's got a little Chinese in him." And it just sounded dirty. It's not even like a word that you could get in trouble for saying, but it just sounded like really bad.
It's because he put some stank on it,
Yeah, he did. He put some stank on his hang down. All right, what do we got here? Hey.
Well, you put it
up
up on the screen.
Why did you put that up on the
Why did you
screen?
put that up? That's a little offensive to a guy like Scott.
Because tomorrow in the room, if indeed that is Christian Lunn, I didn't want to, Tom, you put all sorts of terrible things up in your room.
Wow, that's a pretty good impression.
And very good.
I don't know why you didn't put mine up.
You shouldn't make fun of him. He survived cancer.
I'm not making fun of him. I really, really, really like him. It's just that he's easy to imitate, and that's.
I've known Lund for like 7 years. I can't understand a fucking word he says. Nothing.
He's not actually happy with this show.
I'll just do you the service of telling you what he's saying. The first half of the sentence will be a pleasant compliment, and the second half will be some sort of indictment on your soul that is not pleasant. So it's like,
Tom, something's just come across my desk. Something's just come across my desk.
Wow, you're jacking off?
Is it you? Hold on a second, because I was just about to say something. You really have to, there's a thing we're doing here. And, when one person's got the ball, so what came across your desk? Please tell me the trumped up, partially true little thing you're going to.
No, this is 100% true. This is 100% true. There is.
Wait, not to interrupt you, but isn't it crazy that the guy who's had to deal with the most trumped up charges ever is a guy called Trump? All right, sorry.
And just before you start, many times you say something's 100% true, and then
well, all right.
Let's just say.
How about I tell one thing that is very true and one thing that is untrue, and you can decide which one is true and which one.
How about two truths and a lie?
How about if you just tell the first thing, and then I will. Right. But I'm just saying,
two truths and a lie.
Okay, so all right. So the first truth is that last night in the Discord, our friend Tom Gulley said the N-word.
I did.
Yeah.
Yep.
And he said it in anger. And
I wasn't in anger.
Yeah.
No, it was in friendship and camaraderie.
No. There's a thing I do in your room. There's a thing I do in life called sentences that have never been spoken before. And that was part of one. So I was just
What was the
sort
sentence?
of re-typing it in. I don't even remember.
I don't think it was something that was never said before. I actually can't remember the context. It literally just came.
I've said it like 100 times while being cut off in traffic.
It definitely was, because that's the only reason I would be typing stuff into a Word doc during the thing. I remember I was very clear to remember it, and that's why I was so quickly and easily able to say, yeah.
Okay, well, the other truth is that Jessica
There's
Biel
no other truth.
was recorded having sex with a horse 10 years ago. What's wrong, Tom?
That sounds like a yes.
Yeah, I mean, she was. I'm just telling the truth.
I'm going to put
somebody. Remember Jessica Biel?
Are we going to talk about Jessica Biel again? Because didn't that happen 10 years ago, but it was just made public recently?
Yes, it was. On election day, it came
I
out.
don't
So overshadowed.
I don't believe that story.
That
story seems somewhat dubious to me.
What about it seems dubious to you?
Complete lack of proof.
So you need to see the physical video of Jessica Biel banging a horse to know that it happened.
I am going to need
Well,
to see
I don't need to see that, but that would be one of the things that you could see that would verify it.
Okay, well, actual news.
I could also see the
Associated Press.
I could also see the shadow of her.
Lenny Wade in the chat said he's seen it.
And then there's testimony. There's all sorts of testimony that could prove that.
Praise the Lord.
Medical examinations of Jessica herself when she starts walking again. All sorts.
It happened 10 years ago. You don't wonder why she hasn't been in any movies lately?
No, at the time. Oh, she's been in movies.
What has she been doing recently?
Raising those kids too, by the way. Isn't she married to Justin Timberlake?
Yeah, he was the one that recorded it.
Now, do you know that? How do you know all this? Is there like a magazine?
I read newspapers, obviously.
Yeah, but I mean, what newspaper? Celebrity horse diddling, and I mean, where do you find that?
I gotta be honest, I don't believe this.
Yeah.
You know why?
Why is that, man?
I think Jessica Biel needs to be transvestigated. I think she's one of those celebrities that they, for some reason, trans to fool people. I don't know why they do. I'm not sure what the grand conspiracy here is with this, but for some reason, what they do with celebrities is they turn them trans, and then you believe you're looking at a lady or a guy, but it's the opposite, and then that does something.
Man.
So how would she bang the horse? Did she fuck it in the butt with her cock? I mean,
I don't know, man. I wasn't there. Lenny Ways.
No,
maybe Lenny Ways needs the stream link.
According
Can I give Lenny Ways the stream link?
No.
Have you seen the footage, Scott?
No, I saw a still from it. It was in the newspaper.
Tom, you ever seen Mr. Hands?
I don't think so.
You ever seen Lemon Party?
I don't think so.
You ever seen Tub Girl?
No.
You ever seen Brian Peppers?
No.
Okay.
Have you ever seen any porn where a lady is, providing fellatio to a horse?
Oh, yeah.
I mean,
providing it.
Well, I guess that was how I met your mom, was that she was in that video. And
was that what that show was about?
I mean, it was the first date. She said, "Hey, I just made a movie. Would you like to see me in the movie?"
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yep. There's a little kid running around. She kept calling him Squirt.
Yeah.
Hey, that might have been. Anyway, no.
That's crazy. I call Scott Squirt now.
Those are the people that clean up the porta potties.
I prefer to be called the Clam King. Thank you.
The people that clean up the porta potties call him Squirt as well. When's the next date with Choker, the barista girl?
Oh, I'm seeing her tomorrow night.
Where?
So me too.
Yeah. I couldn't release the public location. I'm not stupid.
Just tell me, is you going to dinner? Are you going bowling?
No, we're going out
for listen to your fucking Australia stories out in the park. What's going on?
No, we're just going out for a drink.
What do you guys drink? Water?
Milk.
That's cool.
Yeah. We're gonna have Milos. We're gonna have Milos and
you and the Droogs.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're going to the Corona Milk Bar.
Now this will be the first time I've seen her outside her sort of her work.
What if she's got like a half leg?
No, I've seen both of her legs.
Oh, okay.
But this will be the first time I've seen her outside.
Maybe the half legs inside of a big full one. They do that, you know.
Yeah.
Or if she's a guy. That'd be fun if she's a guy. Maybe that's why she wears the choker all the time to hide her Adam's apple.
Yeah, that's
well, she said that she has an alternative dress style. So I'm curious to see what that means.
Scott, well, all right, Scott, be real about this too. Answer this truthfully. Let's say you started dating a girl, you go on a few dates, you don't hook up or anything. You finally go to hook up. You find out, she tells you, she says beforehand, listen, I'm so sorry if this is a problem. I fully get it. You don't want to see me anymore. And you guys are already kind of hot and heavy. You've been making out. But she's like, listen, I was born male. And I have a fully functioning penis and testes. I don't have a vagina at all. I haven't even done any sort of feminization surgery. I haven't taken.
But I'm attracted to her externally.
Let me finish. I haven't taken any hormones to even make myself seem feminine. I just have long hair. I'm barely even trying. I have a 5 o'clock shadow.
So it basically looks like you.
I have a little bit more than a 5 o'clock shadow, but this girl, you've been seeing her for weeks now, and fully attracted, been kissing her, making out, clearly just a guy with long hair. What would you do that in that moment? You guys are about to get hot and heavy.
I guess in that moment I'd be questioning my sanity that I was attracted to that all along.
But would you do it? Would you go for it?
I mean, that insane person that was making out with her.
She says to you, listen, you can put it in my butt. You don't have to do anything with my penis at all. I'll come from it.
I mean, yeah, you're selling the story for sure. I guess this insane person that is willing to hook up with an obvious dude would probably go.
This is you. And then you have also you've been falling in love with her, by the way.
Yeah.
You're thinking to yourself
I fall in love very easily. I've fallen in love with Tom like 3 times.
You're like, you know what? Maybe I will get married. Actually, I know I always said I'd never get married. But
I almost did, yeah.
I'm starting to think maybe I'd like to marry this girl.
She wears chokers. She with free coffee.
I've never been attracted to a dude before, but this dude sounds pretty cool. So
I mean, she dresses like a girl. She styles her hair. She wears makeup, but it's just in every other scenario, she hasn't done anything to feminize herself.
But why am I attracted to that?
It's the girl from the coffee shop. I don't know.
Well, yeah. If the girl from the coffee shop.
Why are you attracted to it? You tell me.
I mean, maybe I need glasses or something. Like if I didn't feel the stubble when I was,
Yeah, I mean, she does a good job. I'm not saying it's super obvious. I'm just saying that it turns out that she's taken no paths toward, biologically altering herself.
You know what, Jesse? Every hole's a goal. I'm not saying that I'll be with this man forever, but
I mean, you're in love.
Yeah, even for
this scenario, you're in love. Would you be like, listen, I can't. If you want to hook up, we can hook up, but I can't stay with you, or what would the?
Yeah, I mean, I
No,
mean,
answer honestly.
Out of this
I know you're fucking in kid around mode now. Answer honestly. What would
I
you
look,
do?
honestly, I can't imagine myself being attracted to a chick that barely puts any evidence.
She got you. She got you.
There's no way.
It's just I don't know. Maybe you were drunk. Maybe it was dark out.
Could have been
Yeah.
something.
Yeah.
Yeah, I get the feeling that it could have been something. Sure, you're in there. You got to make a decision.
This is it, man.
Yeah.
I don't think I could follow through.
Really? You wouldn't fuck her in the butt just to make her happy?
Just for the story.
Man, I've got plenty of stories without.
Wait, you do?
Well,
why won't
let's
you
use
just
them.
fuck her in the butt? I mean,
Man, if that story doesn't make it on Scott's top story list, maybe we're missing some stories.
Yeah.
You ever had any?
My Chrome says, "What about if you're both in a cube?"
Would you please let me handle the freaking chat room, Mr. Spoiler?
Now, have either of you ever had a close call with a T?
Never.
No.
Oh, he took way too long to answer.
No, I was reading this.
Do you have a trans twin sister?
So it'd be my twin goes trans.
Yeah,
I don't know, man. Anything that's 6'5", I really don't want to be in the same bed with.
Not Comedy She-Man. Comedy She-Man is very attracted to
Oh, you talk.
He would absolutely demolish.
Well, Comedy Shaman is. I mean, Comedy Shaman went out with a girl, dated a girl online, which I don't even know what that means. And then when she sprung it on him. No, I would say no pun intended, but she really did spring it on him. He didn't really slow down that much. You know what I mean?
Yeah, he said that he was still in love with her for ages.
What was it? He said, "You're still gonna be my baby girl." Yeah. Isn't she gigantically taller than him?
Oh yeah, he's only 5'6". Scott stalked and then dated as a joke a girl from the internet. We watched him live on Discord go and track her down at a park. She was live on YouTube, and then we figured out where, and he hunted her down and then jokingly dated her for a few weeks. How long was that?
I know it went on for quite a while.
Did you fuck her?
No, we made out once, but I didn't fuck her.
Oh, that's crazy. So I've always thought that she was trans.
She had broad shoulders, but
yeah, she's sort of manly looking. I would transvestigate her any day. And so that's why I think it is possible, because to me, she always looked like Chewy. And Chewy is your friend who is a guy, and you still found her attractive.
Well, let me see. Han, I've got that photo. I've sent that photo to Tom. And Tom, I can send you the photo of this.
Where are you sending it to? You're sending it on Skype that I closed 20 minutes ago?
Tom Gulley on Discord. You can just scroll up.
Yeah, I don't have Discord open either.
You don't have Discord open?
No. You're a guy in my chat room, though. So that means you could probably put it in the studio.
Can I?
Go to where it says present, and then it'll say slides. And
okay, yeah, I can do that.
Yeah, so that's why we do it. Is that we're all right here, see, and then I don't have to open up.
Yeah, no, I like that.
No, it's it's one of those things that I do to occupy me when you're talking over me.
All right, let me have a look. Present, share screen. And let me choose a tab. There we go. All right. There you go. You can
Look
put
at
that up. Yeah.
Oh, well, a minute here. First, we gotta. Okay, let's just put this up real quick.
Yeah, there you go.
I've seen this before.
Yeah, that's Chewy.
That was the person that he was just suggesting transvestigating.
You look thrilled in that picture.
I was.
Look at you.
He's making the face of, look at me. What am I doing? I am dating someone as a joke.
Yeah. And what was funny about it was that Dirk, who is in the chat right now, thought that he really had feelings for this lady. And
Is that why he made her his profile picture?
Did you take it out of the thing?
Yeah, I did. Yeah, I
Okay.
presented it.
So, well, let me see if that's going to even. Okay. So she's not unattractive, but you look like you just ate a shit cigar in that thing. Why you did not smiling or anything? What was that part of the prank?
Look, there was plenty more photos. I think that was probably one of the photos that sort of. Let me see if I can find some other photos for you.
That's okay. Really, it's.
I can show some photos of your car.
You're too good to us. No, that's okay. Everything's great. I guess. Is there a world war coming up? Any?
Oh no, I wanted to show you this. Wait, what the fuck? You can't see the. You can only see my desktop. You can't see the window that I'm moving. That's crazy. All right, never mind. Then I can't show it.
You can switch between what you're presenting.
I did that, and that's what's happening. So I don't. I've never even seen that before. That was wild looking.
Like you didn't have something dodgy, you know.
It was just one of the thumbnails of my show where it's Tom as a claymation character. I wanted to get his take.
Oh, I've seen that. I don't like those, and it's not. I find them insulting. I just don't find them very good.
I like it. I think
it's like I would like them to be a lot more abusive. They seem kind of play school, kind of.
That's what I like about it.
Play-Doh, you know. But whatever. I'm to the point now where it's like, hey, people just do whatever you want to do. You're gonna do that anyway. Might as well not argue about it.
Well, I love you, Tom.
I love you too. I should probably let you guys go. I have to get up and.
No, you don't understand. I really love you.
Oh, well, I appreciate that. Especially since your wife is the meanest person I've ever.
How about this? How about this?
Yeah.
You, me, Clam King. We do a Texas meetup. Early January. We all meet up in Dallas. Then all three of us fly back to Australia together for our Australia Day. Yeah. And then you have some buddies on the flight. So it's not that bad.
I want to go to Australia.
We're your buddies. We're going.
Oh, okay. Those buddies. Gotcha.
Yeah. You've got some buddies on the flight. Me and Clam King, and we just hold your hand on the flight, make sure you're not scared, and we have a good time, you know. We laugh it up. We'd have some drinks. We see if the bathrooms are unoccupied. And then we have a nice day at Mile High Club. And then we see if the what's going on in Australia Day. Maybe throw some prawns on a Barbie or whatever.
Yeah. Sounds great.
He
wants to put this up.
But Tom, you really need to on Australia Day, when we do the stream, you need to cook up some just like barbecue sausages, the most plain barbecue sausages you can find at the store, and just some plain white bread.
Do you have a couch that me and Scott could sleep on?
Yeah, it's real close too. It's over at the DoubleTree Inn.
No, come on, Tom. If Scott and I come over,
I have to come to your house.
If Scott and I come over there, can we stay over at your place, hang out for a week or two?
No.
What? 2
balls, 4 walls. Yes, I'm happy to help you find a place to put you up.
Wait a second. Does your house only have 4 walls?
The outside of it, yes.
Yeah, but what about the inside? You have multiple.
The inside has
segregates all the different rooms.
The inside has far more, but each of those walls is not building defining, whereas the outside 4 walls it is.
Why can't Scott and I stay over and we do a big hangout for a couple weeks with you?
Guests suck.
Would you say that your house is?
You can come over,
dude. I'm a great.
You can't spend the night.
I'm a great.
What about if we talk all night and then I just?
I would let you use the shower.
I am such a
Not
good guest.
you.
I do not make myself at home whatsoever. I keep all my stuff in my bag. I barely exist when I'm
Mhm.
there.
So
I could sleep in the
you would be even a better hotel guest. I'm old. I set my ways. I don't like having people
All
trapped
right.
in my
Okay.
home overnight. I would never ask to stay at your house, and if you told me I could, I wouldn't.
Now here's another idea. Scott and I come over to Dallas. We all three of us get a big hotel room to stay in together. So you're staying with us.
In my own hometown?
Yes.
No,
You never done that? You never got a hotel room in your own where you live?
no.
Tom, just tell me if this is too personal, but do you have some sort of medical issue or something that you don't want sort of exposed or something? Do you have
No,
a
I just don't like
food bag or something
in my
like that?
place.
What's going on? Yeah.
I just don't like people in my It's like my house isn't a hotel.
You don't think it would be kind of fun for all the bros hanging out, get a big suite, like a penthouse suite? You know, they've got big, they got hotel rooms where you've got separate bedrooms, but it's all one unit. You know
I
what I mean?
understand. I've been in hotels. What the
Not in the penthouse.
here's the thing.
You
Yeah.
could order pizza.
Hey, here's the thing though. What's the difference if we do stuff, blah, 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 and then everybody goes, oh, well, it's time to go to sleep. And I just go home and sleep.
What's the difference? We're not going to sleep. We're going to be up all night eating pizza. I'm going to bring my Xbox. We'll do a LAN party.
Oh, I wouldn't do that. I have to sleep.
Dude, it'd be so. We're gonna be yapping, chatting, having the wildest time. We're old too, but we'll be wild hogs. We're gonna be young dogs.
Oh, hey!
Someone's gonna pass out.
Do you realize how bad you ended any hope of me even considering this when you said we'll be wild hogs?
No,
you haven't seen that movie.
I have seen
a scene of it.
Yeah,
not doing it.
Oh, come on. Scott and I will take you out. We'll try to find some trim.
Yeah.
Can we go in my town?
Can we go cruising in the Jag? Can we go cruising in the Jag?
Definitely. Oh, God. We'll definitely go cruising in the Jag.
Hell yeah.
See, I know how to get Tom on side.
Is there enough room to get a lady in there too for us to all share?
Well, it's 5 seats.
Well, I wasn't gonna.
Oh, we get 2 ladies.
Look, man, Scott, he's kind of big. I don't know.
Come on.
Listen, we're all big guys. We're all big guys.
Now you're throwing stones in glass cubes. It's crazy.
Yeah.
No, I'm not throwing them at him. I'm just throwing over the opening at the top.
Children in glass cubes shouldn't throw clothes.
You got that right. Yeah, got that right.
Well, we'll figure out the logistics, all the stickier details, but this is going to be, we're going to have an epic adventure. We'll go to the Circle K.
There's no there's probably Circle K's in Dallas, but I don't know where they're at.
We'll have an excellent adventure, and then we'll have a bogus journey to Australia.
Here's the only problem with that. I don't have an active passport, so I can't go. Darn.
We'll get you one. We'll be there for 2 weeks. We got plenty of time to sign you up and get you.
You're not gonna. And I just, you guys have a nice time. Let's see
with you.
No, I'm not.
Tom, we're coming.
I'm literally terrified of flying.
Tom, we're coming to that. You said you've traveled to Japan and the Arctic Circle, and you're terrified of flying.
And then in 1996, I was involved in a plane ride. Bad things happened. And
in 2001, I was involved in a flight that some say will live in infamy.
Yeah, that was the shoe bomber, wasn't it? The flight.
No.
The bombing issue.
What happened in 1996, Tom?
I was traveling from Toronto to Vancouver, so you're fighting the trade winds, the Gulf Stream, all that stuff.
There was a curry person on the plane, and they opened the container.
So we're I don't know. It started to get turbulence. They said every time, whatever. But there was a point at which the turbulence got so bad, and this is what they told us, that the engines were overloaded by the amount of wind that was, trying to pass through, and it caused this like a stall of some kind, and the plane dropped. And I've talked to other pilots, and they say, yeah, it's common for that to happen. It dropped really a certain number of 100 feet or whatever, and then started again. And when it did that, all of the stuff came out on, the lights went out, all this other kind of crap. And my briefcase that had little brass corners on it came out of my overhead and hit me on the head so hard that like the people in the surrounding seats were like, what was that noise? What was that noise? And I'm in pain. And once the lights came on, the sky waitress came over to me and said, sir, are you okay? Because everybody was going, you need to take care of that guy. And I went, yeah, I mean, something hit me in the head. And just as I said that, blood started pouring down the front of my face. And it had taken off this big, like quarter-sized piece of scalp when it hit that. And then we continued to have turbulence. And so, yeah, flying now terrifies me. It didn't used to bother me at all, but now it does.
Well, I tell you what, Tom, here's what we're going to do. Me and Scott, we're coming to Dallas. And the three of us, like it or not, we're having a big boys' night out.
The girl I'm saying's name is Debbie. Can she come along?
Oh,
Sure.
that's a ticket to ride if I ever
You
heard.
guys, I can recommend a really great hotel near the airport, and or you Airbnb, whatever you want.
Fine. You don't want to sleep with us. Fine. We get it. But we're going out. We're taking you out, whether you like it or not.
No, not in my town. No, I take you out.
We're kidnapping you. We're going to treat you.
Big cigars, steaks.
We're going
to like
you're going to do a first style thing. We're going to treat you. We're going to show you all the sights. We're going to get you the best barbecue.
I'm gonna get Debbie to give you a lap dance. It's going to be great.
She's going to be doing everything.
You don't want me to be with Debbie because you can't drive a nail where a steak's been, son. And I will tell you guys where all the best barbecue places and stuff. You don't know any of that. You're not a local.
Trust me, I know. All the spots. We're gonna be knocking doors. We're gonna hit up Lenny. Lenny's gonna be there too. We're gonna get
doors, huh?
Paul and Eliana are gonna show up.
Boat will be there
for the boys' night out.
Boat will be there when he's done checking cupboards and.
Oh my God, we are going to have an insane time together. We're going to go to medieval times.
You just bring the chips and dip, and we'll do the rest, man.
You don't have to. Chips and dip, chips and queso, and chips and salsa everywhere you go.
Tom, let me make you a delicious chili.
Oh, yeah. Well, first of all, I haven't eaten tonight. I'm starving right now, so we got to stop here in a minute.
Why don't you just order something and you can eat with us? I've got half of a cookie here. I can have that.
I've got half a chub.
Because I've got all this food over here that I can make.
What is it?
You just have a random half of a cookie just sitting there in front of. What the fuck is that? I haven't seen you eat that at any point during all of this.
I had some snacks here.
I did eat like a couple of bites of it earlier, and then I decided.
See, I got to get up in like 5 hours to go grocery shopping.
Oh God, here we go with this lie again.
Yeah.
Listen, Tom.
What are you talking about? Why would I make that up?
All right, Tom. I'm gonna come over there. I'm gonna make you a delicious chili. Here's what I need you to pick up from the grocery store. Okay.
Yeah.
You know the meat, obviously. You know what to get beef wise. I'm sure you know how a bowl of red works, but this is where I go a little different. All right. I'm gonna need some limes. I'm gonna need three limes, some brown sugar. I'm gonna need every red hot pepper they got, basically, and a couple habaneros. as well. Grab all that for me. I'm gonna need some Dr. Pepper. All right, we're gonna throw that in the mix as well. There we go. Well, we're gonna need the sugar stuff because that's the whole point. In fact, if you can get the one with actual sugar in it, since you're in Texas, that'd be great. And then, what else do I need? I'm gonna need some chorizo though. I like to add a little chorizo into the mix to spice things up. I'm gonna need a full white onion, a full red onion.
What's the white onion? Vidalia?
Vidalia onions are very good, but I don't think they're. I like to use the white as like a topper, basically. It's I cook a little bit of it into there, but I cook the red onion in mostly. A full red onion.
Red's just a regular Spanish onion.
Red's just a red onion. Spanish onion's yellow.
But there's different
spring
kinds.
onion.
There's different kinds. There's different kinds of red onion, right?
No, it's just red onion.
Yeah, David, there will be no Stella.
What?
Hey, check this up on screen. Check this up on screen. Tom, I'm sharing.
All right.
No, you get the spring onion. The spring onion's a good one.
Spring onion. I mean, not chili. You would never notice it. It disappear. Why is this on screen?
I don't know.
Okay.
He's trying to get me copyright violated, probably.
Some mole. If you get me some mole sauce and chipotles in adobo, would be good as well. But I need a bunch of like dried, like Spanish, and also those Japanese peppers. I think the Spanish call them japonesa. I'm gonna need all that. What am I forgetting? I feel like I'm leaving something out here.
You want to take that goddamn thing out of the studio, please?
What do you mean? I'm watching it. Well, don't you want to watch it as well?
I do. Watch it on your own crap. No, I don't want it because I
am watching it.
It's probably live.
It is live.
That was the shitty thing I knew you were going to do.
Is this
what? I was sharing. We always do this. We watch sport together. That's what we do.
I don't think
not on a live stream on YouTube.
Tom, Tom, you're not going to get in trouble for that. That's not a problem.
Nobody watches figure skating like that. You don't get. It's not like UFC or anything like that.
That's
just
like
take it out of there so I can put some stuff in the studio, please.
Oh, you can't do it if I leave that there.
Oh, that's some technology.
I can if I remove some things. One of which that I could remove would just be you. And then that will take the other thing out of two slots.
You're really upset.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I thought
figure skating, man. I don't know why you're. What do you
First
want
of all, figure skating. How many vaginas did you grow in the last 10 minutes? Second of all, figure skating. Who are you that you figure skate? Really? Hey, Australia, rough guys, super cars, footy. Hey, did you see this figure skating yesterday? You don't even have cold water there.
And then thank you in chat for saying I am an allium expert, David. That is true. I am an expert in all the alliums, garlic, leeks, shallots, the whole thing.
Aluminium.
No, God, I would.
Shallots is spring onions, isn't it? It's the same thing.
Oh, shallots are a completely different thing.
Yeah, shallots are. Jeez, who taught you that?
I changed over to motor racing, man. I've got the FIA World Endurance Cup.
Green onion. Chive.
Really trying to cut down on the number of live video streams that are going on at the same time. See, this is what happens when your kid says, "Oh, I know he's gotten kicked out of school a couple times in detention, but he'll be okay on our house."
Scott's just doing Tom. Scott's just doing the thing where you like watching along with him.
Dude, it's the FIA. We're at the finish line, man. This is
literally what he does in Discord all the
time. Let
me
tell you, I can tell you this, and this is the God's honest truth. I'm watching it because there's nothing else on.
There you go. I can see that you're watching it in the reflection.
It's 4:00 in the morning, and he's showing something. So naturally, I'm going to watch it. And naturally, it's probably better than any infomercial that's on. Yeah. But right here in this studio, as I keep trying to say, just here. Let me see if I can get rid of it.
Look, David O'Neill is saying FIA racing. Let's go. Dude,
So,
everyone's into it.
well,
the
if
beef,
David O'Neill is saying it, well, then by all means, you guys ought to start your own channel.
the beef's got to be a nice marble on it too. It's gonna be fatty. Do you have a cast iron?
I'm
pan?
looking at a thing. It's a screen here that says Clam King will be removed from the studio. If we want to present this person from rejoining, you should ban them instead.
I need cumin.
All right. Well, Toyota Gazoo Racing.
Cumin.
Won,
I'm gonna need
so just in case anybody wanted
everything
to know.
you've just mentioned. I already have, except I'd have to go out. We'd want to go out and get some special marbled meat.
Okay. Yeah, and do you have a nice seasoned cast iron pan?
I do.
Do you have a crock pot? Or something similar, like a slow cooker?
I do. It's going to sound stupid, but I don't remember whether I brought that from Utah. I have to go look under my sink, and I don't really want to.
Do you prefer?
But, I get a crock pot if we don't have one here. I'll go get.
Do you prefer the classic, cuts of meat style, the cuts of beef, bowl of red, or do you prefer ground beef chili? I can do both.
Well, the chili I just made has Angus beef, ground Angus beef, and it's also ground.
Okay.
It just really, I kind of would prefer the person making the fucking chili to make the way they like it.
Okay. Oh, Jesus Christ, Tom, what is with the anger? Oh my God.
Well, most of the time,
I want it to be what you like.
Most of the time, whatever you want to cook, honey. I don't like to get into that level of minutia over something. Somebody else's cooking.
You like it hot though, right?
Is supposed to be their specialty dish. When I go to a restaurant, the chef doesn't come out and go, "How do you want this? How do you want that?"
I make my special chili though. I make both ways. I make them one just as often as the other.
Make it the way you want.
Okay. Well then we'll do ground beef because that's a little easier. And then but what I like to do is I like to take the ground beef and make meatballs out of it. And then fry those up, get a little browning going on it. That adds to the flavor. And then now you like it hot, right? You're good with spice level, can be.
I don't like a lot of hot. I just like a little, just a touch, and then I'm
okay. That's going to be an issue. See, that's going to be an issue. Now I am going to have to change the recipe. You're gonna, you know what? You can throw.
Stop asking me shit.
I'll throw in some cream cheese, and you'll be fine. You'll be fine. You're gonna like it. This is gonna be the best chili you ever tasted. I guarantee that. I feel like I'm forgetting an ingredient though.
Well, we're coming up on midnight here.
Hell yeah, man.
Grandpa needs to go sleep.
Hey Tom, what do you reckon of the RX-8? Remember we were talking about that?
Are you Mormon, buddy? The internet's Maddox. What's going on? I don't really care about Maddox, and I am not. I did see, is Dick Masterson on the Who Are These podcast channel now? I think he did an election coverage show just this week. Wow, I didn't realize how effeminate he sounded till I must have forgot.
Sean, yeah.
Yeah, it's like, I think he's gonna go, and I'm just like, what the hell happened to you? But yeah, I think he is on that or these podcasts.
Well, he's a gay guy.
The election thing is he gay?
Oh yeah, he sucks cock at Burning Man.
I thought he was in love with the furry.
He is a furry.
Oh, okay.
And then he secretly asks guys to let him suck them off at Burning Man.
What's the one that's actually got a cow fetish thing? That's Ethan
Dick.
Ralph?
No, that's Dick.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he's a cow furry.
Boy, oh boy. His mother must be proud.
Scott, what are you watching?
No, I was watching FIA racing.
You eat the rest of that cookie?
No, I just did, yeah.
Yeah. How was it?
It was all right. It was very chocolatey.
Do you really think you ought to be eating cookies?
Yeah. Hey, Tom, how do you feel about the RX-8? I feel like that's the perfect kind of car for you.
Well, as I mentioned to you, the RX-7 was very popular, and I don't know that much about the RX-8, to be honest with you.
Yeah, but it's got the the rotary engine, the classic rotary engine.
The rotary engine's fine with me, but the car itself looks like a matchbox car.
It's got the doors at the back that open, sort of like suicide.
Yeah.
What's wrong with
it's a nice, different car. It's got a nice, sporty look. It's the extended fender wells and all that. But,
What's up with fucking Somalians?
I don't know.
They
got those big heads. It looks like they have a big brain, but they're like some of the lowest IQ people on earth. It's insane.
Yeah.
It's also, people say they're rich all the time. And like the other day, a guy said he made 100,000 Somalians.
Yeah, what is with that?
Yeah, I don't get that.
I have $1 Brazilian myself.
Do you? Let's see. Scott Green, the RX-8 kind of subscriber said, well, a lot of people like the RX-7, Scott. It can't be,
RX-8's better.
Well, yeah, to each
a little bit more modern. You go for the 09 model and above, you'll be all right.
I have a Jaguar.
It's certainly better than a Jag.
I have a Jaguar.
Yeah, Curry Muncher vehicle.
I have a Jaguar. It doesn't have an experimental engine.
Yeah, but it comes with a bunch of Indian people.
Nor is it a Mazda, which I'm sure over in Australia is like a BMW, but over here in the United States, it's a relatively shitty automobile.
Yeah. And yours is literally the shittiest because it is owned by Indians.
Not the one I own.
I mean, the brand.
The one I own was designed by the British, built by Ford in Coventry, England.
Yeah, but it's
but the Indian ones are shit, and it's like why would you buy one of those now? It doesn't even look. It doesn't have the Jaguar look. It could be a fucking Ford Focus.
Yeah, but they bought that legacy. You've inherited that legacy.
Man, you really do stretch, don't you? Oh yeah. Hey, that really good Jaguar you bought. Well, now you must accept the infected, shitty things that happen after it because you got to say, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
That's the same reason you wouldn't own an MG anymore, owned by the Chinese.
I would.
Nah.
Yeah. If I could fit in one. David, I wouldn't buy a KTM for the same reason, honestly.
Yeah, that is true.
Scott gapes more than stretches.
He meant to say vapes.
No, I'm reading what I'm reading here.
Yeah, but like V is right next to G on the keyboard.
I'm probably, Scott, you're on the gape section of Pornhub. Hard Archivist says new 4-year-old season Infinity episodes premiering starting now. One is a Rufio episode. Check out Hard Archivist, man. Scott is a vapist. Happy now?
Yeah, I am very happy.
All right.
Happy to be here.
Do I need to let you fellas go here?
Yeah, I gotta go.
You can just. Well, I was just going to say, Tom, you can head off, and we'll just keep this thing going.
Oh, if you want, yeah, that's fine. You want us to keep this thing running?
No, send in your super chats. Send in your super chats.
Kind of like it's kind of like my house.
Yeah, let us sleep over.
Kind of like, time for you guys to.
You go to bed, and we'll just. We'll turn off the lights and lock the doors.
I'll just sleep in front of the fireplace.
That's not how it works.
But naked.
We'll turn off the lights and lock the doors on our way out. You don't know. You can just
go. Cool. And I'll be inside the house when you do that.
Yeah, you can just go to bed. You can just go to bed.
Or see you later.
I would love
you go to bed.
How about this, Tom? We come over, we hang out. We don't spend the night with you, but you do allow me to tuck you into bed when you go to sleep.
I would love to see that.
Fundamentally, I do not object to the tucking in, but the only problem with that is after you tuck me in, then I have to follow you to the door.
No. We'll let ourselves out.
I'll lock up, man.
I don't trust anyone to lock up, not even myself. You guys, this is the honest to God truth.
I'll bring you milk and cookies.
Probably every night, at least once, I wake up having a wonderful time watching some movie or something, and I have to go downstairs and double check that I locked the door, which is really stupid because every time I go to bed, I double check that it's locked.
Do you live in like a bad area or something?
No.
I leave my car unlocked all the time. It's fine.
Any place I've ever lived, it's this way. I'm
paranoid.
Haven't left the house since yesterday. I've been in here all day. I haven't left the dwelling.
That's what I'm saying, man. You're worried about a 20-hour flight. You don't leave that chair.
I haven't been just sitting in a chair that whole time. Cleaning. So there was no reason to do anything.
Can I read you a bedtime story?
Aw.
Sure.
That would be so cute, honestly.
Over the phone.
All right, I'll call you. What's your mobile number?
Fall asleep and it'll fall right away from my face. I got milk and a half-eaten cookie. I'm surprised there wasn't onions in that. Infinite hypercube digital litter of gravy. I prefer warm milk and slaw. Well, who's the one?
All right, Tom, you want to play a game? You want to play a game? You guess what's in my hands right now. You get 3 guesses, and I have to reply yes or no.
I know what it is.
Okay, go ahead. You play it.
No, Tom, you play.
No, Tom, it's your 3 guesses, yes or no answers.
I forfeit.
Come on, Tom. Just 3 guesses.
I forfeit.
I'll give you a hint. It's red. I'll give you a hint. It's red.
God,
I'll give you a hint. It's red.
You just can't keep over talking, man. We're just chilling out here. It's 12 and
Tom, guess what's in my hand.
Yeah, I said I forfeit.
Just guess 3 times, and then I'll tell you what it is.
Yeah, it's like I'm dealing with one of my
troll or something, like a bridge troll. You have to guess 3 times. It's
like one of my nephews that's just like, throw the football with me. Yeah, I'm not right now. I'm doing something else. No, throw the football with me. I just don't want to guess.
Just guess, man.
Is it your cock?
It's not my cock. That's the first guess down.
He said hands, not fingers.
Well, no, it's just in one hand. Just one hand, actually.
Again.
Right. Tom, second guess. Come
on. I'm not going to guess.
Just guess. What could it possibly be? I haven't gotten up, so it had to be something that was at my desk.
Yeah, and I don't know what's on your desk. I don't
Is it another half-eaten?
I don't really want to.
Not another half-eaten cookie. That's the second guess.
That when I don't care, it's just
I care.
Yeah, he cared. He answered the question.
Is it your dog?
Right. It's not my dog. That's the 3 guesses. It was a pair of chopsticks.
I forgot you said Tom. I forgot you said it was red. Damn.
Yeah. Damn, Tom, you suck.
Some rando, let's make a deal fucking game you come up to. And you can tell me what's in my upper lapel pocket.
That's what it was. It was just a game. Damn, Tom. You're
and those games are dumb. And I'm not going to get door number 3 if I answer it correctly, which was a car or a boat. If I answer your question correctly, you go, hey, good job, Tom. I didn't think you'd get it.
Damn, Tom, you suck at games.
Good on you, mate. You got my chopstick question right. I led you down the primrose path of dogs in my dick before I finally got to the real.
Do you know how to use chopsticks?
Very well, yes.
Yeah. I would have thought you would have been able to guess it then.
Hey, Tom, look at this guy.
Yeah, I know how to use a car. I didn't guess a car. But Lenny Wayne says, read him. Read him. You just want me to say those words? Because read him, I don't know what that means.
He wants me to read you llama, llama, red
llama,
pajama.
Llama, red pajama, llama, llama, red pajama, llama, llama, red pajama, llama, llama, red pajama, llama, llama, red pajama.
It's a bedtime story.
It's a children's book.
Well, you know. Well, you know.
Hey, Tom, look at this guy.
What guy?
This guy I'm presenting.
Wow.
Who is that guy?
Look at him.
Come on, man.
Let me play it.
Trying to get through these chats.
It's a movie reviewer. We were talking about movie critics earlier. This is my
I've
favorite.
seen him before. Oh, is this the guy that like? I
Present
saw
it so
the-
I can see, because I can't see it, Tom.
This is my favorite movie
Man,
critic.
if you look down in the.
This is Ben Myers.
No,
of
I can't
Ben
see
Myers.
it at the bottom. You have to present it for me to see
Yeah, we
it.
can't see the stuff at the bottom. This is Ben
So-
Myers and Ben Myers International Movie Critics.
I know, and I think I've seen him before, where people are chatting and calling or do whatever they interact with him with, just
Oh no, nobody interacts with this guy at all.
Okay.
He just reviews movies. There's nobody. I'm basically one of the few people who even knows he exists.
Tom, are you happy?
Right now, I am. I was looking at this giant post by, I guess, Hard Archivist is working on some big editing for some of the Rufio stuff.
Can we look at Ben Myers International Movie Critic?
Give me a second. Yep. Let me get through these damn people saying things.
It's just him saying Ben Myers International Movie.
I know. I'm trying to deselect all of them. So it's a bitch. Yeah.
Check it out. Here's Ben Myers.
Okay.
Hi, this is Ben Myers from Ben Myers. Tonight we're going to talk about the United States film Good Burger. Good Burger is a 1997 Paramount Pictures distribution. Ben Myers rating is 3.6 out of 5 stars. This comedy film is about a hotshot high schooler is driving his mother's car without a driver's license, runs into his teacher's car. His teacher makes a deal with him that he had to pay for all damages. Should you buy the ticket? Maybe. This is an interesting film and an okay watch. It runs like a Jim Barney film. This has been Myers. Have a great entertainment weekend.
There you go.
Well, what's wrong with him?
What do you mean?
That guy seems
Nothing.
Something wrong with him. That or
Nothing.
he's got a bowl of sour cream and onion paint chips that are all lead right in front of him, because something wrong.
He's got a love of film. I'll tell you that much.
I like when he said maybe.
He's international. He's
Of
an
course.
international movie critic.
That explains him trying to speak 2 languages at once while he was talking.
Ben Myers International Movie Critics. He just reviews every movie,
Mhm.
not in any particular order either. They're like from all over the time spectrum.
You know that
I mean,
was
Good,
it-
Good
was-
Burgers, isn't that an old film?
Yeah,
Was-
it's from
was-
Yeah, so how could he buy a ticket? How could you buy a ticket for it?
probably that ticket just means should you see it?
Okay.
So, goddamn, interrupted motherfucker.
I love it though. He's like straight and to the point.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, he really is. He reminds me, like a 30-second movie review. He reminds me of that. Remember in Living Color, Jesse, when that guy goes, "I just wrote a song about it. Like to hear it? Here you go. How I've been walking down the street for 13 days.
All right, Tom. All right, Tom.
Hi. And his songs
All right,
were
Tom.
only like 15 seconds long. That is what these guys, that guy's movie review.
I remember the gay movie critics from in Living Color. I don't remember the thing you're talking about.
That guy should change it to 15-second movie review. That would be a good.
All right, Tom. All right, Tom. There's 3 cubes.
What do you mean,
okay?
all right, Tom? I'm talking on my fucking show.
There's
You
3
act
cubes.
like I
You're
Dinner
dressed.
party. Oh, see, now
You're dressed in
I am
one
really
of them. The
aggressively
second
going
one,
to
you're
start
wearing.
muting you when you're fucking. I'm not trying to be a dick, but God, I get to say something once in a while too on this show. You can walk all over me again tomorrow when I'm in the Discord, but right now, could you please just pretend like you have some respect for me in front of my friends?
Yeah, Scott.
Not in front of the guys. Not in front of the guys.
You do have this thing where you have to talk over Tom. It's crazy.
Everybody does because they know it pisses me off, and now I'm just dealing with it on the Discord. But here,
but
here,
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
It does seem like like it's some sort of natural part of Scott's disposition is to talk over you. It's like
he does it to everybody.
I'm sorry, Tom.
He does it to everybody. I'm not the only one. I don't feel like a victim. Go ahead, Scott.
All right, there's 3 cubes. Okay. There's 3 cubes. You're dressed in one of them. The other one, your jag is in, and then the third one is a naked child.
Why do all of your scenarios that you make up out of whole cloth have a naked child in them? Please tell me that, and I'll answer you.
That's just the cubes.
There's very little cloth actually involved.
No, that's weird. That's you're really creepy and weird when you give me these scenarios over and over again.
This is a classic 3 cube scenario.
No, maybe for you guys.
This is a standard
maybe for you guys out there on Sandusky Island.
This is a problem they used to have to deal with a lot back in the day.
Well,
so everyone in the chat is big fans of the cubes.
Hypercube.
Why do I care? What people in the chat are fans?
Glass cubes, man.
I know people in the chat don't really determine.
Right, if there was a movie called The 3 Glass Cubes, would you buy that ticket?
No, I don't buy movies based on their title.
No, don't buy that ticket. This has been my eyes, and the National Movie Critics.
I do like the idea of a 1-sentence movie review. Tornado throws teenage girl into. Have you seen that review of Wizard of Oz? It's like really dark. It's tornado throws teenage girl into new community, and she kills. It's something about her killing the witch or something. They make Dorothy.
What about instead of a 1-sentence movie review, a death sentence movie review?
That's fine with me.
At the end.
All right. So what was the 3 cube scenario again?
So Tom is fully clothed in one. His jag is in the second cube, and then the third cube is just a naked child.
That's so gross and weird.
And the naked child is crying. I know it is gross that you have a Jaguar car.
But what
would you do?
No, what do you mean? Awesome. Wait, what do you mean? What would you do? You're just trapped in a cube.
He's just trapped in a cube. He's just standing there clothed while a naked child is crying.
What does the Jag have to do?
It has nothing to do with it, really. That was the
all right.
This is just another way for
the red herring
to talk about his naked child fetish without having to actually discuss it.
That was the red herring.
In every story that way. It keeps living.
All right. But here's an interesting one. There's 4 cubes. Okay.
What? Whoa.
4 glass cubes.
Not 4 square.
Now you're trapped in one. You've got a blanket and nothing else. You're nude underneath the blanket.
Yeah.
In the other 3 cubes are your father, your mother, and a child, all naked. Damn. Now, what do you do with the blanket? That's kind of an interesting one. What would you do, Tom?
I know what I'd do, but I'll wait for Tom to answer.
Well, why don't you go first, Scott?
We don't
have to do age before beauty tonight. You go right ahead and tell everybody what you would do.
Me, I'd just keep the blanket and look at the child.
I think we all knew that. I think
don't pretend like your eye wouldn't wander over to mom and dad every once in a while.
Not Tom's parents. Gross.
Don't my mom was she was something before the microwave came out. My answer to that is I would first of all I have a question. Am I allowed to ask a question?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Is it an adorable blanket from St. Jude Hospital?
No, it's like a big burlap sack, basically. It's like a it's big, but it's rough. And
the only way me answering this question would work is if it was an adorable blanket from St. Jude's Hospital. So if it's not, I'm completely incapable because that blanket actually
you would just keep it.
It's a really good blanket, but no, I'd have to figure it out. I mean, after all, my parents are involved. I'm not a fucking monster. Well, wait a minute. Never mind.
What would you do if your dad started cracking a boner?
When?
I don't know, while he's in the cube, looking at your sexy mum and that child.
Was there a child in this one? I thought it was his mom and dad. And the
No, mom, dad,
Jaguar
and
and me.
there's 4 cubes. Mom, dad, kid, and you.
What happened to the Jaguar?
So, all right, can you answer it? Can you answer it now that you know there's a child?
Well, no, I got it now. I got to know where my fucking Jaguar.
I know my answer.
What'd you guys do with the Jaguar?
No, the Jaguar's gone. This is mom, dad.
Gone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
But if
There we
you
go.
answer this correctly, you will win a Jaguar.
we gotta go find the I got a Jaguar already.
You
gotta
can't
go
get out
find
of the
the
cube.
Jaguar.
You can't get out of the cube.
You have the cube until you answer the question. bro.
Bullshit. My Jaguar and it would come crashing through the.
Well, here's what I would do.
Yeah.
It's a big, big blanket. So I would rip a strip off of it to create a blindfold. Okay. I would then throw the blindfold to the child to blindfold the child. Then I would throw the
What makes you think the child could put on a blindfold by itself?
It's old enough. They're like 12. So they can blindfold themselves so they do not see anyone's nudity, any of the adults' nudity.
So you actually imagined a relatively getting pretty mature naked child for your scenario.
Your perfect child.
Yeah, is that your favorite age for that sort of thing?
I would then rip 2 more blindfolds off of the blanket, leaving just enough blanket that I could throw it over to my father, who would be able to cover up with it.
The story just doesn't seem plausible. It's like all of a sudden you're Indiana Jones.
What do you mean?
Ripping up blankets, swinging from cube to cube.
You think I can't rip
You know
something?
what I would do? The answer to my question, to your question, in all scenarios with the dumb cubes, is I would pull a hand grenade out of my ass and blow everybody up, including myself. There's the solution.
That's not how hypotheticals work. You can't just invent having a hand grenade up your ass, no matter how much I want that to be a thing.
No, because you guys like post-it note shit on these scenarios left and right.
No.
My guess is that you would try to pull out the
this.
hand grenade,
Look at
but you would
this.
accidentally
Look at
just pull
Hey,
it in.
look at this.
And then-
I'm talking. Look at this. But you guys didn't think of that. Now I can't blow everybody up.
Well, see, that's just a post-it note being added.
Yeah.
There was in my scenario, you win a Jaguar if you answer correctly.
I'm not interested in winning a Jaguar. I already have a Jaguar. I'm interested in not
It's a
losing
brand
the
new
Jaguar.
Jaguar. It's a brand new Jaguar.
Oh God, those new Jags are ass. There's a cube inside the nakedness child. Nakedness child.
I think there's a cube inside of us all.
Hey, look who's here. It looks like we got Clayton Combs. Clayton, I told you to be in bed by now. What's wrong with you, boy?
Oh.
Oh.
I think we all have a glass cube inside us somewhere.
Yeah.
Well,
happy to be here.
I
You
guess
can go check out Pod Awful at podawful.com.
Fucking hell.
You can check out Pod Awful.
Like
This is
I
not a
was saying.
joke. This is
Like
not a
I
joke.
was
You
saying.
can check out Pod Awful at hypercube.zone.
So I guess we're not all that different after all.
Hmm.
Yeah.
You cannot check me out at all.
Yeah, why is that?
Because I don't produce anything.
No, really.
Oh,
No.
I'll need to produce
What's that
something.
little angel you were talking to yesterday, making her mentally scarred for the rest of her life? You produced that child.
Oh, that's true. Yeah.
Well, so we've been led to believe.
Scott, do you
Yeah.
still have a job?
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
Really? Are you still selling cell phones in the mall kiosk or whatever?
No, I haven't been doing that for a long time.
So you're not bicycle messengering anymore?
No, I'm actually a fireman now.
No, come on. What do you really do? I don't even know.
I'm a fire legit. I work for the fire department. I'm not a
No,
You may work for the
I
fire.
work.
But
I work for the fire department. I
I'm
work on
asking
their
the
public
question.
relations.
I'm
Hey,
asking the question. I'm
you-
never gonna believe that. Come
I
on.
work in like public relations for the fire department.
No,
We do all kinds of charity work and stuff.
And you
like
would have
that.
said you work in PR, not in the fire department.
Dude, it's the fire
do
department.
you remember at the beginning you raised your shirt up?
Mm.
You don't work for the fire department.
You think everyone that works for the fire department has to be ripped?
The fire
Half the
department does not have
Pretty
a
much,
PR.
yeah.
There's no
They
PR
do.
firm for a
They
fucking
do.
fire.
Who do you think arranges for the fire trucks to like go visit schools and stuff?
The fucking fire department.
No, they need me.
Just
to
they're
do
mostly doing nothing all day.
Yeah.
They've got the time.
That's actually where I've been packing on the kilos, man. They're good cooks, you know, the fires.
They are very good cooks, but
So what did
normally
you
the
call-
city, the town, or the overriding body of the fire
Different.
department
It's
has its
different here.
own PR people. You don't.
That's who I work for. That's
There's
what I
not
work
enough, but you didn't say it. You said the fire department, not city, and there's not enough PR for a fire department to make
There
that
he is.
dedicated
Yeah.
job.
We run ads all the time and stuff like that. You know, when we're
Which
we got a
aren't
couple of new
PR.
trucks. We got a couple of new
Ads.
trucks.
Hey, Scott, what's the name of the
Ads are not PR. Ads are not PR.
What's the
Okay.
name of the fire department?
Well, I work for the South Australian Fire Department.
That's not the name of
It's not even a thing. He just made that up.
No,
That's like the name of the fire department.
the
name
South
of the fire
Australian Metro
department.
Fire
So
Department.
you're doing it
yeah.
again. That's like the name of the fire department in Skippy the Bush Kangaroo. It's that made up one.
No, I do. Well, I mean, yeah, believe it if you want, but yeah,
Well,
no.
Scott, what are you really doing? Do you
That's
still,
what I really do.
you still work the same job you were working a long time ago?
No, I got made redundant for that. Yeah.
I just feel like putting that up again.
All right, let's say there was a fire inside a glass cube and there's a naked child inside dying.
How
of
big's the
fire.
cube? Because I don't think it's going to last very long.
Not big.
I think let me start. Okay, say you're in a glass cube and you're naked and you're on an elevator
Mhm.
and your perfect
I mean,
woman.
kind of elevators are glass
Okay,
cubes.
forget
but-
it. Then we're not. If I can't mix the two things, then I don't want to do it. I work for fire department on Epstein Island. Said, oh, shit.
Let's say your perfect naked child walks into a glass elevator.
Let's say
Go on.
you drive your Jaguar onto an elevator.
Guys, hypercube.zone is the place to be. Hypercube.zone. We got all the products that you need in your life over at hypercube.zone. That's
What are
HTTP.
These cubes are already pre-sealed with
Hypercube.zone. Yeah, go to hypercube.zone right now, Tom. And
I
see.
don't feel like that's a good idea for me.
It's just my website.
Urban moving dot systems.
Childpornhub.com.
Tom, can you acknowledge that it was a good idea bringing me on
No,
publicly?
It was a good idea. I enjoyed it.
you've interrupted me constantly.
And
And always-
the show's been better for it.
And always when I've got something I want to say, and I've been pretty good about letting everybody talk. So no, I don't. I'm not particularly happy about it, but
I am. I
it's
thought
not,
it was
it's not like I've ever applied any standards of quality to this show. So I guess it's fine.
Yeah. I'm going to get a real radio gig so I can be like you, Tom.
Yeah, well, let me just give you step one. Stop fucking talking when other people are talking. There,
I feel like
you're on
that's
your way to
what
your
you
great
do.
career in radio, a dying industry.
Yeah.
okay. H2BH. Goodbye.
Mwah. Blow me a kiss, Tom.
Everybody.
Blow me a kiss,
Okay.
Tom.
Hey, do you want to plug anything? You guys want to plug anything other than Scott, the naked kid in the cube next to you?
Plug
Hypercube.zone.
that kid. Yeah.
Hypercube.zone. Childpornhub.com. Urbanmoving.systems. I forget all of my domains.
You know, we don't get Pornhub here in Texas.
No,
But
I would
it's-
like people to go. I would like people to sign up to the Pizza Fund to go watch the Shark Prank series.
You
That
don't.
would
I
be
don't
cool.
think you have to be in the Pizza Fund to see those. I think those are free.
Well, they're not on YouTube, but you have to create an account or something, don't you?
No, I think they're
No.
totally free to watch with no account.
Right out there in the
Okay.
broad open daytime.
I think.
Go watch the Shark Prank series somehow. You know,
Now here's one that,
somehow or
here's
other.
one that you should make an account for. The Lion. What was it? The Lion King episode. Remember that?
That dude that we made dance like a monkey for his social security details. Yeah,
That was a good one. That's a slept on episode. I can't remember the name. The Lion. It's something. The King. The Lion King.
The Lion King, was it?
The Lion King. That's probably
Yeah.
it. Yeah, go check that one out. I think that one is Pizza Fund.
If that wasn't the name of the episode, you should change it.
Something like that, man. All right. Bye.
Hey, glad. Very. Thank you. Awesome to have you.
You want me to take this away, Tom? Do you want me to sign out?
Yeah. What the hell? Go ahead.
And we do the outro. All right, man.
Sure,
Well,
yeah.
it was. When do you go to live next, Tom? What's the schedule? I don't know how this.
I don't
goes.
know. I might do a members only this weekend, but Monday, 8 a.m. 8
You want me
p.m.
to show up for that? You want me
8
to show up for
p.m.
that?
8 p.m. Eastern. No, that's okay.
I can be there for that, man.
No, you're too good to me. Stop. You got things to do, children to raise. Just take some time for
I
you.
can be there. Actually, Sunday I
Not me,
can't.
man.
I've got the date. I've going over drinks with the lady.
This is Monday at 8 p.m. Eastern. I'm telling you, if you want to sign off the show, that's what you have to say.
I love you.
Yeah, that's what I figured. Not as easy as it looks, is it? All right. We'd like to thank Jesse P.S. from the legendary Pod Awful Cult. And one of his I'm Tom Gulley, and you're watching Is This Live, the show on the
You didn't
Pod
thank
Awful
me.
Network.
Tom, you didn't thank me.
It's just about to. Just about to, but I was brutally interrupted, and I probably will be again. We'd like to thank Jesse P.S. from the Pod Awful Cult, one of the internet's leading causes of mayhem and chaos, and one of his chief minions and top ball washers, Scott from Australia.
My right hand man.
His right hand man. Jesse's got his right hand, working him like a puppet, working him like a flesh mech, crawl into him like he's a tauntaun.
That's awful.
Thanks to everybody else for being here. The old clock on the wall says, like the Reverend Al Green, I got to get up on out of here. You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. And that means till next time, we'll see you next time. I kind of don't want to play the outro. Everybody smile and do a freeze frame like the end of a 70s